And that series kicks off tomorrow with a T20 match against India. There'll be 3 T20 games, 3 one-dayers, and they'll finish up with a test match, which will be Alyssa Healy's last game for Australia. So I'm sure they'll be going hard to send Alyssa Healy out with a win there. Well, a massive thank you to everyone who has sent us an SMS or called through today. This show has been so much fun. And we've loved hearing from everyone with all your power couple nominations. What a great day. Really enjoyed it. Largely due to you and your engagement with the show. Let's do it all again tomorrow. I can't wait. A couple of quick score updates before we go. New Zealand Breakers 50, lead the Adelaide's 36ers 39 in the NBL. It's half-time there. In the A-League, 70th minute, Melbourne victory 1, still leading Brisbane Raw 0. And in the cricket, well, Amana off to a flyer. They're none for 19 off of 2 overs. Go for gold. Well, I'm off to John Cain Arena tonight to watch the South East Melbourne Phoenix, and I'll watch a replay of State of Origin when I get home. So enjoy that. You can hear it on the ABC Listen app. See you tomorrow.
What's going on with the cricket? Well, that's what the ABC Cricket Podcast is for. Who's been selected, who's been rejected, and who has the best grade cricket salad roll. Search for ABC Cricket Podcast on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Every night on ABC Listen.
Comes in, round the wicket, he's bowled it! He's got a hat-trick, Romario Stephanie wheels away in delight.
The Men's T20 World Cup, live from India and Sri Lanka.
Gives it air to Stoinis, 6 more!
That's even bigger.
Just click on the white World Cup button for every match live.
Round the wicket, pace on and bowls him, beauty, stumps play.
Cricket never sleeps with ABC Sport and ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's been a long time coming. You have to go back to 1999 for the last Origin match.
State football, South Australia up against Victoria.
And even further back to 1992 when WA last took on Victoria.
Comprehensive victory for Victoria.
But now, the best players will once again fight for state pride. The 2026 AFL State of Origin.
Gunston starts it out to the right, brings it back, and brings back Hodge. Leans back from 40, and Mitch Georgiades has a handful. Keeps it moving, over the way to Max Holmes. Max reward. Smith goes long towards goal, and that'll do it. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
State versus state. Mate versus mate.
Centre circles, he'll kick it inside forward 50. Massive boy, Tom Barris.
Runs by McClugging, 2-step, shoots, another goal.
Half forward intended for Bold, who was chopped off initially. Bold went back and got it, spun out of trouble, kick on goal. Oh, he's brilliant, this guy. He comes to Dangerfield. He's been everywhere. He gets his second.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL State of Origin. Western Australia versus Victoria. Live from Perth Stadium.
It's a rivalry that has been a ghost. The Big V and the Black Swan have been locked in a draw for near 3 decades, and they are back out tonight as the players represent the dirt that they grew up on, the constellation of stars in the Victorian team. Unstoppable on paper. Well, the Sandgropers are hoping to tear that paper up tonight here at Perth Stadium. A sold-out crowd cannot wait for what is in front of us as Origin football returns. For the first time this century, it is Western Australia and Victoria right here on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It's a huge thrill to be here for this. We haven't had a game between these two teams since the early 90s. You have to go back to 91, the last time that they played in these parts. And the West Australians are hanging out for it. We're going to get a partisan crowd tonight. There's stars everywhere you look for both teams, and we've got ample time to work our way through it. A solid dance card. The chief executive of the AFL, Andrew Dillon's going to join us. We'll head inside both camps with the Vics and with the West Aussies. Clint Weldon's here to call the footy with me. Wheelie, I know you're a big state football lover. And here it is. We're back, February 14, 2026.
And it started, of course, State of Origin football with
whether it be rugby league or Australian football, with a battle between WA and Victoria right back in 1977. So it's fitting as it returns, I think, that it's these two states who football means so much to that go head-to-head again. Crowd of 60,000 expected. It's been sold out for nearly a month. About 8,000 Victorian fans, we understand, are flying across the country. So there will be plenty of cheers still for the Big V. But I cannot wait to see what unfolds in front of us tonight. I'm absolutely in the camp that the players out there, it's Ridgy Didge. Speaking to a few people I know about the place, everyone from the WA camp is absolutely desperate to win this game. It might take will versus skill, because that Victorian side, goodness me, I'm with Chris Scott. That is about as good a team as has ever been assembled in Australian football. It is simply remarkable. There's All-Australians everywhere. There's premiership players everywhere. There's Brownlow medalists out there as well. What an evening we've got in front of us.
The weather, you can set your watch to it here in Perth. There's clear blue skies above, and 35 degrees was the forecast top. Expected to drop to the low 30s by the time we get underway. One man who has played in Origin football, he's a Brownlow medalist. Shane Woden is with us tonight on ABC Sport. Wowie, it's great to see you.
Thanks, Corby. Great to be here. Back footy live again. Very exciting. Cricket's done. So, can't wait for this. 26 years ago when I last represented in Origin footy and loved it, and it was only my second season, so I was all over it then. It's been sad, really, to be honest. It's taken this long to get going again, and because you only hear it, it's always the players who are invested in what's been the roadblock. So, finally we're back.
Yeah, and as Clint mentioned, this concept in particular, the state of origin, representing the state in which you live, was really only from 1977 onwards. I mean, a long time in football has been, interleague matches, and the idea is, it's one league versus another. And essentially the history of this is, Victoria, after the war in the 60s, basically attracted all the best talent from around the country to come and play in the VFL. They became too powerful, too strong for everybody else. And midway through the 70s, Leon Larkin, who's got a few shout-outs this week, the old stalwart, of course, of the Subiaco Football Club, came up with the concept that, hey, let's bring an origin concept into being. And it's hard to think that until the late 70s that wasn't the case. And from 1977 onwards, Victoria and Western Australia met on 19 occasions under that concept. The Vics hold the head-to-head 12-7. But in Perth in particular, which is, you feel like this is where it's at its best. And I can say that as someone that resides in Melbourne nowadays, when it's in enemy territory and the favourites being Victoria and all their star-studded names and everything have to go on the road into enemy territory, the head-to-head falls to 7-7. So Western Australia on level footing, at least in these parts, against the Vics. You did that. So early in your career, you're playing for Melbourne, even though you're a West Australian, and you get the chance to come back and represent WA.
Yep.
Did it mean something to you, knowing that, hey, this is a chance for me to represent where I'm from?
Oh, absolutely. And growing up watching State of Origin footy at Subiaco Oval, the old Subiaco Oval in the time, and representing state was the pinnacle for any footballer at that time too, because the All Island series wasn't that just yet, but you just grew up watching the greats of the game on a Tuesday afternoon, and that's what you want to do. So, and then also to be able to also play against and play with some of the best players in the competition. So, fly home, train for a few sessions or a week, and then fly to South Australia and take on those guys on their home turf. So, it's one of the highlights of my career.
It's awesome to have your perspective as someone that's played in it, as it is this man as well. And he really speaks to, I guess, why we love the concept and want it to come back. Sharad Wellingham had a decorated career, premiership player with, of course, the Collingwood Football Club, played for the Pies and the Eagles. And yet, Chaz, you never got the chance to play Origin football. Welcome to you, firstly. And does it feel like it's something missing from everything you've done in your career not to have had the chance to do that?
Absolutely. It is great to be back. Football's back, like you said, Wowie. Cricket season was great, but it's good to be back here at the football. I'm extremely envious of the players who get to go out there today and represent the state. I didn't even get to do it as a junior. I wasn't good enough at football to play state football, so I didn't get to do it as a junior. So, I was very fortunate that when I was playing Waffle after I finished playing AFL, I got to do it in the Waffle State League. We played against SA, and even just being able to do that, which obviously isn't the pinnacle of state football, but being able to pull on the yellow and gold jersey and go and represent your state was really, really something that I valued. And so I'm extremely envious of the guys getting to run out through the race in what do we got, an hour or so. So it's great. And even hearing just while we speak with such passion about it, it's awesome.
Feels a little unfair to say the onus is on one team. But I can't help but feel like a lot of responsibilities on the West Australian guys tonight. Like I think they're like a 3-goal underdog, and it feels a little bit more than that, at least on paper. And yet it feels a lot like the concept is going to rest on how they go tonight. They don't have to win, but they certainly have to be competitive. You think if Victoria come out and it's just a one-sided showcase, are we going to have the same appetite at the end of it to see Victoria play again next year against another state?
I know that the talent is really stacked in Victoria, but I don't think you can have as talented a side as WA is about to put out. They're saying that the talent is ticked slightly more towards Victoria, but WA is still extremely talented side. I don't think you can put a team of players that are that good out there and it not be competitive.
Is there a point? Victoria is ridiculous. Just look at the number of All-Australian representatives there. There are 53 All-Australian Blazers in that Victorian side to 15 for WA. But one thing, if WA is going to lean on anything, apart from just sheer desire, it might be that they appear to have picked a genuine football team. Mm-hmm. Players in positions that you would have them in, whereas Victoria are really strong because they have so many outstanding midfielders that they've wanted to squeeze in to this group.
Yeah, so what's their forward craft going to be like? What's their craft in a position where they might not play most of the season? Yes, they're an extremely talented midfielder, but are they going to get done by some of the outstanding backs that WA have put together?
It's going to be a fun watch. We'll see how it pans out. They do have more premiership players, so there's at least one stat that falls in Western Australia's favour. So 11 of those, sharing 19 different medallions for Western Australia versus the Vic's 7. Origin footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Wilden for the call. Shane Woden and Sharad Wellingham are our experts tonight. Coming up, Andrew Dillon's going to join us, the Chief Executive of the AFL. But for now, let's head inside the West Australian camp, and Mitch Turner is down there. Mitch.
Thanks, Corbin. Here with West Australian player Lawson Humphries. Lawson, finally here, State of Origin, the Origin game against Victoria in your home state representing the Black Swans. You must be so stoked to be here.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a big build-up. WA's really gotten around it, which has been really exciting the last few days. I'm excited to be here finally. Feels like a long pre-season, as it always does, and excited to be playing footy again.
Who are you most excited to be playing with, Lawson? That guy there?
Yeah, Cooper's obviously pretty special. I'm very excited to play with him. Excited to play with Jordan Clark. Very good halfback, obviously. A lot of the defenders, Sam Taylor, Swanee's boy. So, really looking forward to getting to work with a few of the defenders as well.
I spoke to you last year ahead of a Geelong game here at Perth Stadium, and we asked about the potential of Origin football returning, and you were all for it. You're a massive advocate for it coming back, and you were just really hopeful to get the chance to play for WA. When you found out you were selected, talk us through that process and talk us through the feeling for you then and being able to share that with your family.
Yeah, 100%. No, I think growing up, my family always advocated for State of Origin. They loved it. So, Joel Selwood sent me a message, which is pretty special as well. With Joel, obviously, have a good relationship with him, obviously being from the Cats. So, I was really, ecstatic, I guess. It was just something I probably didn't think I would do. I wasn't sure whether I'd quite meet the criteria. And, I was just really happy to be here, to play with the best and play against the best as well. I think that's something that, as a footballer and a competitor, you always want to do. So I'm just, really grateful that I can be here and showcase my game against the best.
It's been highlighted a lot, but your journey took a lot longer to get to the top level. And just a few years ago, you were grinding your way in the Swan District Reserves, trying to get back into the league side and show your best stuff. Now, just a couple of years on, you've played in a grand final and you're about to play in an Origin game. Do you still have a few moments where you think, I can't believe this has come so quickly after waiting so long?
Yeah, 100%. I look at a few guys that are probably in my draft class, and I think I'm the youngest player with WA today, so it feels a bit odd, I guess, that it's all happened so fast after what felt like forever to get back or get to the AFL. So but I think it's just for me, it's just been about trying to not think about it too much, stay present and keep trying to get better, because I think when you think too much about it, your mind wanders a little bit and you think too much about the external things that sometimes you can't control. So I've just been trying to keep getting better every day, and I think naturally with that you're going to get more of these opportunities. So trying to keep getting better every day.
With Lawson Humphries here, West Australian player today. Lawson, it's been a lot of talk about, how hard will the game be, where will the level be from, a grand final all the way down to a bit of an exhibition-style game. How has it felt amongst the group? What's been the messaging from Glenn Jakovich, Dean Cox, the captain Patrick Cripps? Where do you think it'll land?
Yeah, well, I think off the bat there, Glenn Jakovich, he's as passionate as anybody. He's played in a few State of Origins and he's just such a big advocate for West Australian footy. So, he pretty much gets revved up anytime we start talking about it. So he's really pumped, arguably more pumped than us. I reckon he can play today. And then, Coxie, I think he's really envious of the opportunity. Obviously, he missed out, wasn't able to play. So I think he's just really passionate to see it back and wants to, put on a good performance. And Cripper, he's obviously a really inspirational leader. He's done such a good job with the Blues for so long. But I think everybody's really fired up, and I think those three leaders, have done a really good job of trying to unite us and get us pumped for a big game. Because, I think naturally we feel probably a little bit left out on the West Coast. Feel like, the Vics probably look over us and think they're better than us. So we're pretty pumped to try and shut them up today, I think. So,
A few teammates on the other side. Your captain Patrick Dangerfield, of course, playing for Victoria. Bailey Smith, we know what Bailey's like. He likes to get under the opposition's skin. You're pretty mild-mannered out there and keep to yourself. Are you expecting any chirp from probably Bailey more than anyone?
Yeah, I reckon if Max Holmes gets near me, he'll try and lift me a little bit, and he's very quiet. But no, I'm very excited to play against them. Obviously, they're some of our stars in our team, and even playing against Scotty as well, it's pretty cool to be playing against them, and hopefully I can cause them as much strife as I can possible. But it's definitely excited. I'll probably match up on Danger at times, if he's playing forward, which will be exciting. I feel like I know his game pretty well now, so and he knows my game really well. So it's going to be really exciting. I think that's probably the beauty of it. You're going to have teammates that are obviously guns, and they're going to be going up against each other. I think that's going to be really an exciting spectacle, and probably the beauty of playing these exhibition games at the start of the year.
Really special moment for you, really special moment for your family. I'm sure they've come from all over the place, not just Wickham, to get down here and to watch the game today. How much of your family are here? And talk to us about that connection with your grandfather Brian and his football back in the day, and what that means and what the family's been, reflecting on this week as well.
Yeah, so I got 16 tickets, so it's pretty good. Obviously, it's going to be sold out, so I've done pretty well. It means a lot for the fam. Brian, he passed away in 2017, and I think he probably missed a lot of my footy. Before that, I was just a little fat kid, and after he passed, I kind of got serious about it all. And it's a shame that he's not here today to watch it, but I know he'd be really proud, and it means a lot for the family. I've got family down south in Albany, and they'll all be watching on, and they're really grateful that Brian's history has been shared a little bit, and we've all been able to be a part of it.
And his WA Guernsey's been pulled out of the box. Did it make its way to Perth? The woolen long sleeve, I think it is.
Yeah, made it down to Perth, and that had a few holes in it. It's been washed a few times, and it's gone pretty small. So definitely. It's such a cool thing to look at, I think, and just the changes in footy and the the evolution. And I'm just grateful that I can be the next generation in producing new state football.
Two quick ones for you. Extra guys on the bench, given that today's game it's going to be nice and hot. You're used to that, of course. Unlimited rotations. As a young guy, though, you're expecting to be one of the guys who has to stay out there a bit longer and give the old guys a chop out?
Happily. If the boys don't have a chop out, I want to stay out as long as I can. It's games like this you don't get to play in very often, so I think we'll need it though. It's pretty warm even now, but I was just talking to Trent Rivers, and we're both saying it's hot, but the Vics are probably going to feel a little bit more than we are, so that's good, and we'll try and play that into our hands.
And people always write WA off and other states against the big V and the power of Victoria, but you give yourself a red hot crack today. You reckon you're probably a really good chance of getting the win?
Yeah, 100%. I was watching, I reckon it was a 1986 State of Origin game today. I was on Channel 7. I was a bit bored this morning, and I was watching that back, and you see all the names that Victoria have, and it feels kind of similar. here, I guess. Victoria have all the names, but Western Australia is such a united front. We've got some big names as well, but it was such a united front as a state, and I think, we have the ability to cause an upset just from this real passion for from the crowd, from the players. It's going to be, really exciting, and I definitely think we'll give it a red hot crack.
Lawson Humphreys, congratulations on representing Western Australia. A massive moment for you, for your family, and good luck today.
Perfect. Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Lawson Humphreys downstairs with Mitch Turner. This is ABC Sport. The Origin game is upon us. So the countdown's on, 51 minutes away from the bounce, Western Australia and Victoria. A couple of great things in all of that. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Weldon, Shane Woden and Sharad Welling upstairs. First of all, his grandfather, Clint. So his grandfather, Brian, who played for West Perth, was a premiership hero for them, played 2 games for the Sandgropers back at Subiaco Oval in 1954. And there's an awesome photo in the paper today where you can see the beautiful old sort of woolen Black Swan jumper with the gold, and there's a few little sort of moth holes in it that have developed over the years. And the other part was that 86 game as well, which, this is a game that just endures and an opportunity for us, I think, with this fixture taking place. To relive some of that. It feels like the stories of 86 have been recounted so much in the lead up to this game. But
there were those 3 years, and 86 was one, and he wasn't the Lone Ranger, by the way, and watching that on the telly today. But those games for 83, 84 and 86 were won by 3 points by WA, 4 points by WA, and 3 points by WA. And in fact, that's almost one of those things that go throughout history as well. WA have tended to win the close ones, whereas if Victoria get on a roll, they have really been able to dominate WA. But those 3 that we just spoke about, they continually get played and spoken about. And this was something I was speaking to Quentin Hull, and I remember being at the SCG to watch New South Wales play Victoria in a State of Origin game, and I can still remember it distinctly, and people in New South Wales football still talk about the day they beat the Big V. That's where Origin does take a step ahead of club football. As important as the national competition is, when you have a great state game, when you get your state to win, and very often a game that you're not expected to, that has ramifications for everyone involved in the code that continue on for decades.
We spoke about that 77 game when it was state v state, and famously Gary Buckenara was one of those who said he was more of a cricketer, saw that game, was more swayed to playing football. He kicks the winner in 86, so there's a direct sort of cause and effect between someone that's watching that and what a game in 1986. For those of you that haven't seen it, if an alien fell out of the sky and you said, hey, there's this sport of Australian rules football and you need to sit down and understand it, and you've got 2 hours, you would essentially show them that game. I mean, a 41-goal shootout, 7 lead changes in the llast quarter. The Vics kicked 8 final quarter goals and lost a 3-point win for WA in one of the best matches that has ever been played. Mitch has made the dart across the boundary's edge, so out of the WA camp into the Victorian huddle. Mitch.
Thanks, Corbin. Here with Victorian player Jack Gunston. Jack, probably never thought you'd get the chance to play in a proper Origin match. Certainly at this stage of your career, you must be so excited to get out there.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the most excited here, but I feel like I am. It's as you said, it was something that I thought would never happen in my time, and I've played with a lot of great players that haven't been able to do this either. So very excited. It's been a great few days amongst some of the superstars of the game, and we're all very excited to get out there.
A few years ago, your career was up in the air in some sort of way. The move to Brisbane, back to Hawthorn, and where everything was with you. Fast forward a few years and you're an All-Australian again in a side that's playing finals, and now you're playing Origin football. Do you just kind of shake your head and think, how's it come back all around again?
Yeah, I've always had the self-belief. Obviously it wavers at times when you're not playing your best footy, and look, there's no perfect script to a career, and I've looked at it. I've probably stared retirement in the face once or twice, and you just want to get the most out of your career and your body, and I felt that was best back at Hawthorn, and I feel like that was sort of vindicated last year with the way I was able to play. So it's helped me get to this moment now and be standing on this ground today, and I don't know what's next. It's a fun ride, and we'll see what happens this season.
How is the body feeling? Yet another pre-season for you, and about to play in your first proper competitive hit out. How's it all going?
Yeah, the body's good. It's and I think of the mindset over the last few years. I reckon I was too cautious with your body when things aren't going too well. So had an approach of let's just go for it, and when the body breaks down, it breaks down. So we've had that philosophy this pre-season as well, and it's been good. And the boys play on Monday, and I play. A few of us play today, so it's not too much of a disruption, and then we'll rock and roll into the Bulldogs in a Pracky game and Giants round 0.
Talk us through when you were first approached to be part of this and to play for Victoria. Who kind of spoke to you, who gave you the call, and how did that play out?
Yeah, I was peppering Sam Mitchell. Having been an assistant, I was hammering him, and we've obviously got Blake and Tom and Josh Battle as well that were already in there, so I was a little bit jealous, and I got the call probably 2 or 3, I think about 3 weeks ago now, and saying that from Joel Selwood that you've been picked and you'll be playing. So yeah, it was a phone call I won't forget. It's an awesome moment. It's such a privilege to play for Victoria, and hearing Gary Lyon speak about it. And like, I grew up watching, I idolised Matthew Lloyd, and he played. And for me, I watched a lot of my heroes play in this game. So I'm pinching myself to be here.
Speaking with Victorian forward and Hawthorn forward, of course, Jack Gunston here ahead of Origin at Perth Stadium. Jack, the buy-in from the team. There's always, reports from all over the place, and different people have an opinion. It'll be an exhibition. It'll be like an NBA All-Star game. They won't care. But how does it feel to you and to your teammates?
No, there's a lot of passion about this, and I think that was the one thing from the very start. There's a whole playing group here that feel like we've got a responsibility to make sure this is a proper game of football, and we want Origin to survive. The players wanted it. It's finally here. The AFL listened, and we want to put on a show and play strong, tough football, and we want this to be year in, year out thing, and a part of AFL football going forward. So you'll see 2 teams cracking in today.
How's the heat? It's pretty hot today for not just for the Victorians, hot for the West Aussies as well. You don't normally play footy in this much heat. Maybe early in the year a bit, but it's pretty hot.
Yeah, it'll be warm. I think the unlimited rotations today will be used by a lot of us, especially myself and Paddy. We'll be fighting for the bench at times, gasping for air. But look, it'll be hot. It'll be hot in the contest as well, so it'll be a good day.
You must be pretty stoked that you don't have to make the decision about who starts in the first stoppage in the middle of the ground at the start. It's got to be hard to see who gets pushed out. That'll be a tough conversation.
Mate, there's some depth, and I don't know, first starters in the normal team are sitting on the pine for the first one. So it's a good problem to have, and I'm glad I'm not doing it. But yeah, hopefully I can get on the end of a few from these quality midfielders.
It's also hard to tell who you're going to get, given there's no tape on the opposition in terms of what they do structurally. You might come up against Tom Barras, but even your age, you're a bit too quick for Tommy. Who do you think you might match up with?
You can tell him that. I don't know. There's a couple of us tools down there. So the Sam Taylors, the Lobs, and the Tom Barras, and then at times I get a Nathan Broad when I play Richmond. So who knows? It's I've been around long enough that I've played on these guys a few times. So should be good fun up there, and hopefully we can, as I said, get on the end of a few.
Lastly, I saw you at training on Thursday at Lathlane Park, and it was pretty eye-catching to watch. You played in some great sides, as you mentioned. You played in the 3-peat at Hawthorn, which is stacked with future Hall of Famers. But watching out there, seeing the likes of Gawn down to Rao, to Sarong, to Bontempelli, to Dacos, who hit you at one stage with his left footer over about 50 metres on the lead without breaking stride. You must have, to us, it looked Harlem Globetrotter and just looked amazing to see. Did it feel like that out there?
Yeah, you put it right. I reckon I got 3 lead-ups and I didn't break stride on all of them. So I trained out, I marked the ball on the wing, rolled, turned, and I looked and I was like, all right, who do I kick it to? Bont, Butters, Dacos. It was a pinch me moment. So there's some quality players out here. Look, you dream of this sort of line up and being able to play with them, so can't wait for the first bounce.
Quietly confident you can get the win, the big V?
Yeah, I think the V's confident, but they're going to come out and they're going to come after us, so it should be a lot of fun.
Jack Gunston, congratulations on selection for Victoria, and good luck for today and for the season as well.
No worries, thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Mitch Turner downstairs with Jack Gunston, and what a forward line he's going to be part of today. You look at that forward structure for Victoria, so Toby Green's down there, Sam Darcy's there, Ben King was a late inclusion himself, obviously Gunston at an advanced age, coming off his 73-goal season last year. And then a bunch of the midfielders, I'm sure, will be roaming through to join him at different stages, whether it's Butters or Richards or Patrick Dangerfield, of course. Would expect him, obviously, to play forward with so many options, obviously, running through the midfield for the Vics. This is our Origin coverage. Origin footy on ABC Sport makes its return for the first time this century. Andrew Dillon, the Chief Executive of the AFL, is not too far away from joining us. Corbin Middlemass alongside Clint Weldon, Shane Woden, Sharad Wellingham upstairs. And we're about 42 minutes away and change from the opening bounce with WA and Victoria. And just as Mitch was chatting to Jack Gunston, his teammates ran past him. They're out there on the ground at the moment, and he joins in the preliminary warm-up while the West Australian boys are doing just that as well. There's so many guys at different stages of their career, aren't they? Well, and this is what state footy does, where you essentially get guys like Jack Gunston who are closer to the end and the start on the back nine of his career. And then you get a couple of other guys, like Sam Darcy, for example, who at 22 is the youngest member of the team. And yet they get a chance to play together, come from different clubs, different stages of their career for, who knows? I mean, the last time there was a state game played, we had to wait almost 3 decades for another one. So a special moment for all of them tonight at various stages of their journey.
Yeah, and that's one of the callings too as a player, the ability to, the opportunity to play with some of the warriors you go against in the regular season, but to come up and see how they prepare, and particularly as a young player too, someone different who you don't see and may have hear of regularly, get to see how they prepare for a game, because they're all out too, and as a professional athlete.
Who do you remember from your time as, getting up to sidle with them and being really impressed by their game prep, or just the kind of person that they were that you weren't expecting them to be, maybe?
Oh, you call it now. Oh, look, playing with Belly, who was he was great back then too, and some of the West Coast, Jakovic and these guys, who I grew up idolising, were also premiership players already at this stage. So, great opportunities to not only played 20 games in my career at that stage too, so pretty young in it all, and and it was a great battle over there.
You still got the jumper?
I do. I've got both short and long sleeve.
Nice.
Yeah. So tucked away somewhere in a box.
You wouldn't have worn the long sleeve.
No.
You always had the pipes out.
I think I may have worn the longie.
Back then, of course, WA wore the black jumper with the yellow swan on the middle of it. Yep. So it's inverted back to the more traditional strip. So they'll be all in gold with the black swan.
This one that's in the record?
That was the one they wore back then, back in the late 90s. So it'll be flipped this time around. So mostly gold jumper with the black swan. They got the black shorts on, which is customary, and essentially the Richmond socks by modern standards, the hoop socks. And Victoria, as is always the way, they'll wear the white shorts. So white shorts with their navy blue jumper and, of course, the white V. The Victorian boys, Jack must have missed most of the warm-up. They've just ducked off to have a team meeting. So 40 minutes to go before the opening bounce. Our build-up continues here on ABC Sport. And it does so with the Chief Executive of the AFL. Andrew Dillon's going to join us next.
For summertime sleuthing, find intriguing true crime on ABC Listen, like The Case Of and the new background briefing series, Hometown Boys.
It was going to be hell to pay.
That was not good. Search for true crime podcasts like these on ABC Listen.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL State of Origin. Western Australia versus Victoria. Live from Perth Stadium.
As the countdown to State of Origin continues here on ABC Sport, I'm very pleased to say the Chief Executive of the Australian Football League, Andrew Dillon, joins us in the box here on ABC Sport. Dills, here we are on Valentine's Day. State of Origin football returns. It's lovely to see you for a new season.
Thanks for having me on, and where else would you want to be?
Well, this is really, it's not so much your brainchild, but it's something that you were hoping to revive. And here it is, in fruition. State of Origin football is back for the first time this century. How does that make you feel as the CEO of the organisation, as something that was clearly so close to your heart?
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm really proud of the team at the AFL. I'm so glad the way the players are brought in. Like the feedback from the players when they were selected or asked to play was just overwhelmingly in favour. The coaches have all, given up their time, but the best part is the way the fans have embraced it, and the game sold out in record time, and I just can't wait to see close to 60,000 people here tonight. The majority going for WA as well.
Are you confident that you know what you're going to get out there? I mean, we've heard the talk from the coaches, and it's going to be serious and everything else, and the fears of like the games in the past, the exhibition style all-star games. What are we going to get in the four quarters here?
Look, I've got no concern about the competitiveness of the game, because we've got 50 of the best players in the competition, and they are absolute professionals, and they would compete at everything. So I've got no concerns there. The interesting thing will be, how do the two teams gel? And you've got a lot of people saying the Victorian team on paper looks a bit stronger, but I wouldn't be discounting that WA spirit.
How much of a passion project was it for you?
It was, for me, it was just, I think the ability for our players to play representative football is important. And we've had, Victoria versus the Allies, and I think the Dream Team back in 2008, but we haven't had a lot of it. And when I spoke to players, and Glenn Jakovic is a big one. He's been an All-Australian selector for a while, and go out for dinners with him, and the way he would tell stories, and he had such a incredible career at the West Coast, but a lot of his stories came back to his representative footy, whether it was international rules or even, the early state of origin. So I just thought there was something there. And then again, it was talking with the captains last year, Patrick Cripps in particular, about how passionate he was. And for him to have the opportunity to represent WA was a big one for him.
Andrew, do you hope that this is something that continue on? And what will be the factor that gives it a tick? Is it the attendance? Is it, broadcasting tune in? Or is it the money that can be raised from the game?
I think it's like we've got such great momentum. I think it's sort of incumbent on us to make the most of that momentum. But for me, it's then what form does it take and how often do you do it? Because ultimately it petered out in the late 90s because the players didn't buy in. And at the moment, the players are, we've had, Victorian players, lots of players disappointed they didn't get the opportunity, and the players that are in it are really proud to be there. So as long as we can balance that, because I think once the players buy in, clubs will always be part of it, and then the fans come.
So what do you see it kind of evolving into? Obviously, there's the NRL, which has got such a great, history and buy-in for their competition of Origin. Do you see it developing into a 3-game competition where you can actually really have a standout winner? And do you want to always have it at the start of the year, or could you see it, being throughout the middle of the season?
Probably don't want to necessarily curtail what the possibilities are, but I think at the moment this is a good spot in the calendar for it. It gets the best buy-in from the players and the clubs. Mm-hmm. And then, we are a national code and we've got players from all around Australia. So what we have to do is work out a way that we can, make these representative opportunities available for all our players. But I think this is a great way to start. Incredible support from the WA government and the WA fans, and 8,000 people from out of the state coming in to watch the game.
Andrew, has it been the roadblock with the players' investment and buying into this? Has that been the only one, or has been other roadblocks as to why it's taken so long to get to this point?
I just think we've tried different things along the journey, and I think that at the moment now the time was right. Some of the the players who haven't had that opportunity to represent at that highest level, and we just thought that the opportunity for both sides to be representing their state was better than sort of an aggregation like the Allies in the past. So
never have the Allies again. I'll speak as a West Australian. I thought it was insulting, and I know why Victoria thinks it's great, but that was insulting for people who had played for WA or SA, and in the past for New South Wales. That wasn't an Origin game. As people who are very smart on this side of the country, where's the capital of All Stars? Who grows up wanting to play for All Stars? I think this is exactly, and you should be really proud what you've done here, Andrew. This is exactly what the game was missing, and to have it back, you instantly see the passion that people have. And I know I've spoken to Dean Cox when he was playing about, again, these dream team All Stars type games. He goes, I never wanted to play for them, but I wanted to play for WA. And we've seen the buy-in straight away. Well done to you and everyone involved in getting it up.
No, I appreciate it. And again, it's when you see the players buy-in, and we saw it with the All-Stars last year when they played, and the crowds came in droves for that game as well. So, I just can't wait to see the skills, athleticism, and I reckon it will be super competitive as well.
What have some of the reports from the camps been? Has there been, say, some cohesion? And, we've spoke about before Toby Green and Bontempelli having to sidle up together. What's been some of the reports from camp?
Look, all the feedback has been enormous, and, the players having that opportunity to, rub shoulders with players that they wouldn't ordinarily get to, or, it might even be guys who might have played, for the Victorian thing, they might have played Sandy Dragons together, like a Bailey Smith and a Ben King, and all of a sudden they're back together 7 or 8 years down the track. So I think they've really enjoyed that. It was interesting. Caught up with Chris Scott this morning and saw Marcus Bontempelli and Sam Darcy going for a walk. Noah Anderson and Matt Rowell having breakfast together. So they still do pair off a little bit, but it will be interesting to see them out on the ground today.
Andrew Dillon, the Chief Executive of the AFL, with us on ABC Sport as the countdown continues to State of Origin tonight, right here on ABC Sport. Just a couple of broader sort of competition-wide issues, obviously, on the eve of a new season. Equalisation. I mean, it constantly comes up. If you look at the last 18 years, and we've got 18 teams in our competition, so the any given Sunday sort of theory that any side can beat any other team in the equalisation model, if you're meant to win one flag every 18 years, and then if that passes, you pass your expiration date, we've had 9 premiers in an 18-year window. So half the teams in the competition haven't won one during the last cycle. We've got multiple winners in the Hawks, the Cats, the Tigers, the Pies and the Lions. Do we have an issue in our competition when only 50% of teams in almost 2 decades get to taste the ultimate success?
Look, I think what it is, what we're aiming for, and I think it's one of the things that has set the AFL apart from a lot of other competitions, is that spread. Now, the question is whether, obviously everyone wants to win a flag, and that's the ultimate thing, and that's what you get judged on. But I reckon if you went and said, okay, who's played in grand finals, I reckon that number 9 becomes, I'm off the top of my head, maybe 13 or 14. And then if you went out to prelims, it's pretty much everyone other than the Gold Coast have made a prelim in that time. So
and Essendon.
And the Bombers. All right, okay, you got me on that one. But you know, so we do have it, but it is something that, you know, that's what we want, games of consequence. We want the fans engaged. So it's something that we continue to work on, and it's not, I don't think there's no destination there as well. I think it's something you've just got to continue to work on. And, you know, it'll be an interesting one this year. But if you look at for one reason, I can't even remember what it was, but the 2021 ladder, I was looking at the draft, but the North were on the bottom, but the 4 teams above them on the ladder were Adelaide, Hawthorn, Collingwood and Gold Coast. So those are 4 teams that finished in the top 6. So in a 4 or 5 season period, you can get the ladder completely flipping.
Yeah.
So that's what we want to see. We want competitiveness within season, from season to season, then over a 5 and 10 year period.
I guess the concern from us, probably up here, looking at it, like the last 4 last year, for example, were the last 3 premiers plus Hawthorn, who have won more flags than anyone in the last 40 years. And so you sort of feel, you know, if you are a team like, you know, Carlton or Essendon or these kind of teams that have been around for a long time that have, you know, ultimately struggled, plus, you know, newer teams that have never got there, like you said, like the Gold Coast, even Fremantle have obviously never broken through. We've sort of tipped factors and resources in certain directions when it comes to free agency and, you know, academy matches and all these types of things that basically impact the one thing that was meant to equalise this competition was the draft. And there's been so many compromises made to that over a period of time. But are you sort of aware, or are you concerned about that in terms of, you know, how many different elements are baked into the draft nowadays?
Well, I think it's, again, something that because we do want to, again, continue to grow the game. And so that's why, you know, the New South Wales and Queensland, we don't have, you know, the number of players from those 2 states. So there's just under 40 players from Queensland, about 50 from New South Wales. There's over 100 from SA, 100 from WA, and there's 400 odd from Victoria. So we want to continue to grow talent in New South Wales and Queensland and even that up. And we think the academy's a part of that. But again, I think there is a journey, and there will be a time, I don't know when it is, where maybe the academies will be scaled back, but it's not now. So what we're working on at the moment is making sure that if you are getting that access at the draft, you are paying a fair price, or an even, you know, more than a fair price. And I think that's the bit that we have to continue to work on.
Do you expect to have a change in the compensation clubs get from free agents?
Look, that's one of a number of things that we're looking on, because the compensation is, you know, makes a lot of sense when you look at it by itself, but particularly, you know, you look at the draft this year and West Coast get compensation for losing Oscar Allen. That's fair enough, but the team that wears that the most is the team that was second bottom on the ladder, which was Richmond, because they get pushed from 2 to 3, and then there's a few other bids, and all of a sudden their actual pick 2 becomes 7. So it's how do you make sure that those teams are then compensated, and then that's a further compromise to the draft. So again, we've got people much smarter than me are looking at that at the moment, and we're in sort of deep consultation with the clubs on that. But I think we're aware of that, and it's an important equalisation tool, the draft.
The fixture is also a constant talking point. You play, you know, 5 teams twice. There's a bunch of other teams that you don't play twice and everything else. We know there's a certain number of games baked into the TV deal, obviously, that needs to be fulfilled under the current agreement. Is there an appetite for significant change when it comes to the fixture, whether it's, you know, divisions like they have in the NFL, for example, or is there some kind of, you know, dramatic appetite for the fixture to be, you know, redrawn from its current structure?
I wouldn't look at, say, dramatic, because I think we've got about the right number of games. But I think what we want to do is work out, again, the best way to do that. But understanding there's commercial implications, there's venue agreements that we have to deal with. But it may be that you play everyone once and then there's an ability to reset, and there's lots of different formula going, you know, the way you can look at that. I think Tassie coming in 2028 also gives us an opportunity to look at the structure of the competition, because then we'll have 19 teams. There will be a bye every week, so that'll give us an opportunity again. But I think our fans wouldn't want something that was a radical change, but I think we want to continue to make the competition, as you know, we've been talking, it's all about fairness and equalisation, so we want to continue to do that.
18 games and then 3 State of Origin games pushes it out to 21. You know?
Speaking of 19 teams, do you expect a 20th in the near future?
Oh, look, I think our focus absolutely at the moment is on Tassie, and, you know, we got great news just before Christmas as the planning went through for the stadium. The team are doing it. They'll start in the VFL in probably 3 or 4 weeks' time. I think their first game's against Coburg. Expect that to be a sellout at North Hobart Oval, which will be amazing. So the big focus is there, but I think there will be a time when we go from 19 to 20 teams, but I don't know when and I don't know where, but it'll be something that'll take up our time. But the real focus at the moment is on Tassie.
Quick hits to finish. The NFL, so we know the Niners are on their way to come down here and obviously play the Rams. What happens with the MCG second week in September? Have you got a resolution?
Well, we haven't. We've been speaking to the MCG, Visit Victoria and the NFL. They haven't landed on whether the game's on a Thursday or a Friday yet. So if the game's on the Thursday, then we can turn it around in a night. If the game is on the Friday morning, well then we've got options in front of us. We've got Marvel Stadium. We may not have any finals in Victoria that weekend, and we've also got a weekend to play. So we've got plenty of things at our disposal on that one.
And the other one's the 150th anniversary test, which is obviously the following year. What's that? That's the end of March. How's that going to impact footy, knowing that the creep of the season starts earlier than ever? What will happen that weekend?
So I think that test is like the 11th to the 15th of March, so it's sort of right on when our round one would start. So again, it will mean that the start of the season might look a little bit different, but we've got so we're the opening round, which we'll start in the northern markets, but we've also got the St Kilda Collingwood game. We wouldn't have the MCG for that weekend, so we will have a look at how the 2020 season starts. But the fact that we're in these amazing stadiums, we know that they're multi-purpose and you need multi-users. So we have to, we work in with all the other sports the way they do with us.
Are we going to do the dance all year about what time the grand final starts, or is that locked in?
It's a commission decision, which will be at some stage during the season. We'll let you know.
And mark and goal of the year, is that are the finals eligible in that after Jamie Elliott's hanger last year?
I think we're rolling out with the same this year, but it'll be a perennial question. But it's really big part of the game, though. I think the celebrating the marks and the goals, because it is a skill, and it's the highlights of the game that really set us apart from a lot of other sports. So it is a really important award.
Your time's always appreciated, Andrew. Thanks for dropping by, and all the best with the event today. We're pumped for it. Hopefully it lives up to the hype.
Yeah, it should be awesome. Thanks, guys.
Andrew Dillon, the Chief Executive of the AFL, and appreciate his time so close to the bounce. We're 25 minutes away. It still says countdown to bounce, and as Clint just pointed out to me not long ago off air, quite roughly, it will not be an opening bounce anymore. Nope. So for people that didn't catch up with the rule tweaks, there's 7 of them. At the end of last season, Clint, the ball will be thrown in the air to start games from now on, and the bounce is no more.
I've had to catch myself on about 6 or 7 occasions, particularly on air chats about bounce. No, it's not bounce down. The start or the ball up will be at 4:40 local time, 7:40 in the east. So yes, the bounce is gone, completely removed from the game. These are the other rules that we need to have a look at. The goal square starting position. So the 666 rule remains from centre ball ups, but there is no longer the requirement to have at least one player per team start in the goal square, so that helps reduce dead time after goals. Last disposal, so like the AFLW's had for a while, the lasso rule, if the ball from last disposal goes out between the arcs, it is a free kick to the other team. It's a last disposal free kick. That will save some time as well. It will stop the big drama that we all actually... I started to enjoy the drama as the crowd would rise, wondering if it was going to be insufficient intent, and then whether it would or wouldn't be. So that's one that's changed.
Just a little dot point on that too, that they think, judging by the data, it'll probably add about 4 a game.
Yeah.
So it won't be a huge change as people think, and as you quite rightfully said, Clint, it is last disposal, not last touch. So a lot of us, I know, in the broadcasting game will say, last touch out of bounds and everything else. So if 2 guys are fighting for the ball and it spills out of play, they'll throw it in. It won't be every single last touch, ticky touch would bounced off your leg or whatever.
And they've also, the umpires have the discretion that if they decide that a player has rather shepherded the ball over the line when he had an opportunity to pick it up, then they won't pay it under those circumstances, which I think is a really smart rule. One of the things I never wanted to see, the game is about winning the football. I would hate to think that a player goes, I'm just going to let this go over the line, I won't pick it up, and I'll deliberately stop another player from the opposition picking it up, so I receive the free kick. The umpires can go, no, that's going to be we'll ball that in instead. So that they do have that discretion. Centre ball up contest, the third of these things, competing rucks, as we were just talking to Shane Woden a moment ago at the back of the box, will now be unable to cross the centre line before they engage. So the idea is we all like seeing, I think most of us like seeing, jumping rucks, the jumping rucks in the middle of it. That will hopefully bring jumping rucks back into the game. They won't be able to just engage straight away and lock arms. But for those who like, and I also like watching Sean Darcy go about his business, he'll have that ability to do so around the ground.
So I think this is one that will actually will be noticeable, and we'll see players taking a little while to adjust. So Riley O'Brien played a practice game a few weeks ago, an intra-club match for Adelaide, and he was quoted in a column saying he gave away 7 free kicks as a direct result of this.
Really?
Crossing the centre circle mark or the centre line and essentially engaging in a battle before competing for the ball. So look out for that one in particular.
Well, one of the stats that was quite telling about centre ball contests is the AFL discovered that last season just 21% of centre bouncers, and they were still bouncers of course, had one ruck jumping. Just 21%, whereas you go back to 2023, that number was at 63%. So they're concerned to make sure they bring back the centre ball up ruck contest with at least one of the rucks flying into the air. Align the kick-in time for what happens around the ground when a mark is taken. So when a mark is taken, you get 8 seconds to dispose of the football. The kick-ins were given 12 seconds. They're now 8 seconds apiece. So they're all brought together. So that will save some time as well. One I'm absolutely delighted about, though it will stop me whinging about it on Sundays when we do talk back around the country. The ruck nominations, which I always thought was the dumbest rule in the world. It was just like schoolboy football. That's thrown out. Umpires can restart play without a nominated ruck being present. Just throw it up in the air. Third man up is still outlawed, but this is the interesting bit. If no rucks nominate, or if the 2 nominated rucks are too far away when play's restarted, the ball will still be thrown up, and then it has to hit the ground before play on is called. That will be interesting to see if that happens. Yeah. But you won't have that situation where the nominated rucks are a million miles away and it takes them 30 seconds to get there, which we did see on the odd occasion as well. Shrugging the tackle is now going to be deemed prior opportunity. If you attempt to shrug the tackle and it's unsuccessful, you will be pinged, just like you do for a fend. That is going to be deemed as prior opportunity.
I think that one's going to be really hard to officiate because some players, when they're testing the tackle, might not be actually just trying to shrug and, draw the high tackle. They're literally just trying to shrug the tackle off and raise their arms, and then I don't think that should be paid holding the ball.
Well, we'll see how that one plays out. And indeed, looking at the video of it, it's actually quite hard, even to the judge. The video was put forward by the AFL. Have a look at this situation. Still, I've got a great deal of sympathy for the umpires with that one. And, of course, the other one, the stand rule, much stronger enforcement of players told to stand. If you are within 5 metres of the mark, you cannot back out of it anymore. You'll be told to stand. You can't reverse. And that will mean, hopefully, we see a bit more free-flowing play because you won't be able to put yourself in a position to stop either an overlapping hand pass or move to a position where you can perhaps influence the play with the ball being moved on by foot. So you will now be told to stand if you're in that area.
That is my favourite of the rule tweaks that have happened over the off-season. More rather than not so much whether the rule's a good idea or anything else, but it's one of those tweaks over the off-season where the AFL essentially comes out and says, hey, this rule that we've had for a number of years, we're going to do it properly now and officiate the way that we planned to have the rule enacted when it originally started. And you think, well, weren't we doing that originally? So what someone went back and read the rule and then said, hey, by the way, we're actually going to enforce it as opposed to what we've been doing in years gone by. So that has also been a slow uptake over the intra-club matches where the umpires have been out visiting clubs. So I think that the stand rule will be hot and the ruckman crossing the centre line, they're the two in particular that we should be on the lookout for. We just saw a video montage play of great Victorian teams of the past, and they've just been introduced as the ground is filling up. I think any minute we're about to see the Vics make their way out. There's a few little leaguers out there that are making a guard of honour. And I'll bring you their reception when it happens and they hit the Perth Stadium surface. It is a very partisan crowd, as you can imagine. And the Vics are just about ready to go in the famous Big V, which returns for the first time since '99. Let's have a listen to Victoria's reception.
Here they are, Perth. Let's make some noise for Team Vic.
As you can see, they're not as enamoured, the locals here with the Victorian team. The response for the Vics, they've got some family and friends that are out there making the guard of honour, so a few high fives on the way through. And the pyrotechnics now, no theme song playing, Clint, at this stage for Victoria, but of course there are theme songs.
They're at the club songs. If Victoria win, they will sing the same theme song that you're used to hearing occasionally in recent time when North Melbourne are victorious, but they swap out North Melbourne for Victoria. And WA, like the Swans, who wear red and white, will be cheer the black and the gold if they are victorious today.
The Vics posing for the photo, which we ordinarily see on Grand Final Day with the bench. The other men that crept out on the ground while we were having that conversation about the rule tweaks are the umpires. And talk about everything old is new again, as is the case with Origin. umpires are wearing white.
Yeah.
When was the last time that happened in an AFL fixture? We're used to seeing them in green and yellow and blue even on occasions, and yet they've got the charcoal shorts and the white shirts on. And I saw this was a particularly hot talking point here. It was very much a predictable headline, I must admit. But 3 of the 4 umpires are Victorian, and there's one from Queensland. It is worth pointing out, it's the same set from last year's grand final. So they've basically got the best 4 umpires in the country. And you can imagine the storyline if they didn't pick the best 4 in the country as to they're disrespecting the game and everything else. So Simon Meredith, who was the All-Australian ruckman. They've got Hayden Meyer, Jacob Mollison, who took the opening bounce in last year's grand final, and Andrew Stevens, who officiated in his first grand final late last year.
It did give the West Australian a good back page, though, with VB, Vic Bias, put forward there. And there was nothing more predictable from the West that they would do that. And they never let anyone down.
The Victorians out there having a little bit of a kick at the moment as they go through their preliminary warm-up. Chris Scott, of course, quoted as saying that this is the best team that he has ever seen, and that's high praise for the 2-time premiership coach and a man with a winning record as good as anyone in the history of the game. He leads this Victorian team. Let's drop the mic across the West Australian team as they're about to make their way out.
Travelling in a freighter combi.
Just gone to that cue a little early as the musical interlude plays. The boys were just getting pictures on our monitors, still in the rooms. They're just about to make their way into a tight huddle and up the race behind their captain, Paddy Cripps. Dean Cox, who is the senior coach for WA in this fixture, giving them all a pat on the back. And I must admit, as someone that was sort of born in the early 90s, I felt like state footy was sort of this mythical thing that you got told about by the old timers, and they said about how great state footy was, and yet I felt like I never really saw it, like as a kid. And to actually even just see the jumpers out here being worn by 50 of the best players in the game, gee, it looks striking to see the Big V in the sunshine here in Perth. And here comes the gold jumpers with the Black Swan and the West Australian team as they make their way out.
Buying bread from a man in Brussels. He was 6'4", full of muscle.
It's a different style of entry than we're used to seeing. There's no banners for either of the two teams. There are family and friends that have made guard of honours for both the teams, and so a number of the players are picking out their loved ones and stopping and hugging them on the way through. And then they hit the ground to, really, as you heard in the background, a sort of DJ mix for various songs rather than the traditional theme songs. And now the guys are stopping for their photo with the benches out in the middle of Perth Stadium. So there'll be a collector's item for the team, I'm sure, as the warm-up is conducted, and there'll be I'm pretty sure there's a national anthem coming up in a few moments' time as well. We'll bring you that.
One thing we don't want, Corbin, is a debacle getting people into the ground, and apparently that's exactly what's happening. I've been told from people that there are crowds, thousands upon thousands, trying to work their way in at the moment. There's been an issue with the ticketing system. We don't have any more details as to why, but I did look around about 10 minutes ago and think, wow, it is a lot smaller crowd than I would have expected, and that's the reason why. Thanks to Mark Gibson, who's our breakfast presenter across here at 720 ABC Perth, who is outside the ground, stuck in the queue trying to get in.
I was wondering the exact same thing. I've received two messages of people watching it on the telecast, and they said, why is the stadium empty? So yeah, really interesting. I think did that happen with the first test as well on day one? There was a lot of people stuck outside for a long time. So hopefully they get in here before I was going to say it, before the bounce, before the ball up.
Before we get going here, which is scheduled to happen in the next 15 minutes, both teams are out on the ground as the warm-ups continue. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Weldon to call the footy. Mitch Turner's on the boundary. Shane Woewodin, the Brownlow medalist and state player. Sharad Wellingham, the premiership player. Your call team here on ABC Sport for Origin Footy. Your thoughts, by the way, on 0467 920 222. So that is the SMS number, 0467 920 222, if you want to send through your thoughts as we work our way through. We might just drill down on the two teams, and there's stars everywhere you look. We'll start with the visitors, so the Victorian team. And as Clint mentioned, this team's star-studded. So 18 of the 25 are already All-Australians. They share 53 blazers between them. And if you look at Dangerfield and Gawn, who have 16 as a pair, that's more than the entire Western Australian team put together.
You're exactly right, but we were just chatting, having a little bit of a laugh pre-game, that it's stacked with a lot of midfielders. And as the Vicks have walked out there to do their pre-game warm-up, there were 15 I reckon 15 midfielders, all at the centre bounce, all trying to get a ruck knock from Gorney. So it is going to be the interesting factor, I think, as to where these midfielders do slot in around the rest of the ground, because they can't all play midfield at the same time, and they're going to have to play different roles to what they're probably accustomed to, and probably what their game, is based around. So it's going to be completely different for them.
How would you go about it? So, obviously, Shane, you're a decorated coach at various levels. If you're Chris Scott and you got all this talent, and as we say, they don't have really traditional role players, so some guys are going to have to play out of position. Yeah. How would you go about piecing it together?
Oh, it's the synergy piece, isn't it, really, when you all come together late, not having trained a hell of a lot together. So it's just that team-first mentality, and what does that look like and how we move it. There'll be simple instructions from a defence point of view, be simple instructions from how they want to move the footy, but again, it's just executing positional wise and making sure that comes off, and right calls from the box and where it should be played and where they can get the best out of each individual for their team and the state at that moment.
The team's going to be captained by Marcus Bontempelli, so you've got this great piece of not so much symmetry, but just a tremendous contrast with Patrick Cripps being the captain of Carlton, and it feels like they're the two guys that across their entire career they've been compared to one another. They came along around the same time. They were both headed to teams that were struggling down the bottom of the competition, and they would rise through, and ultimately Patrick Cripps has twice won a Brownlow medal. The Bont hasn't got there, but he's got the premiership and the best and fairest in that year to go along with it. I might just take you through the Victorian team. We don't ordinarily do this on the radio coverage week to week, and Clint, I might get you to do the same with the West Australian side, but essentially as a pseudo way that they would line up, just given the occasion, if you haven't caught up with the squads. Blake Hardwick from Hawthorn. You've got Sam Collins from from the Suns as the fullback. Jacob Wiedering as there for Carlton as well, a key post in the back line. Tom Stewart, who we haven't seen since the prelim, of course, missed last year's grand final through concussion. Josh Battle and Jack Sinclair down back for the Vicks. Across the centre line, Hugh McCluggage, Nick Dacos and Bailey Smith. And then on ball, Gawn, Bontempelli and Routh, the Brownlow medalist. What a midfield that is. Ed Richards has been pushed out to a half-forward flank. Say Ben King at centre half-forward, Zach Butters at half-forward. And then the forward line will be Toby Green, Sam Darcy and Jack Gunston. And the interchange, assumably, will be made up of some combination of Anderson, Dangerfield, Lockie Ash, Zach Merritt from the Bombers, Caleb Sarong, who's the one local player representing the opposition, Tristan Sherry from North Melbourne, and Max Holmes is a rough outline of the WA team. Don't hold us to those starting positions, but that is, rough outline of the Victorian team. That is roughly what we're going to get today.
Which means I know one thing Rory Lobb didn't want, which was to end up against his teammate in Darcy, and he's likely to do that under the way that we put things together here, because it'll be a backline for WA, of course, of the very experienced, the three-time premiership winner in Nathan Broad. Lobb from the Western Bulldogs, the former Docker and former Giant, playing at full back, and Tom Barras, who knows this ground oh so well from his time as a premiership player with the West Coast Eagles. Lawson Humphreys, the most inexperienced player on the ground with just 36 games across half back. Sam Taylor, the gun from the Giants, at centre half back. And then we can probably expect to see, with a little bit of a run, Liam Baker there as well, the newly named co-captain of the West Coast Eagles. It'll be Brad Hill, Chad Warner and Jordan Clark perhaps across midfield. Across the centre half line, Archie, the new Crow, Aaron Norton, and now Cozzy Pickett, though I would expect him to play a fair bit of time in the midfield as well. Charlie Cameron in a pocket, Jesse Hogan at full forward. And I also reckon we're likely to see, although he put him here in the forward line, that Luke Jackson will spend a tremendous amount of time in the middle of the ground. Certainly that's what we had an idea from watching WA train. Darcy Cameron will be the ruck. You can have the likes of, Paddy Cripps would definitely be there, and Stephen Cornelia as the followers. And then you look along the bench, the likes of Waterman, Powell, English, Rivers, Bolton, Georgiades and O'Meara. Now, I would also reckon that they'll find a way to get Waterman forward, the West Coast Eagles, who's just having a long-range shot and has nailed it from about 49 metres out. Terrific effort from WA. Just have a look at those names, though, Corbin. As I mentioned before, total best and fairest winners out there. Victoria have got a combined total of 44. Bontempelli and Merritt with 6 apiece. WA with 11 best and fairest. Cripps has got 5 of those. There's 3 rising star winners there for WA. Jackson, Hogan, O'Meara, and for Victoria, Dacos and Sarong. They've got 2. And there's so much experience because for players who got less than 100 AFL games of experience, Victoria only has 3 and Dacos has 95, so he's right on the cusp. Sherry with 76 and Darcy, you mentioned before, with 45. And just 2 WA players have less than 100 games of AFL experience. Humphreys, as we mentioned before, with 36. And then Georgiades is right on the cusp as well with 92. So there are guns everywhere out there today for this Origin game.
All 18 clubs represented, the Western Bulldogs with 6 players. That's more than any other team. 5 Cats, 5 Dockers, 5 Suns, 5 Giants. And the fewest, only 1 member representing Richmond, North Melbourne, Adelaide, Essendon and Sydney.
A nice little, I suppose, moment for Patrick Cripps, who's probably come over here for the last 10 years and copped booze as his name went up on the billboard. He got a rousing applause from the crowd, which would have been really nice for him as his name got announced as the captain. That was pretty cool. Imagine being out there for your whole career, copping, boos and jeers from the opposition that he comes up against, and he finally gets a nice big cheer.
You would have lived it. You were here with Collingwood. You couldn't have been too popular then, and then you became a West Coast Eagle.
Yeah. We didn't come over here too often.
Yes. No. Isn't that the case? Sharon Wellingham alongside Shane White and Mitch Turner on the boundary's edge. We'll get to him in just a moment. The official ceremony's about to begin. There's huge sort of pull-out jumpers with the West Australian jumper and the Victorian jumper obviously on show. The Vics actually had to have a take 2 at their little photo in the benches out in the playing arena, so they've conducted that. And they're just about ready to go for the Welcome to Country and the National Anthem. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Wilden are going to call the footy for you. The ground is filling up slowly, Clint.
Very slowly. Still getting photos sent to us from outside. There's an issue. Once upon a time, you could just screenshot your tickets here and scan them. You cannot do that anymore. And there has been some communications, but we understand that people don't always hear these details. So that's the reason. The queues are going from photos that I've seen from out the back upwards of 200, 300 metres to try and get in. So the bounce not far away. The ground is probably just over half full, and that's the reason why people still trying to get their way into Perth Stadium.
There you go, all the latest right here on ABC Sport. 0467 920 222, the SMS number. Rob in Greensborough, good to hear the Boo Factory back in full force. Calm the Vics, but don't let Paddy Cripps or Jacob Wiedering get injured. For the love of all that's holy, says Rob off the SMS, 0467 920 222. Let's kick it down to our MC, Ryan Daniels.
Great traditions of Australian football, AFL State of Origin. Back in 1997, the first State of Origin was played right here in Perth. Since then, this rivalry has delivered passion, pride and unforgettable moments across generations. And now, after a long hiatus, the Big V take on the proud Sandgropers once again on WA soil. So let's make history together. WA versus Victoria. State of Origin footy is back. To conduct an official welcome to country, would you please welcome Dr. Richard Wally OAM and his son Alton.
Mamin janangala kopanye ngala buje wajak buje kopanye ngan mur buje ganyan kop kerla mamin janangala yai nanak janangan wajak buje ngala mur buje weirn buje mamin janangala yai koren bau borwan nanak wot kol nanak kalak nanak buje nanak mort mamin janang nanak ngala kora mort nanak kor mort janangan ngala yai kayawa. We ask a good spirit to keep everyone safe. This is called the Wajak section of the Nyungar language group. It's a spiritual place, a place where stories are told, stories are shared, and today we share another story. And at the end of our presentation, may the good spirit take each and every one of us safely back to our families.
Thank you, Dr. Richard and Alton. If you are able, would you now please rise, remove your hats and join with the players, coaches and umpires for the Australian National Anthem performed by Stella Kelly.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is heard by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well, that's the last of the things they've got in common out of the way. The national anthem's done, and from here, it's all about state pride. Victoria in the house, up against Western Australia in front of a partisan crowd. The coin toss coming up in just a moment between Paddy Cripps and Marcus Bontempelli, two of the game's all-time greats, as Dean Cox departs. He's in the slacks with the polo shirt on, predominantly in black. And Chris Scott's a little more chilled out. He's got the running shorts on with his sneakers and the team polo. Shane Woden, Sharad Wellingham, what are you on the lookout for early in this game? How did it set it up for us?
Well, yeah, I think the cohesion's what's going to be the really big deciding factor today, isn't it? Well, you've been in these camps, and it's how well they can all get on the same page and how well they can bring their strengths, but you're playing with people who you've never played with before. Yeah. A lot of these guys, or they haven't done it since they were juniors, and I know that, like you said, there's a couple of them who are really excited to get the opportunity, but it's who can click and who can play the most selfless football but still bring that hard edge.
Absolutely, and still, like all games, do the fundamentals well, which we've all been grown up with and taught for a very long time. But yeah, again, cohesion, synergy, relationship building in and around, it's all just got to come for this 120 minutes now. So yeah, we're in for a cracking contest. We certainly are.
Toby Green plays with his mate Marcus Bontempelli, a man who he said he would never have a beer with. We've got Zach Merritt being coached by Sam Mitchell as his assistant. You've got Darcy Cameron up against Nick Dacos. Paddy Cripps versus Jacob Wiedering. Zach Butters against his housemate Mitch Georgiades. Some of the dynamics that are on show in this Origin fixture tonight. Let's head down to the front row. Mitch Turner's riding the boundary. Mitch.
Corbin, the atmosphere is absolutely buzzing down here, and the weather has gotten a little nicer in the last 5 minutes. It's about 30 degrees. It was about as high as 35, 36 today, but it does feel a little cooler. It's a little breezy. The starting benches for both sides, for what it's worth. For WA, Stephen Cornelio, Calamar Chi, Lawson Humphries, Trent Rivers, Nathan Broad, Tim English and Jake Waterman. And how's this for Victoria? Zach Merritt, Noah Anderson, the Brownlow medalist Matt Rowell, Ed Richards, Sam Collins, Bailey Smith and Tristan Sherry. That's about as stacked as the two set of benches will ever get, but it's beautiful conditions down here, Corbin. I'd say it's pretty much perfect for football.
If you pick those guys with your first 7 picks in your fantasy team, you'd be stoked. And they're on the bench for Victoria to start this game.
Stiff.
They're about a 3-goal favourite. Tips, a couple of Sandgropers in the house.
Well, it's obviously WA.
Yeah. I'd be mad if we didn't.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. You got a tip for us, Clint?
I've never tipped with my heart in my life. My head says it'll be Victoria by about 6 to 8 goals. By the way, toss of the coin, early win for the Vics. Marcus Bontempelli calling correctly, and they'll be kicking to the city end. That's to the right of our broadcast position, Victoria, in this opening turn.
It's a sight many of us thought we would never see again. And after nearly 3 decades, the wait is over. It's about the jumper you were born to wear. Western Australia versus Victoria on ABC Sport. You're with Clint Wilden.
Origin's back, and Darcy Cameron wins it down for WA. Gave it to Cripps, immediately works it forward. Inside the attacking 50, the kick comes for the West Australians. No one can pick it up immediately. Looking to burst his way through. Pickett got a hand pass to no one in particular. Georgiades out after it. Can't quite gather. Flicked it out to O'Meara at right half forward. Here's Baker. Sends it towards right full forward. Mark juggled across the line. Hogan thought he was being held. Not to be.
Mark dropped too.
It's been dropped and spilt then by Victoria's battle. So it's going to be a throw-in. Deep at right, full forward for WA. No score opening 35 seconds. Cameron again won it down. It spills here. First goal goes the way of WA. Warner. He had it in the right forward pocket, threw it on the boots. And WA strike first against Victoria. Just what the home side were hoping for. One straight six. Victoria yet to score. 60 seconds gone.
Good feeling early. They're up and about, were they?
Certainly up and
Very
about.
exciting.
Lots of emotion there from Warner as soon as he saw it go through the big sticks. An interesting start. Brad Hill starting back behind the ball and half back. He's starting in the wing, but is immediately dropping back. So interesting to see that tactic.
How about that for a stat line? 7 disposals to Zip. First 7 disposals of the game for the home team, and Chad Warner.
A couple of really big, strong efforts from Cozzy Pickett to start the game as well, coming through contests.
Warner kicks the first. WA on the board before Victoria have had a touch. Darcy Cameron wins it down. Cripps, hand pass away towards his teammate in Jackson. He flares it out wide to the wing. Collected by O'Meara. Gives it back to Jackson. Hand pass away to Baker. Tumbles a kick to half forward. Still no Victorian touch. Hitting up. Gunston. Hand pass away to O'Meara. Kick to the goal line. It's marked by Hogan. Hogan on the goal line. And this will be 15 disposals to Zip. And it'll be 2 goals to nothing. What a start for the home team.
Luke Jackson is a mid, influential early, getting his hands on it. Darcy Cameron getting his hands on it.
Jackson as well.
Hot. Death and tax is less of a short thing from there. And Hogan's got them running wild at Perth Stadium. 2 goals for WA before Victoria have touched the ball. 12 points, WA's lead, 3 minutes in. Origin footy on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner on the boundary.
Oh, Jesse Hogan was lining up for that goal. There was a fair bit going on at the top of the 50. People think this doesn't mean anything. They want to have another look. Players getting into each other. Luke Jackson going after Max Gawn, his former premiership teammate, the highlight as well.
What a start. Sharad Wellingham and Shane Woden, shades of 77, where WA punked Victoria. I think they kicked 6 unanswered goals in the opening term. Amazing.
To not have had their hands on it is very surprising, and it's come from clear ruck dominance from Cameron, hasn't it?
They put Sarong into the middle, replacing Dangerfield. Victoria. WA will win the centre clearance again, down from Darcy Cameron to Cripps, kicks towards centre half forward, pick it underneath it, doesn't get it. Taken then by Bolton, got tackled. But a hand pass away. They'll take the advantage here. Free kick went Victoria's way. Came to Sarong on the northern wing. Kicked towards centre half forward. Green was there. Spoil came at the back from Clark. Spilled to Gawn to the Vicks. Worked it forward to McCluggage. Now back to Green. Goes long for Victoria into the goal square. Ball kept in play. It's still there to be won. Barris gathers hard up against the behind line. And then he's wrapped up in a strong tackle. We're going to ball it up. First inside forward 50 for Victoria. First run of possessions as well. Gunston was lurking. One down by Darcy. It's gone across the boundary line. It's a free kick being spotted here. It's coming back towards Lobb. So Lobb has the awkward job on his teammate in Darcy. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Wiedering up against O'Meara. Neither could mark. Georgiades gathers. He's taken across the boundary line for a throw-in. Right half back for WA. They've kicked the opening 2 goals. They're 2 straight 12. Victoria yet to score. 4.5 gone in the first. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
What a stunning start. First 15 disposals. First 2 goals for WA. And that is the margin, as Clint said, as Cameron palms it down towards Bolton, who bursts his way through. Hand pass to Pickett, slaps it back out in front of Bolton. Turns, kicks inside 50 for WA. Clean bowls a couple. Scooped up by Ash. Hand pass to Victoria to Wiederini. Gives it to Stewart. Kicks wide to Battle. And calms it down at half-back. Goes short along the boundary line to Sinclair. The dual All-Australian tries to settle things down for Victoria after getting put back on their heels out of the gates. Short to Ash. Ash heads back to Sinclair, who marks against the boundary line on the outer side. WA by 12.
Well controlled here from Victoria. The kick towards left half forward. Here's Dangerfield. Dangerfield immediately wheels around. Kicks inside forward 50. Out to Mark Darcy. Or beg your pardon, coming from the other side, it was King. So Ben King, who this time was on Lob in the front position. And King able to mark.
And there's that for Western Australia. This is the ability to bring Bolton, Pickett up from forward half, in and around stoppage and get through. And nearly there too. Good mark by King. It's too strong.
3-time leading goal kicker for the Suns, Ben King, looking to put Victoria on the scoreboard. 40 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left, and he kicks the goal. The Vics are on the board. And it comes at the 6-minute mark of the opening term. WA 2 straight 12, Victoria 1 straight 6. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that wasn't flash and fast. It was controlled and measured from Victoria there. Just grafted their way down the ground. I thought that the kick from Dangerfield was to just do a dangerous spot. Let the guys in the forward 50 get to work. And it's exactly what we saw. Like you said, King just too strong in the contest there against Lob. I don't think it's the type of football we're going to see all day, that slow and measured. I think we will see some fast football, but for them to be able to employ that when needed, just to take a little bit of pressure out of the game after not being able to get their hands on it.
Grant from Waterloo off the SMS. Top build up. Great to have State of Origin back. Go the Sandgropers. Thanks, Grant. 6-point margin here. WA on top early. Anderson out of the middle. First disposal for the Vics. Hand pass away to Sarong. Turns and kicks Victoria inside 50. Lob spoils it, but to a dangerous spot. Broad getting back. Rushes the behind. Says that's all okay in the first minor of the game. So 2 straight WA. Victoria 1-1. 7 minutes into Origin. Incredibly, for the first time this century, we're back in Origin footy.
Clark with Docker with a long kick for WA out towards right half back. Travels the group of players there, and then Cripps had it, strongly tackled. That was wrapped up by Rao. The ball jars free. Chance to go forward again here. Sarong with it. Sends it into the left forward pocket. It's a beautifully weighted kick. He's going through to take the mark. Victoria with an opportunity to go back and have a shot here from Max Holmes. He's got a new do.
He does.
Just caught me out a little bit. Where are the flowing locks gone, Max?
Got the short back and sides for the new season.
It's gone the very conservative look for Origin footy and for 2026. Here he comes from beyond 50, hard up against the boundary. Max Holmes looking to put Victoria in front. It's across the face and punched through by WA for a rush behind. 1-2-8 Victoria, 2 straight 12 WA. Black Swans still in front, 8 and a bit gone in the first.
Geordie Clark, short kick to Baker. Hand pass back to Clark. Kicks WA out of defence. Hands on it, but no mark completed there by Archie, and the ball spills out of bounds. Richard sees it over for the Vics. So boundary throwing, 8.5 minutes gone in this opening term. 2 straight to 1-2. WA kicked 2 goals for 4. Victoria touched the ball, and now the Vics with the last 3 scores, still trail by 4 points. And the boundary throwing, Merritt, first disposal for Victoria. Hand pass inside to Richards. Runs, carries, honours the lead of Dangerfield, who hits up in characteristic fashion, but spills the mark. Out of bounds it goes on the 50. And it's worth remembering too, there might be a little rust out there. First game for a lot of these guys, some of them since last August.
Going to get better delivery than that.
No.
Seem to have settled Victoria too now, haven't they? 8 or 9 minutes in.
Yep. Thrown back in, Sherry. Goes down to ground. Bouncing the way of WA's Jackson. Got it back to Cornelio. Kick was smothered. It's gone out of bounds. On the bounce, though. So a throw in right half back for WA. Jackson stands alongside Bailey Smith. Moves across. Gets himself into a position to receive the footy. It's one down again by Sherry. Came to Smith. Immediately inside forward 50. Merritt. King couldn't mark. He spills it. Barris is able to pick it up. Here's a chance for WA. Making a bounce, Cornelio. Looking to switch play in the direction of O'Meara. One of his best mates he gathers for WA at left half back and moves it short to Hogan, who has it about a metre in from the boundary. WA lead by 4 points. 10 gone opening term. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
Hogan, the only Coleman medalist in the game, kicks down the wing, and that's a neat mark. Archie leaps up and plucks it overhead. Now tries to shake the man on the mark in Hardwick. Kicks inside 50. Bolton caught at the back, and Richards takes the intercept mark with his red hair standing out in the sunshine. Goes back and across to Holmes. Short kick to his Geelong teammate for Bailey Smith, who's copying the jeers. Hands it back to Holmes. Kicks out wide for Sherry. Marks. Hand pass away to Merritt. Short kick along the boundary line. Finds Gunston. A wiry veteran. Pokes it further afield to Ash. Good ball movement by the Vicks. Another short kick to Nick Dacos. Mixed response from the champion from Collingwood. Kicks inside 50. Seat comes out from underneath Toby Green, and he's paid a free kick. After the awkward landing, had his arms chopped in all of that. And the Giants skipper will have a look at centre-half forward from about 45 out.
It was a really awkward landing, wasn't it? It was a strange jump. It's like he didn't really get up off the ground.
Jeez, not a heap in it.
Not a lot in that.
No. I think because of the landing, it sort of made it look worse than it was. And in the end, they penalised Lawson Humphries for a hand across his left shoulder. Toby Green in the number 1, ordinarily reserved for the skipper. His drop punt sails goalward. He squeezes it through. A lead change, number 1. Vicks on top, 2-2 to 2 straight. A dozen minutes in. This is Origin on ABC Sport.
Been good by foot, haven't they? Back half.
Ability to carve up and graft it down the open side of the ground has been really evident. You have to admire the skill level at the moment. Like, there's been a couple of drop marks, but the delivery and you know, the way both sides have been able to dispose the footy by hand and foot has been exceptional.
Think about even when you watch the first few rounds of the AFL season, everyone's getting their footy legs underneath them, and you're used to the ball, the skill level not being at its usual high quality, but
not with these guys.
have not used to be.
We'll match him a lot earlier now at AFL clubs, I believe, anyway.
Oh, from day one almost.
Yeah.
Here's the restart. Ball up. Sure, he got the more telling tap, but it went down to Cornelio. Gave it immediately to Warner. Kicks WA towards centre half forward. Stewart tries to punch. Didn't quite get there. Richards soccers it off the ground. Sends it towards the southern wing. It's bouncing and bouncing and bouncing, and it will roll over. Here's the new rule in effect. Free kick to WA. Taken immediately. Hill works it on to English. Kicks inside forward 50. Ash is back there. Went through Collins' hands. Works it to Sherry for the Vicks. Now to Stewart. Deep in the left back pocket. We'll send it towards the southern wing, and that's a good mark. Coming out, Gunston. He's got it just shy of centre wing. Moves it inboard. Butters shares it with Dacos. Back to Butters. Takes a bounce. Runs into the centre square. Stepped around Charlie Cameron. Ran straight at Norton. Got dispossessed. Here is Charlie. Takes a bounce. Runs the 45 out. Listen to the crowd. Those country roads.
Oh, and it's on in the middle.
And it is back in the middle again for a real ding-dong battle. It's on right now as both sets of players, they get stuck in. And the DJ does the righty by everyone at Perth Stadium. WA 3 straight 18. Victoria 2-2 14. 13 going in the first.
I believe it was Jackson who went straight up to Butters and let him know about his little muck-up, which turned into a goal against. There's definitely fire out there.
He takes that jukebox with him, I think, wherever he goes. Charlie Cameron, Mitch Turner on the boundary.
And as you mentioned before, Corby, Mitch Georgiades, housemate of Zach Butters. When Butters and Jackson went at it, Mitch was more than happy to jump in and take on his housemate as well. So there's a bit of feeling in it.
One of the great things about Origin, those relationships, and as the slogan always goes, mate against mate, certainly on display there. So lead change number 2, WA back on top by less than a goal. Bontempelli to Dacos, hand pass to Butters, kicks inside 50, juggled effort, King's got it. Outpoints lob in the one-on-one, and Ben King will have a look, 45-degree angle, 30 out.
That's twice now. Lob's been bodied. How were the hands inside there from Big V?
I think Lob's positioning is just a little bit proactive, trying to stay in front of King, and I don't think that he can
keeps up his back
work
too.
behind him quick enough.
He was the last man into this Victorian team, came in for the injured Jeremy Cameron, but on Valentine's Day, he might be Victoria's secret. Ben King's got 2 in the opening turn, and we have our third lead change. The Vicks by 2 points, 3-2 to 3 straight. Origin footy on ABC Sport, 15 minutes in.
Yeah.
You mentioned the hands, slick hands.
Yeah, Bont, Dacos, and out. Yeah, real clean. centre bounce, prolific. If you're really good there, just gives your front half a big opportunity. But as you said there too, King again, bodied out. Just seen twice now, even from a craft perspective in that first one too. Just gave up his back, just got pushed out. Not a strong enough stance.
He's going to have to change his starting position against a big, strong King.
Yeah, easily pushed.
18 marks to 5 in favour of Victoria. They lead by 2. 16 gone in this opening turn. Back in the middle, Gawn got a tap, came down to McCluggage. That looked like a throw. Well, holding the ball, you can take your pick as Warner got him. McCluggage forced to throw it away, and that's going to be 50 with the ball not returned to Warner. And from the middle of the ground, that'll bring him within striking distance. He's right in front. He'll be putting boot to ball from about 45, maybe a little bit closer, out from goal.
Not sure who threw it away, but it was unnecessary, really, wasn't it? Well, the skipper, a Bont.
Well, the skipper, hand pass went nowhere near where Warner was, and the whistle had gone. Chad Warner looking for his second. He's right in front. He should have done better and normally would, but he's missed to the right-hand side. A minor score. 1 point ball game. The Vics 3-2-20. WA 3-1-19.
Kicked the first Origin goal. Chad Warner, first one this century to start the game. And the Vics hurriedly worked the ball to the wing, but it's knocked out of play, so a throw-in.
Amira got away with that one.
Oh, he did. It was an early check. But I think Gawn may have played for it.
Yeah. The umpires certainly weren't giving him the rub of the green there. He's got to compete with Darcy Cameron here from the boundary throw-in. Gawn wins the hit out. Dangerfield hitting up. Attacks it, wins it. Hand pass away to Richards for the Vics. He gives it to McCluggage. Back to Richards. Handball away to the darting run of Sinclair through the middle. Kicks inside the forward 50. Leaping for it, Gunston. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Slick hands Green to Merritt. Handball to the half-forward flank. Gunston eventually controls the footy. Gives it to Dacos, who's getting jeered. Kicks inside 50. Half-volley pick up by the Bont. He's met immediately in a ball up.
They've moved Barras onto King here. Lob's gone to Gunston.
Enjoying the call, Simon from the York Peninsula in South Australia. Out of interest, who selected the teams? Go WA. There was a chairman of selectors for both sides, Glenn Jakovich and Gary Lyon. From the restart, Bontempelli tried a shot on goal, just trickles away. O'Meara waxes with his mate Cornelio, then gives it to Archie. Handball picked off. Dacos wins it for the Vics. Clever kick. Pulls it back to the skipper, and Bontempelli marks. And it leads me to this next message. Marcus in South Melbourne, even as a Freo tragic, it is a bit rough, the booing of Nick Dacos. State of Origin is back.
That kick was remarkable from Dacos. Almost kicked it off the inside of his foot as like a soccer kick.
Incredibly, still hasn't played 100 games. Nick Dacos, for all he's achieved. Here's the Bont. The Victorian skipper slots it. And Victoria pull ahead. It is a 7-point advantage for Victoria, 4-2 to 3-1. The Vics' biggest lead of the contest, 19 minutes in. Origin footy on ABC Sport. Sharad Wellingham and Shane Woden.
Have you seen too many players like Nick work in a phone box? With his footwork and his ability to get himself out of trouble.
His agility and his ability to shake the would-be tacklers is probably second to none in the whole league, would you say?
Yeah, at such a young age. I've been doing it since he was a kid too, but...
Watch this kick on the replay. He's dropped it almost like a rugby drop kick.
Yeah. He's now polled 98 Brownlow votes in the last 3 seasons. Of course, hasn't won any. So average is almost 33 in that time. It would have won every Brownlow medal bar 6. His average.
I'm down by Cameron here, but Victoria will get the clearance. Sarong sweeping hand pass to McCluggage. Back to Bontempelli, the most recent goal kicker. Spears it inside forward 50. WA in the right position. They get it through Powell. He'll switch the play out towards left half back. Here's a chance to build up. They turn it over. That was disappointing. Hitting it Ash. Moved it on quickly towards right half forward. Kick inside forward 50 coming from the boot of Max Holmes. Misses its target. Broad is there defensively for WA. He'll move it short to Humphreys, who marks the 50-metre arc. Almost meets the boundary in the left back pocket. Back to Broad. Kick was needing to be precise, and it was to Powell, who switches play. Long kick towards the outer wing. O'Meara marks. He's got Baker running by for the overlapping hand pass. That's ignored. Kick goes to Georgiades. He was the WA meeting a Victoria sandwich, and he's landed on a Victorian underneath that who's in immediate trouble. And that doesn't look good. Coming towards it was Wiedering, and Georgiades landed on him really heavily, and Collins was the player in front for Victoria, and he collected him as well, and he's remained down. Oh, dear.
Jeez. That is 100-odd kilos, 110 kilos coming down on top of you. Rib cage really exposed from Wiedering, with his arm kind of up above his head. That doesn't look comfortable for Wiedering.
Hopefully he's just winded.
Mitch Turner on the boundary.
Yeah, he doesn't look good from here, guys. You said a huge amount of weight coming down on Jacob Wiedering and hasn't moved a lot out of really kind of short little spasms since he's been on the ground. I'll tell you one thing. This was the concern coming into Origin football this weekend. And when it happened, there was a nervous murmur from the entire stadium here from ground level. Like, you could hear it across the crowd. This is what no one wants to see. So let's hope it's nothing too bad as the medical staff still attend to him. But there was a certain feeling around the ground that happened was, no, this is not what we want.
This is the nature of tackle football. I mean, this is a physical sport. We wanted it to be a ridgy-didge game. I think it's fair to say 21 minutes in, it's that. I think if you were worried and thought it was going to be a glorified all-star game, well, there's plenty of feeling in it. And as you said, Sharad, there's no way to simulate what 120 kilos landing on you feels like. And unfortunately for Jacob Wiedering, he's working through the repercussions of that at the moment with the medical staff.
And as bad as this sounds, you do hope that it is just some bruised ribs or something like that isn't anything to do with his back.
Or worse, his neck.
Yeah.
And the way that Georgiades, who had no knowledge of this because he's had contact come from the front, has put his left arm down and has almost made contact around the neck region of Wiedering. And they are concerned. I saw one of the trainers and the physios out there actually, as they turned him, make sure that Wiedering's neck remained in the neutral position as they moved him across. I'm not sure where Georgiades' arm has exactly landed, but Wiedering remains down on the ground. Mitch Turner downstairs. Mitch?
It's a bit of a delay here. I think obviously they're trying to call for the stretcher and the medical cart. The trainers are out there signalling for it and the doctors. It's been a bit of a delay. Now it's finally coming onto the ground. So Jacob Wiedering will be taken from the ground, you imagine, now by that medical cart. It was a little moment there where Patrick Cripps, obviously a teammate and good friend of Jacob Wiedering, the West Australian captain, he walked over and just stood over Jacob Wiedering for a bit and just checked on him and gave him a bit of a tap on the chest. So enemies today, of course, but Carlton together this season as well. So everyone coming together now from both sides and probably just thinking about Jacob Wiedering before they get stuck back in.
So it was simultaneous, wasn't it? As he hit the ground on his side, Georgiades fell on top of him, and the weight of the pack with the contact that Collins had from the front of the contest. So Wiedering, third man in the queue, and in the end gets sandwiched between the Perth Stadium turf, which doesn't have much give in it. That's the ground floor, and then obviously Georgiades on top.
And it wasn't as if Georgiades had anything touch the ground before landing on him. Like, it wasn't his feet, because his legs had kind of been taken out from under him and he was falling almost horizontally straight onto Wiedering.
He's a new father as well, Jacob Wiedering, in the off season. So spoke about this game leading in, about how excited he was to play against his club captain in Patrick Cripps, and obviously this isn't how he envisaged it halfway through this opening quarter, and yet the Medicab, as Mitch said, is out there and tending to him at the moment. So barring something dramatic, this is day done early for Jacob Wiedering.
And this, I mean, is there the potential that he goes off and has, everything checked, and if everything's all okay, is he able to come back on after exiting the stadium?
Yep, he is. I mean, you'd think on February 14, it's everything baked into it. He's going off on the stretcher. It'd be highly unlikely that you'd risk him again, wouldn't you, and bring him back out? But I mean, I hope for his sake that is the case.
Who's Carlton general football manager?
What's he feeling there?
That'd be Chris
He'd be
Davies.
texting straight through, don't you dare put him back out there.
Chris Davies new in the role, and this is not what he had envisaged. The lad from Mount Martha on the peninsula, and one-time All-Australian, the 28-year-old from Carlton, Jacob Wiedering, about to be stretchered from the ground midway through the opening term. The Vics by 7 points, by the way, 4-2-26. The WA 3-1-19. The game has been played with all the intensity that we'd hoped, and as we touched on, the very real ramifications of a contact sport are incidents like this. It will immediately trigger the debate about,
straight away,
is the game worthwhile? Is it worth the risk if someone gets stretched off in this kind of fashion? I mean, this could have happened in the first practice game with 15 people watching or whatever at a local community ground. It just happens to be here in front of the eyes of the nation and the ears of all of you listening on ABC Radio, and of course 55,000 plus inside Perth Stadium. Where do you sit on that about the injury element that obviously goes hand in hand with these kind of games?
These injuries can happen at training, so I know that they try and minimise the chance of them happening by, telling defenders not to go too hard in training and in match sims, but it's a contact sport, like you said, so the risk is always going to be there.
And players know that.
Players know that.
I know when they walk out for training, any scratch match sim, intra-club, so there's going to be contact, and you don't see it sometimes when it's coming. So
the concern is the neck and the way that they've immobilised him now to put him onto the stretcher and then to put him onto the Medicart. But the concern is certainly around the neck region. So he's been about to be lifted up onto the Medicart, and the way that they've surrounded him, they're taking now every precaution to make sure that they can't do any more damage to what could be a nasty situation for Jacob Wiedering. Our thoughts go out with him, and in what is for whatever it's worth, a nice touch. Both the WA and the Victorian teams have come across to surround the car.
It's interesting, the Victorian boys just before that had basically one of their fitness staff came out and told them to basically do like a pseudo warm-up to run through and keep the legs warm. Is there a fear that it changes the attitude of the players in the game? I mean, we've seen a hot 20 minutes. Is there a chance they all look at this and go, maybe we pull it back a gear?
No, I don't think so.
No.
There'll be very little chance of that being the case.
As you said, thoughts
on the line
with Jacob Wiedering. We always, whenever there's someone goes off on the stretcher, it's a serious case, but particularly the time and the care that they're taking. As Clint said, the attention that's been given to the neck area. Patrick Cripps, his Carlton teammate, goes over and has a chat with him again. And members of both teams as all walk up to the Medicab now and give him a touch, and that's good to see. Jacob Wiedering lifting his right arm and just giving a thumbs up to the WA players and the Victorian boys as they all go and give him a little pat on the shoulder as he makes his way off on the Medicab. So now 27 and a half minutes into this opening quarter. So this delay's been going on for about 7 minutes. I think it was the 21-minute mark when the incident occurred. So we've had a 7-minute delay. Victoria lead the game by 7 points. WA kicked 2 goals in the opening 3 minutes before Victoria had even touched the football. And from that point on, the Vics have kicked 4 of the last 5 goals in the game. So before the 7-minute delay, Victoria had grabbed a little bit of momentum.
Here's a question. Why are they not taking him off the closest access?
Because I would imagine they want to take him. The concern is obviously about him. They will take him directly down into the rooms where Victoria are. Because even if they're that concerned, which I believe they are, because of the way they've treated him, that would add another 10 minutes to bring him around if they took him off. The game can wait another 40 seconds. He'll go straight down to the rooms.
It'd be
underneath over there.
Straight underneath and get him into an ambulance.
Well, the cart's moving very slowly too. Mitch Turner's on the boundary. Mitch?
Yeah, just on that, I believe the ambulances are on this side of the ground, given this is where the change rooms are as well. So that's another reason they're coming across this way. But the good news for Jacob Wiedering is, which is some good signs, he has been moving his hands and he has been talking to the medical staff. So we can let our listeners know that it's there is some good signs as well for Jacob Wiedering, as bad as this does look.
Yeah, they'd be taking absolutely every precaution just in case there is a possibility that something has been damaged, that they're not going to make anything worse. But it is, just every precaution being taken.
After all that, the ball's out of bounds, about 52 metres away from WA's goal, so a 7-point lead for the Vics. They've kicked 4 of the last 5 goals, half an hour now into the opening quarter. And we return with the boundary umpire throwing it back into play. There's a free kick being spotted. It's going WA's way. It'll come to Patrick Cripps. Jill Brownlow medalist, WA captain, Carlton captain, decides to play on, looks to run around Sherry. Will kick into the right forward pocket. Waterman flew. Collins at the back, got a fist to it.
Bounces down in the direction of Rivers. Step one way, step the other. Got a kick up into the air towards full forward. Flying again. Waterman couldn't mark. Spilled down to Bontempelli of Victoria. Hand pass back to Stewart. Dropped it. Got it onto McCluggage. Worked it to Sinclair. Hand pass was meant to go to Sarong. It bounced over the boundary line. It's going to be a throw in. WA fans appealing for insufficient. No chance of that. There'll be a ball in the left forward pocket.
Of course, the last disposal rule only counts between the arcs, so you can't have that one there either. From the boundary throw in, Sherry palms it down for the Vicks, but the WA boys win it. Cripps, hand pass to O'Meara, gives it to Cornelio, kick smothered. Bailey Smith with the 1%er out of play, half forward for the Sandgropers. Mitch Turner.
Just quickly worth noting, Mitch Georgiades was on the bench for WA, came off during that medical break. He ran over to the race and gave a tap to Jacob Wiedering after being involved in that contest.
So fearing a neck injury after an awkward landing with the weight of the player and sandwich between that and the playing surface. Jacob Wiedering out of this game. Stretch it off. Sherry lays it off by hand to Ash, who peels off the back flank for Victoria. Long kick to Holmes. Rivers slipped over. Holmes turns, kicks to full forward. Darcy's down there. Almost a one-hander trying to drag it in. Not to be. Tackled alongside the goal square. Umpire circles and says ball up deep forward for Victoria. It's almost Ablett-esque. Almost took a one-hander in the goal square.
That would have been nothing short of spectacular if he dragged that in. It was so close. Lob. Won it down. Spills to Baker for WA at full back. Barras doesn't take it cleanly. Had time to regather. Got a hand pass to Cripps. WA captain hand pass to O'Meara. Oh, crunched in the tackle. Anderson got him. Spills out to his son's teammate in Rao. Moves it on again to Merritt. Kicks towards full forward. Going up Clark. Couldn't mark. Slap back into play towards full forward by Darcy. King was there. Gathered. Gave it to Sarong, who snapped but didn't get enough purchase on the kick. And English was back in the defensive goal square for WA to take an important mark. And he moves it to Clark in the right back pocket.
Clark to his Fremantle teammate Jackson. Takes the mark at half back. Lays it off by hand to the runner Will Powell. Nick Dacos says come here. Tackles him. Got a hand pass away. English's hand pass knocked down. Dacos involved again. Got it out to Holmes. Hurried kick inside the forward pocket. Ball trickles out of play. Boundary throw in.
Well, there was a bit of hesitation there from the umpires.
Yeah. Certainly a partisan crowd. The WA guys will be willing every whistle to go their way. Of course, usually the football crowd's divided when it comes to state loyalties. They're all together today.
Darcy got it down. Did it beautifully too. Worked a kick to Merritt, kicked around the body, trying to centre it to full forward, but Charlie Cameron was there to take the defensive grab for WA. Immediately moves it looking for Lob. King came the other way, won it to ground. He'll get a free kick here, Lob. Run on contact against King, and Lob has it at left half back. Victoria 4-2-26, WA 3-1-19. 33 minutes gone in the opening term, but there was that long delay after the Wiedering injury. Lob trundles inboard, got a kick that was touched, I think, so coming the other way. Collins marks, has to play on immediately, kicks to Bontempelli, marks it right half forward, back inside forward 50, off hands, Merritt, soccers off the ground. Oh, what a finish. Genuine class. He kicks the Vicks down to another. They've got their fifth. 5-2-32. WA 3-1-19. It spilled for him. He just lashed at it. And it went between the big sticks for a major.
Jeez, and outnumbered too. Victoria there. Thought Roy Lobb had to bring it the other side of the ground then. There was plenty of opportunities to come corridor. The outnumber was on the far side of the ground and would have been a bold move, but that's where his numbers were. But yeah, a little execution error there. Certainly cost him on turnover.
Not sure who the spoil came from, but the kick in from Bontempelli. The spoil, it was 3v1 in the contest, and the spoil just got allowed to go into a very dangerous spot. Just got to kill that boundary as a defender, don't you?
Yep.
If you keep in mind too, WA kicked 2 goals before the Vicks had touched the footy. Victoria have now kicked 5 of the last 6 in the game. 13-point advantage for the visitors. Butters, first touch in the middle. Hand pass to Dacos, who's been busy. Gives it to Anderson on the wing. Just runs his way around Rivers. Kicks Victoria inside 50 again. They come from all directions. Clark standing in front. Spills the mark. Follows up. Gives it to Hill for WA. He can't trap it. Top of the goal square for Victoria. Dangerous moment. WA don't kill it. Ball handed out to Darcy. Gives it to King. Vicks have it, but under pressure. Hand pass to Holmes. His handball a turnover. Then Cornelio can settle it down. Hand pass out to Powell, who kicks off the back flank. He's able to find Archie, who leaps up into the air to mark. Looks the play on by hand. Overlapping run came from Hill.
And the Saint kicks towards right half forward. Good spoil. Stewart was there alongside Hardwick. Thumping it over the boundary line for a throw-in. About 70 out from WA's attacking goal. They're going to the Polly Farmer end of the ground to the left of our broadcast position. Of course, they're playing for the Grain Polly Farmer Cup today. State of Origin returns to Australian football. Spun in again. Both English and Gawn had a bit of a touch. It came down in the direction of Hill to shovel it out in the way to Bolton. It was stolen away by Dacos for Victoria, and that's another beautiful kick. Inboard to be marked by Richards. Measured precisely. Hands off to a runner going by, and they'll kick towards the commentary wing. Rivers is up. He couldn't mark. Ball hits the deck again. There's Green for the Victorians. Hand passes forward to Anderson. Popped the hand pass to Merritt. Gathered it beautifully. Hand passed over his shoulder. Bounced off Warner's face. And then hit the deck. Clark was there to mop up, and he gave it to Waterman at left half back.
His old man Chris played in the last time we had state footy representing WA. Long kick down the line, and Cameron. She went very high. Charlie Cameron. He went a mile too soon. And the early air miles cost him a free kick. Goes against him. Collins takes it. And then Battle pokes the kick down the line for Victoria to Hardwick. Short kick to Smith, still with the long blonde locks and the headband on. Inside forward 50. King tries to rip it down from the side, not to be. Spills front and centre. McCluggage trying to trap it, does so. Gang tackled, taken to ground. Ball up forward pocket for Victoria.
Good last line of defence stuff from Taylor there.
13-point lead for the Vics. They've kicked 5 of the last 6 goals. Ticking towards quarter time from the restart, but back out of bounds. Boundary throw in forward pocket for Victoria. Kicking to the city end, so 13-point advantage for the Vics, 5-2 to 3-1.
So throwing right full forward. City end of the ground. Victoria's attacking 50. Put in Darcy, got in front of English. Pumped it down to Rowell. Met in a strong tackle by Humphries. Ball jarred free to Green. Met by 2 West Aussies. Jackson one way, Taylor the other. Ball up. Still deep at right full forward for Victoria, who lead 5-2 to 3-1 late in the first. Darcy palmed it back into the corridor. Eventually it's worked out to Rowell. Got it on again to McCluggage, who's able to manufacture a kick through for a goal from about 25 metres out. WA claiming it was touched. Umpires aren't that interested. We will have a look again, I reckon, on the big screen. But that is a 6th goal now for Victoria and a 4th unanswered. 6-2-38 Victoria, 3-1-19 WA, and we've travelled 38 minutes into this opening term.
Yeah, Victoria are setting up for a kick-in, so we might not have seen it as a big deviation, but they set up straight for a kick-in, so maybe they heard something out there.
You can feel the energy come out of the stadium too, can't you?
Yeah.
After that last goal. It's 4 in a row. It's 6 of the last 7 for Victoria.
I know they took a while to get their hands on the footy, but in terms of disposals now, they've definitely started racking up 103 disposals to WA 68.
Hang on. We're cancelling out that goal, and the Arcs in early season form. It was touched on the way through, so scratch the McCluggage goal.
There wasn't much excitement after the goal, was there?
And there's the crowd returning into the game. They've got a role to play in cheering that goal being cancelled out. So instead of making it 6-2, it'll be 5-3. Keeps the margin a little closer at 14 points.
They make all these rule changes to speed the game up, but that umpire could have made that call there and then.
Powell, long kick to the wing. Richards in from the side, had his name written all over it. Takes the intercept mark for the Vics. Short kick to Smith, between wing and half forward. Turns, kicks inside 50. Taylor arriving late, spoils for WA. Falls in the lap of Barris. He kicks out of defence. Underneath it, Holmes. No mark, got contact from Clark illegally. Max Holmes will get it 60 metres out, left half forward, puts it back inside 50. Awkward half volley pick up. Power can't trap it. Ball spills front and centre. The Vics win it through King. Hand pass trying to link up there with Gunston, not to be. Barris collects. He's rolled over in the tackle by Smith. We'll have the ball up inside the forward 50 for Victoria, close to the boundary line, 35 metres out. Vics by 14.
39 minutes gone in the first. From the restart, it's gone off hands and over the boundary line. Cripps involved in a little bit here. The push and shove up against Butters, the 2 number 9s. Butters, of course, has never seen an argument he didn't want to get involved with. It'll be spun back into play again. Bucks go at it. Both of them miss it. Maybe Green is able to gather, immediately goes to ground, looks to slap it out. Only as far as Cornelio. Clearing kick for WA, up the middle. Stewart tries to mark in the centre square. It's been knocked away from him. It'll come back. It's been infringed. He'll get the free kick here, Stewart.
You can see that footage coming out of Port Adelaide where Zach Butters has just stopped someone in their tracks in training. Just loves it, doesn't he?
He does. Here's Stewart for Victoria, inside forward 50. King at the back, spoils it down, spills to Sarong. Here's McCluggage. He kicked the most recent goal, or he would have. And he looks to steer this through, and he has. So after having one taken off him, McCluggage now finds himself on the goal-kicking list. That is their 6th, Victoria. And they have now kicked 4 unanswered goals. 6-3-39 to WA's 3-1-19. 90 seconds to play in the first. And the air has again just deflated from the stadium.
And his customary song, the Hey Jude, which the Lions fans sing along as Hey Hugh, returns. So we get a second play in a matter of minutes.
Yep. Striking the exit the ball out of back half, WA. Really battling.
They're just dumping it, aren't they? They're not able to chain it out. And they're resorting to a dump where Victoria is set up very well behind the play. And as we've seen Tom Stewart do for the last decade, mopping it up down there.
And then their ground level cover, the defending of their D50s not.
4 in a row for the Vics. Game high, 20-point lead. Out of the middle, Shea Bolton. Hand pass away to Cozzy Pickett. Kicks to half forward. Awkward half volley pick up. Hogan can't trap it. Richards wins it for Victoria. Hand pass goes back to Hardwick. Kicks through traffic and Butters. So strong for a little man. Takes the mark in front of Clark. Heads down the wing. McCluggage does well to keep it in front of him and then nutmegs himself. Through the legs. Pickett knocks it away to Bolton. Bolton the 1-2 with Cripps. Now a hand pass back to Pickett. WA inside 50. Ugly kick. Bounces away. Oh, it's intercepted on the half-back flank by Hardwick. Stewart had it, lost it. WA back on the ball. Warner. Hand pass to Cornelio. Shrugged one tackle. Caught holding the ball. And there's that new interpretation. His prior opportunity was the shrug. The tackle completed by Sarong. Holding the ball. Free kick the Vics at centre-half back.
And they'll move it to the southern wing. Sarong. Beautifully weighted kick. Looks out there to Gunston. Able to find Butters. Marks uncontested on the outer edge of the centre square. To Bontempelli. Sweeps it forward again to Butters. Now here's Ash. Hands it off once more. Kick from Sarong. Deep inside forward 50. Taylor's done well. Attack the football and takes the mark defensively for WA between fullback and centre-half back. More of that required from the WA defenders. Now to Lob. Here's the problem for them, though. Going beyond defensive 50. Lob goes long and very long and finds Hill, who marks on the wing and plays on quickly.
Comes inboard. Here's Waterman. Oh, and time runs out on WA. And Jake Waterman, who's almost on halfway, says, hang on, I'll take my kick. Tumbles a drop punt, or at least it was an attempted spiral, and it's picked off by Stewart. So that'll end the quarter. Origin is back. It's a 43-minute quarter to start the new season. Victoria 6-3-39, lead WA 3-1-19. A 43-minute quarter that had it all. If you wanted a serious game of footy, we got one of those. The box ticked. If you wanted a fast start from WA, we got one of them. In the first 3 minutes, WA kicked the opening 2 goals. The Vics have taken over from that point on, kicking 6 of the last 7. And if you're a pessimist about the contest and you're worried about the risks that are associated, well, unfortunately, we got one of those too. Jacob Wiedering taken off the ground after being sandwiched between the playing arena and Mitch Georgiades, his falling body after a marking contest. And concern around the neck of Wiedering. He was stretchered from the ground, which triggered an 8-minute delay. The goal kickers for Victoria, 2 for Ben King. He's the only multiple goal kicker in the game. Toby Green's got 1. The skipper, Bontempelli, with a goal. Zach Merritt, 1 off the deck, and Hugh McCluggage kicked the last. Meanwhile, for Western Australia, singles for Jesse Hogan, Charlie Cameron, and Chad Warner kicked the first State of Origin goal since 1999 to open the game in the first minute. This is Origin Footy on ABC Sport. Before we hear from Sharrod and Wowie, Mitch Turner is on the boundary. Mitch.
Just a quick update on Jacob Wiedering. So he definitely will not take any further part in this game as expected. They're not going to give a full update on his condition until after the match in the press conferences. So just in waiting to see how severe it is, they're not going to give us any further update other than he is out of the rest of the game.
You're looking pretty cool down there with the shades on, the outfits.
He's all over it. Mitch Turner on the boundary for us today on ABC Sport. Off the SMS, Kate and Q, why are they playing Origin footy at the start of the season with an emoji attached to which really just expresses a bit of pain and exhaustion. So I'll leave that as comment. Kate, Rob in Greensboro says, I might have jinxed this, but if that's more than 4 weeks of Weitering, then we might be watching the last Origin game ever. And Dean off the SMS says, everyone is constantly complaining and worried about what happens if one player gets injured. I bet it was never mentioned before any of the games in the 70s and the 80s. They just played. Injuries can happen. It's part of the game. Stop making it the proviso that Origin games should only be played if no one gets injured or hurt, from Dean. So a little sample off the SMS, 0467 920 222. The thoughts of our analysts coming up next. Shane Woden and Sharad Wellingham. That's only moments away. This is Origin Footy on ABC Sport.
Hi, I'm Leon Ford. Join me with Celia Pacquola in our brand new series, Dog Park.
It's a shame we can't be more like them, isn't it?
I'm happy with a handshake.
Dog Park. Stream all the episodes now on ABC iView.
The 2026 AFL State of Origin, Western Australia versus Victoria, live from Perth Stadium.
Cameron again won it down. It spills in. First goal goes the way of WA Warner. He had it in the right forward pocket, threw it on the boots. And WA strike first against Victoria.
Butters shares it with Dacos. Back to Butters. Takes a bounce. Runs into the centre square. Stepped around Charlie Cameron. Ran straight at Norton. Got dispossessed.
Here is Charlie. Takes the bounce. Runs the 45 out. Listen to the crowd.
Bontempelli tried a shot on goal, just trickles away. O'Meara waxes with his mate Canelio, then gives it to Archie. Handball picked off. Dacos wins it for the Vics. Clever kick. Pulls it back to the skipper and Bontempelli marks. Here's the Bont, the Victorian skipper. Slots it.
It goes to Georgiades. He was the WA meeting a Victoria sandwich, and he's landed on a Victorian underneath that who's in immediate trouble. And that doesn't look good. Coming towards it was Weitering, and Georgiades landed on him really heavily, and he's remained down. Oh dear. Lob trundles inboard. Got a kick that was touched, I think. So coming the other way, Collins marks, has the play on immediately. Kicks to Bontempelli. Marks it right half forward. Back inside forward 50. Off hands. Merritt soccers off the ground. Oh, what a finish.
2026 AFL Origin.
On radio, on digital, and on ABC Listen.
6 goals to 3. Victoria on top at quarter time. A 20-point advantage. 6-3 to 3-1. This is Origin Footy on ABC Sport, and this is Shane Woden and Sharad Wellingham.
Hot start from WA, but definitely got dragged back through a bit of tempo football from Victoria, who were able to control the pace a little bit through the middle part of the quarter, and then were probably able to accelerate away through possession. You know, we touched on it plenty of times that Victoria didn't have their hands on it. Ended up winning the disposal count 122 to 83. So really turned it around after WA for the first 5 minutes. Didn't give them a sniff of getting possession. But yeah, it was their ability to, I think, just be so clinical with their disposal in every way, coming out of the back line, grafting it up, and then making a decision to get it in long and let their forwards. We saw Lob get done a couple of times, wrong positioning and just getting out muscled. We spoke about the number of midfielders that they've got, and Dacos and Sarong, Merritt are all really running amok through the middle and able to transition, as opposed to WA, who haven't been able to bring it out of the back half.
Yeah, I didn't think WA defended well behind the ball on turnover. Uncontested footies, -30 in Victoria's favour there too. So just thought that a little bit of lack of concentration in behind, particularly when they turned it over at half forward. They were just able to bounce back and go pretty quickly on them. And you just see waves of Victorians unopposed going back inside 50. So had a good look at it going back in, and yeah, they've certainly bounced back after that first 6 or 7 minutes where WA certainly controlled it.
They've dumped it inside their forward 50 as well when they have, managed to get it in there. When you look at the inside 50s, it's 10 to 21 in Victoria's favour. So the few times that they did get it in there for the second half of the quarter, they were just dump kicks that were able to be, snappled up by the Victorian defenders and brought out far too easy. So yeah, cleaning up their inside 50s for WA point of view, but Victoria, if they can continue to just be really clinical with their disposal, I think will continue to carve through the WA midfield.
There'll be people driving around listening to us thinking, oh, is it what it was advertised as? Has it been a fair income game of footy? What do you say to that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the hot start, it was on physically. Players were all over it, getting into it. Probably did deflate a little bit post-injury.
Yeah.
But as you said,
I think the quarter-time break, maybe they'll go back in, re-centre them and re-energise them, I suppose, and park the potential injury to Wiedering and say, we've got to have that enthusiasm and energy around the contest again. But yes, there's definitely fire out there.
Yeah. A couple of the leading disposal getters. So Merritt with 9, Max Holmes with 9, 8 each for Sarong, Dacos and Richards from a Victorian point of view. And for the home team, O'Meara's had 8, as has the captain, Paddy Cripps, 6 for Cornelio and Clark. Worth pointing out too, there are medals, as is always the case in state footy, or at least in the latter years. So the Graham Moss medal, named after the champion Claremont and Essendon ruckman. What a player he was, Mossy, who changed the game. First ever Brownlow medalist out of Western Australia. He has the Graham Moss medal named in his honour. That'll be presented to the best WA player. And as has been the case since the mid-80s, the E.J. Whitten medal will go to the player who judged best of field in the Victorian team. We'll keep an eye on that as we work our way through. Second term underway. Ruck share it down. Sarong hands it to Gawn. Hand pass away to Butters for Victoria. Short kick to Gunston. Clean ball movement again for the Vics. Headed to the Farmer Freeway end. He goes short to Rowell. And the Brownlow medalist who started on the bench kicks inside the forward 50. Bonts down there, knocked away from him. Barris for WA. All hand pass dangerous. Gives it to Dangerfield. Shakes the tackle. He was taken high. It was Baker who tried to mow him down. He got him over the shoulder. The ump was right on the spot. And Patrick Dangerfield will take it right half forward for Victoria.
I'm not sure about that one either. Oh, left arm maybe.
Left arm was over. But it was in the action of Dangerfield trying to shrug it.
Yep.
The 8-time All-Australian, one of 7 premiership players out there for the Vics. Of course, coming off his legacy game in last year's prelim. Dangerfield on a drop punt. What do they say in the NBA? The ball don't lie when a decision goes against a certain team, and maybe that's the footy gods taking care of that one. He misses wildly out to the left, so Victoria by 21.
Kick in from WA. Taken by Humphreys. I'll move it in the right back pocket. Here's Rivers. Down the wing. Jackson flew. Couldn't bring down the footy, but he's going to get a free kick. Taken out of it.
No, Richards
is going the other way. So that's to Richards, I beg your pardon.
Not sure what that was for.
Yeah. Oh, there's the crowd. Richards moves it on. Finds Sarong. On the bounce, he gathers hard up against the boundary, gets bumped over the boundary line. Anytime his kick has gone inside forward 50, and Barris marks. Has it for WA. Takes every one of the 8 seconds he's allowed, and then decides to send it back towards the commentary wing. Reading it from a long way back, Georgiades sets himself and then takes the mark. Oh, shocking kick, turns it inboard. Bontempelli couldn't believe his luck. Takes the mark and immediately out to Gunston, 55 from goal, and then stabs the pass to Dacos. He gets the Bronx cheers around Perth Stadium for no other reason than he's an absolute gun. And he'll have a shot at goal, 45-degree angle to the left-hand side. He'll put boots a ball from just inside 50.
Is that it's almost the WA mark of respect, is it? It's
yeah.
Just Tad, why are they booing him? It's like, oh, he's very good.
Because he's very... It's State of Origin, it's like going up to Queensland. We'd boo Santa Claus like the Maroons would as well. Here comes Dacos. We're right behind the kick. It started out a little bit to the right. It curved through beautifully for a goal. And that noise you hear, that's the floodgates opening. WA need to be real careful about now. Victoria have got their 7-4-46 to WA's 3-1-19. We've gone 3 minutes into the second term. Mitch Turner is downstairs.
Update, just a quick update on Jacob Wiedering. The only one we have is that he is headed to hospital. So that's the last update we'll probably get on Jacob Wiedering's condition until after the game.
Yeah, I think ribs, lungs. I guess.
Yeah.
I'm sure what Mitch was looking at there.
I know. It was definitely just trying to create something that didn't need to be done.
That's not Mitch Turner, by the way. That's
Mitch Georgiades.
Yeah, he's all over it, Mitch Turner. He's in fine form early in the new season. Victoria well on top now, 27 points the margin. Rao got it out, hand pass to his mate Anderson, kicks up over halfway, Gawn, his handball picked off. Cripps for WA to O'Meara, handball to Rivers, fumbles, tackled front on illegally. There's a bit of biff to us. The battle is trying to be separated and dragged off. The player heading up was Toby Green, who laid the tackle, and no doubt he's the one in the bottom that they're trying to rip off. The player who gets the free in Rivers goes along with the kick out wide to Darcy Cameron. Short kick finds Aaron Norton, who takes the mark. Right half forward. His first touch of the game comes 4 minutes into the second term. Heads to the hot spot, Jackson. And Jackson marks 20 metres out, just right of centre. And that's a good first involvement for Aaron Norton.
Yep, it wasn't so much to Jackson, it was just to a really dangerous spot inside the forward 50 and let the forwards get to work. Hogan was second in line there after doing some good leads back to the goal square, but Jackson just athleticism to get to the contest.
The rotation's also a bit interesting given there's 7 on the bench, so that's part of the reason we haven't seen Norton's involvement so far. Rather than just a quiet outing. 4 minutes into the second term, the drop punt from Jackson, he squeezes it through. 1 WA needed. Trims Victoria's lead to 21. 5 minutes gone in the second term. The Sandgropers 4-1-25. The Vicks 7-4-46. This is Origin Footy on ABC Sport. Shane Woden and Sharad Wellingham.
Yeah, Tools haven't had much presence yet, have they? Particularly in the front half. But
well, that's that piece. Like there's been no connection between the mids and forwards, has there? And we saw then Norton a nice hit-up lead from Cameron, who's able to expose Gawn on a transition run, but it hasn't really been a lead-up chest mark, kick a goal kind of forward 50 at the moment, has it?
Jackson goal is a run of 5 unanswered goals from Victoria. Absolutely vital for WA to stay in touch. Throwing up. Cameron won it down and then soccers it off the ground, but straight into a pack. Beautifully taken, though, by Dacos. Tries to work it forward. Cripps was there, looked to knock it away. Going out after it again and scooping it up is Warner, and then breaks the tackle from Smith. Hand pass out to Rivers. His hand pass was poor. Went to Anderson of Victoria. Hand pass to Dacos. Razzle-dazzle. Hand passed over the shoulder. Fortunately for him, it went to Rivers, and he got it for WA. And now here's Bolton getting chased down by Green. Got a hand pass away to Taylor. Back to Bolton on the southern wing by hand. Bolton kicks towards left half forward. Here's Pickett, runs onto the bouncing footy. Hand passes past his opponent. Can't quite keep it in. He set himself a real task there. Josh Battle was in the vicinity, went racing by, but he didn't get the bounce that he needed. And it tumbles across for a throw-in inside WA's forward 50. About 35 out from their attacking goal.
Gawn and Darcy Cameron to do the ruck work. And the Demon and the Magpie from the boundary throw-in. One down by Gawn. WA threatening though. Hand pass goes over the shoulder from Cornelio. Couldn't link up with Pickett, and Collins is tackled, taken to ground. Hogan brings him down, but with no prior. And the umpires who we love seeing in white today. Over a throwback, and the state jumpers on display. Gawn whacks it clear, but only as far as Shea Bolton. Hooks it across the body, misses. Minor score, Victoria by 20 points, but perhaps a little momentum just swung the other way. So 7 minutes into the second term, and WA with a bit of a pep in their step.
Holmes to McCluggage in the left back pocket to Richards. He marks. Defensive 50-metre arc at left half-back. Stabs it to Bailey Smith on the defensive corner. The centre square at left half-back. Get told to move it on now. Looks to switch play. There's 2 Vicks out at right half-back. One of them is Hardwick. He marks and looks to play on. Measured kick to Anderson, the Suns captain, on true centre wing, about a metre in from the boundary. Southern side of Perth Stadium. The kick is towards right half-forward. Working there was Green, couldn't take it. Tap forward by Sinclair, back to Green. He's kick ricocheted off the shins of Barris. And over the boundary line.
Oh, the lasso.
Free kick, yeah. Last, they've called that last disposal. Interesting one. They go inside forward 50 here, the Vicks. Works its way again towards Green, who kicks it into the shins. That's interesting. Into the shins of his West Australian opponent. So it's going to go out of bounds on the full. Dangerfield moves it back in towards Dacos, who has a ping from 45 out, and he misses to the right-hand side. That's an interesting play there. Toby Green has kicked it straight into the shin of Jordan Clark, and then it's been deemed to go out of bounds on the full.
Here is Clark on the kick-out duties, takes some ground and then goes long to the wing. Punched away by Cripps into the path of Rouse. Short kick to Green, takes a sprawling mark. The crowd didn't think it was 15. It was touch and go, and Green takes the sprawling mark centre-half forward. Toby Green. Ugly kick inside 50. Clean bowls a couple. WA gather through Rivers. Hand pass puts Bradley Hill under immediate pressure. Gets a kick away for WA. Turnover. Bontempelli. Big fend off to Cornelio. Kick back inboard. Smith spills it under pressure. Now Taylor intercepts for WA. Bounces a kick to centre-half back. Now they're out in a bit of space. Warner, long kick into an open paddock. There's no one really there. Pickett giving chase. The Vicks with the numbers first. Collins hands it to Holmes. Gives it back to Collins. He kicks wide. Out to Sinclair. Went over his head. Close to the boundary line. Right, some contact from Norton. But Sinclair got it on. Victoria a chance to go away down the outer side. Bounce from Anderson, then a second. He can keep going if he wants to. Instead, he'll kick inside forward 50. Bailey Smith marks right in front of goal. And he's about 40 metres out. They bounce back quickly, Victoria, and now they've got themselves a shot at goal.
Missed opportunity for Cameron to come through that contest and put a real big body spoil on Smith.
Yeah, waited for it, didn't he?
The kick was just too good.
Here's Bailey Smith, All-Australian last year. He's pretty much bang in front, and he's hit the left-hand goal post. Sends it swaying left and right. A minor score for Victoria, 7-6-48. WA 4-2, 26-10 gone in the second.
Clark with the exiting kick finds Waterman, so the docker to the Eagle. And then sends it out wide to the Saint in Bradley Hill. Three-time premiership winner with the Hawks. Sends it down the outer side. Finds Norton, who collects on the half volley. High half forward. Hand pass to Baker. Dabs it inside 50. And Georgiades hits up and takes the mark. And Mitch Georgiades' namesake, Mitch Turner, is on the boundary.
Just worth noting, the player opposed to Mitch Georgiades the last 5 minutes with the shuffle in the Victorian backline is Max Holmes. He's playing as the deepest defender for this Victorian side after they've reshuffled with Jacob Wiedering's injury.
Played his junior footy for Marist in the northern suburbs. Went to Hale School, one of the prestigious grammar schools here in Perth. Mitch Georgiades, of course, now plying his trade at the professional level with Port Adelaide. Back in his home state, Mitch Georgiades misses. Near side on the drop punt. WA have lifted, but they've got a gap to close. Victoria by 21. A dozen minutes gone in the second term. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
Here's Ash. Goes on a little run for Victoria and pumps it in the direction of Gawn. Barris spoils it down for WA. Still to Georgiades. Gave it to Hill. Goes back to Clark on the southern wing for WA. Kicks inboard to Baker, the co-captain for the Eagles. Kicks long into the left forward pocket. Big pack up. Collins got a fist to it. Punches it away. Anderson couldn't take it. Scooped up there by Brad Hill. Back to Barris, who's at left half forward. Kicks back to full forward for WA. Again, a massive pack up there and trying to gather it. Come down in the direction of Pickett. Couldn't take it cleanly. Victoria could rebound in the direction of Gawn. Again tackled by Barris. Barris tries to gather. Look to work it out the side, and eventually it's been held in here to Hill by Bailey Smith. It's a ball up, left half forward, about 53 out from WA's attacking goal. Victoria 7-6-48. WA 4-3-27, 13 gone in the second.
From the restart, one down by English. Jackson playing as a rover, kicks inside 50, but the Vicks pick it off. Collins at fullback for Victoria. Hand pass to McCluggage. Handball to Stewart under pressure from Pickett. Got it away to Anderson off the back flank. Exits defensive 50. Pickett with a late contact and a downfield free. So Victoria by 21. Gawn lays it off by hand to Bailey Smith. One of plenty of runners in this team. Kicks to half forward. Flying for it, Powell, no mark, follows up, gives it to Clark, rides the tackle from Butters, hand pass to Humphreys, WA out through the middle, kicks wide to Georgiades, Looks inside the forward 50. Comes wide to Cameron. It's broken up by Battle. And Battle hangs the kick back inside the field of play, and McCluggage onto it on the wing.
Tries to step away from Rivers and escapes the Rivers tackle. Lovely kick inboard, sliding out. Butters marks in the centre square. Goes forward to Dacos. Run down by Georgiades. And that will get the biggest cheer of the day. Just for once, Dacos wasn't able to escape and deliver. Georgiades with the free kick to English. Doesn't mark, but can play on by hand. He got the advantage from being spoiled anyway. Came to Hill, inside forward 50. Waterman marks 49 out from goal. Hard up against the boundary in the left forward pocket. Jake Waterman. His dad captained WA in their last Origin game. Chris, the dual Eagles premiership player. Jake, after an injury-hit season last year, with the unfamiliar 45 on his back. The signing session actually signed the big number 2 jumper in the city, and then suddenly realised that that's not what he's wearing in Origin. Here he is anyway. Waterman from 51 out at left half forward. The stadium will tell you what he's done. What a big moment that could be for WA. They've had the momentum, and now they're starting to make it count on the scoreboard. Victoria's lead cut to 15 points. The Vics are 7-6-48. WA 5-3-33. We've travelled 15 minutes into the second term. This is Origin Footy on ABC Sports and on Sport Digital.
I feel like they're connecting better too, WA, at the moment, particularly in the second term, and just getting better looks when they go inside 50.
It was a really, really important tackle that Georgiades made against Dacos. They were able to transition the whole way out the other side of the ground. And I think you said in the first quarter there was the opportunity to use the open side, and that's what Georgiades did. Just took it off, I think, to English, who'd broken out to the open side.
7-6, the inside 50s in the quarter, and the disposals about even as well. So WA back in the game. Water just wrong foot, Bontempelli. Darts out of the middle for WA. Long kick to full forward. Georgiades and Waterman fly. Ball hits the deck. Bolton threw his arms back. Wanted a free. He's going to get it. WA take the advantage. Baker to Cameron. Goal. And this game is right back on. Charlie's got a couple. And the Sandgropers have kicked the last 3. Victoria, who once led by 27, lead by only 9. 6-3-39 WA. Victoria 7-6-48. 16 gone in the second turn. Origin Footy on ABC Sport.
At the smalls when they hits the ground in there.
They're hitting that contest at pace. Who was it that came through? Was it Archie who comes through initially, and then a great come from Baker off that loose ball?
Yeah, Baker out to Charlie.
There's another one with footwork. Warner. Then just get at dangerous areas. Yeah. I think Bolton first.
Bolton, yeah.
Last 5 inside 50s for WA. Last 3 goals, as Corbin told you. Sherry wins the tap, but English will gather. Gave it to Warner. WA away. Kicking deep into the left forward pocket. Flying up again. Georgiades couldn't quite get there. Hardwick over the top. Slapped it on the ground to Collins. Tried to shovel it forward. Had to go back by hand to Richards. Shrugged the tackle. Got his arms free. Kicked the on-defensive 50. Sarong with it now for Victoria. Hands it off to Rao. The reigning Brownlow medalist kicks towards the outer wing. Trying to attack it. Here's Dangerfield. We know how good he can be. Hand pass is a little bit behind Rao. Early season spraying from Dangerfield. Rao able to go again to Bontempelli, who marks, kicks inside forward 50. Exquisite delivery. Darcy out, marks. They had no chance of stopping that WA. And Darcy has got it 45 from goal. He's in line with the right hand behind post.
No, Dangerfield's 35 or 36, whatever he is, but he came out and attacked that contest with every bit of power that he always exhibits, didn't he?
Yep. Missed tackle in forward 50 cost WA.
It was almost like they dropped the tackle, expecting to get a free kick. So, odd one.
Youngest player, least experienced in terms of games in the Victorian side. Darcy, Mark of the Year winner last year. Part of the All-Australian squad as well. Here he comes. Kicks from 49 out. It's heading towards goal. It misses to the right-hand side. A minus score. 7-7-49 Victoria, 6-3-39 WA. 19 gone in the second.
The last three scoring shots for the Vics, all behinds. So haven't capitalised. A couple of those misses are set shots too. So Humphreys to Clark and now to Broad. What a story this man is. Nathan Broad played senior footy in the Waffle for Swan Districts, went to Richmond, wins 3 flags and gets a chance to represent his state. Turned down big money to stay at Richmond, be part of the next phase of the club. Short to Rivers, long kick down the wing. Hogan the target. Is he dragged down? Yes, free kick. So Hogan on the wing. WA right back in this game. They've kicked the last 3. Vics by 10 points. Hogan heads inside the forward 50. They come from all directions and Sherry with the headgear on, as is customary for him, drops in the hole, takes the intercept mark and he wants to go back and across. He does so to Hardwick. And the Hawk continues the shift out to Ash. He's off and running off the back flank. The Giant chips it further afield to his GWS skipper. And Toby Green, short pass to Butters. Good move, ball movement by the Vics. On the southern side, kicks inboard. Finds Merritt. Hand pass to Dacos. Handball to Dangerfield. Back to Dacos. The walls close in. He almost turns it over. Dangerfield helps out. Hands it off towards Ben King for his third. He's got it. And Victoria settle it down. Now after 3 straight WA goals, Victoria answer back. And it's Ben King's third that does it. 8-7 to 6-3. Victoria back out by 16 points, and a bit of air comes out of the Perth Stadium balloon. 20 minutes gone in the second term. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
That was a prime example of the Victoria skill and ability just to carve from one end to the other. Butters, I think, that inside 45 kick where he's facing down the ground but still just drags it across his body and finds that free inside player who I believe was Dangerfield.
Yep.
Who's involved again and ends up getting the hands off to King for the goal.
Must be fun, isn't it, when you give the ball. I mean, you guys played in good teams at different times where you give the guy to the next player in the chain and you know that he's going to make a good decision and he's going to be able to execute. What a luxury.
A restart, one down by Darcy Cameron. Got it to Baker for WA. Kick down towards left half forward. Charlie Cameron will get there first. Tries to work around Sinclair. Hand pass inside forward 50. It comes to Bolton. Throws it on the left. Kicks towards goal. He's missed. Pushing it across the face. Minor score. 6-4-40 to 8-7-55. Victoria in front. 22 gone in the second.
Stewart in the kick-out duties goes wide to Bontempelli, and there's that rule tweak we've seen. You've got to move it quick, and the players have done that from the kick-out, so it's in line with what we see around the ground. You've got 8 seconds to move it on. Bontempelli inboard to Sherry, and the man on the mark is the WA skipper. He was coaxed into trying to follow the feint on the hand pass from Tristan Sherry, and it'll cost him 50. Gee, and it's a generous 52 as Sherry goes from the back half to have the man on the mark stand 35 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, that was probably 10 metres inside the defensive half.
Yeah. Gee, wouldn't mind buying real estate off him. And Tristan Sherry, the only North Melbourne player in the fixture. The drop punt from the big man, and he puts it through. Back-to-back goals for Victoria. And the lead balloons back to 21 points. 22 minutes gone, second term. The Big V, 9-7-61. They lead the Black Swans. 6-4-40, 21-point game. Origin footy on ABC Sport late in the second term.
They did transition the ball very well, Victoria, particularly from their back half. And it was unopposed at times too, so free possession footy getting through. Yeah, just inhibit him there. Paddy Cripps on the mark. Didn't go off the mark. Tristan Sherry. Looks like there's smiles all around down there, but
yeah, just some footage of Wiedering getting loaded into the ambulance, but the doctor there did appear to be smiling and not too doom and gloom, hopefully.
Gawn wins it down. Oh, Rao bursting through. Beautiful hand pass away to Butters. Runs to the top of the 50 to Bontempelli to Smith. Razzle-dazzle football from Victoria. Kick comes the way of Gunston. Gathered it on the bounce and then measures the kick precisely. Back inboard to full forward to Butters, who marks. Wow, that was delightful to watch it unfold. 9-7-61 the Vicks at the moment. 6-4-40 WA. And this would be a real blow for WA if Butters can go back and add his name to the list of Victorian goal kickers.
And WA mids just didn't follow him down.
Twice an All-Australian, three-time best and fairest winner with Port. Zach Butters right in front. And he steers it through for Victoria. And they've now kicked 3 unanswered goals. The Vicks with their 10th. 10-7-67, WA 6-4-40, 24 minutes gone in the second term. Victoria out to a 27-point lead.
5 goals from centre bounce. Been good, Butters.
It's been the most impressive thing for mine is the skill level from Victoria, isn't it? They've just been able to carve. I said it a number of times. They just carve with their foot and hand. Disposal has been absolutely elite.
He's now won the last 3 best and fairest at Port Adelaide, Zach Butters. Incredibly, when you look across the competition, there's only 18 teams, and at a third of them, so 6 of the 18, we've had consecutive runs. There are 4 guys now in the competition that have won the last 3 best and fairest at their club, and another 2 that have gone back-to-back. More on that in a moment. Anderson, hand pass away towards Dacos. Kicks to centre-half forward. Green leaps up, no mark. Spills down to Merritt. Dispossessed in the Rivers tackle. Holding the ball. Tried to break it. And Young said you can't do that. So free kick for Rivers. And he's going to pull the trigger. And he goes long out to the wing. Archie the target. Bontempelli arrives late. Spoils but slips over. And Archie gathers. Gives it to the runner, Chad Warner. Puts some space between him and Bontempelli. Kicks inside 50. Hogan hitting up. Marks on his chest, and Hogan bursting out of the goal square will shoot from 25 out straight in front. Mitch Turner on the boundary.
Yeah, a couple of injury concerns for the West Australian side at the moment. Mitch Georgiades has had his hamstring being worked on, and right now it's like he's trying to convince the physios to let him go back out there, as Will Powell is being held from the field with a right shoulder injury. The doctors bring him off at the moment, injured in that last contest in Victoria's Ford 50.
I saw a replay of that just a second ago. Toby Green sort of landed on his head, which has sort of wrenched his head to the side and hurt a neck or shoulder for Powell. And all of this follows Jacob Wiedering being hospitalised after a collision earlier in the game. Hogan on the drop punt. It's good. And WA hang about. 21 points the margin. More activity on the bench as Power comes limping off. Mitch Turner, what can you see down there? Victoria 10-7. They lead WA 7-4.
Yeah, it looks like Mitch Georgiades is going to try his hamstring out and come back onto the field. Will Powell gone straight and had a sit down. He's got about 3 or 4 doctors around him at the moment. He was clutching at that right shoulder, maybe even the collarbone area as well. So we'll wait and see.
Interesting stage of the game. Wowie and Sharrett, it sort of felt like just as WA closed the gap, the object in the rearview mirror got bigger for Victoria. They put their foot on the gas, put some gap in the game, and now it's back to 21 again. A handy goal for Hogan.
Yeah, it's a slugfest there. Change of momentum.
A bit cooler out there at the moment. Now down to 27 degrees in the middle as Dacos gets a hand pass away from the restart to Sarong for Victoria. Sweeping hand pass to Holmes with a new short back and sides. Kicks into the right forward pocket for Victoria. Flying was King. Couldn't mark. Clark at the drop for WA. Hand pass to O'Meara. Will send the ball beyond defensive 50. It gets towards the boundary line. Darcy Cameron's able to drag it in. Hand pass back to O'Meara. Can play on. Gets a kick in the direction of right half forward. Georgiades battles against Stewart. Georgiades on. He'll get the free kick. Stewart infringed him as he tried to get after the football. Hand pass inboard comes to Warner. Kicks high up into the air. It'll go towards full forward. Pickett set himself. He flew. Spills down at the back. Hill. Brad Hill runs it along the ground and between the big sticks for a major for WA. They go back-to-back with goals. And they're still sticking around, the Black Swans. Victoria 10-7-67. WA 8-4-52. A 15-point lead to the Vicks as we close in on half-time.
They're going to do, just get it deep.
Yeah, it was a rushed, not a rushed kick by Warner, but it was a dangerous kick that he didn't have a target in mind, but just saw a good spot inside the forward 50 and then let the forwards get to work. And we saw a good contest. I think it may have been Pickett, who was on the borderline of infringing against the Victorian defender. I think Holmes looked like he kind of tried to draw it a little bit too much there, but a great crumb from Hill.
Brad Hill in number 10, which he wore in the premierships for Hawthorn. Clint mentioned earlier one of the numbers, Jake Waterman in 45, not his usual number 2. So there was a process to decide all of that, which we'll get to in just a moment. 15-point game, WA back in it. English waxes with Bolton, who then kicks out wide, finds Hill, who turns mark, stabs it short to Keziah Pickett. He marks between wing and half forward. He wants Hardwick to come back on the mark. The ump says, just take your kick, Cozzy. Turns and puts it into the forward pocket. Waterman bursting out. Can't complete the mark. Spills down to Ash. Pumps it back up into midfield for Victoria. Hill clever. Knocks it in the direction of Broad, but it's broken up. Smith for Victoria. Hand pass looking for Sherry. WA with the numbers. Wins out. Baker dabs it short and Humphreys takes the mark against the boundary line.
Has a chance to go on a run. Steps inside Hardwick. Humphreys kicks across half forward and there's a free kick coming back.
Ran too far. Humphreys changed his mind. The option he went for in the end was the right one, but he just too many steps.
Wow.
Taken here by Hardwick to have it at right half back.
Stiff there, Waterman on that lead. Need to draw that free kick.
Vicks move it short to Butters. And Butters' kick has got too much on it, going over the head of Anderson and out of bounds on the football.
There was a lot of talk about the lack of positional players that Victoria picked. Maybe instructive here with Wiedering out injured. Max Holmes is playing full-back on Jake Waterman, which is not the matchup you usually see for the dashy wingman.
Brad Hill, who takes the free kick, goes to Broad. Comes back inside to Rivers, has space to run, takes 2 bounces, goes beyond defensive 50, draws a player towards him, hands it off to Broad. Broad then sweeps a hand pass towards the northern wing to Taylor. Taylor forced the hand pass back on the bounce to Broad. He needs to move it quickly, too far, not long enough to be a mark rather. Cornelio to Baker, it's inside forward 50 and it's hacked away out of there. Got over the boundary line for a throw-in just inside WA's forward 50. Big spoil. 12 apiece at the moment, spoils, by the way. Already spun back in. Gawn up against Darcy Cameron. It's Cameron who wins it down for WA to Cornelio. Snaps around the body, inside forward 50. Taken here. Eventually, caught by Collins. His kick is then marked. Going up to take the grab is Warner. Has he been paid it? No. Must have been touched on the way through. Warner certainly thought he had the mark, but umpires thought differently. From the restart, comes down again to Butters. Ducked his heads, but taken high. The crowd won't like that at all. Butters looks to play on quickly for Victoria.
Gives it to Sarong, who kicks in front of the benches and Merritt marks. Right in front of the interchange gates. Short kick to Nick Dacos. Chief possession getter on the ground with 17. Heads inside the forward 50. Sherry, the target. The pack was crashed by his own teammate in Darcy. Spills down to the Bont. Gives it to Green. Kicks in the pocket. McCluggage back with courage. Takes the mark looking over his shoulder. And McCluggage will shoot from the left forward pocket for Victoria.
Another huge contest, wasn't it? Darcy coming through on Sherry.
McCluggage arcs out to his right, hooks it through for a goal. He's got a couple. And Victoria with a bit more breathing room. 33 minutes gone in the second term. Vicks by 21. 11-7 to 8-4. And feels like the margin's kind of got out to 20 plus a couple of times. WA have pegged it back, and here we are again on the stroke of half-time. Origin footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Wilden calling the game. Mitch Turner's on the boundary. Sharad Wellingham and Shane Woden, your analysts.
Bit of a shootout this quarter, isn't it? And just momentum changes for 3 or 4 minutes there apiece, and they pile on a couple. Just them Victoria forward to centre just got 3 numbers in majority of their chains, and they just seem to have a little bit better looks going forward.
I do wonder if fatigue for the huge number of Victorian midfielders if the I suppose more positional players that WA has could come into an advantage for them.
Gawn wins the restart up against the English, comes out the side to Sarong, and Sarong will kick towards the right forward pocket. Barris got underneath his opponent in Gunston. Neither took the mark. Comes out here for WA. Clark, hand pass to no one in particular. Merritt was delighted to get there. He got tackled. Ball jarred free. Umpire says play on, advantage to Victoria. It comes to Rowell, who goes short and moves it inside forward 50 to Bontempelli, marking 48 out from goal, in line with the right hand behind posts. The captain of Victoria, already with 1 goal today. Premiership player, 7-time All-Australian, 6-time best and fairest winner, twice a runner-up in the Brownlow. So Bontempelli on the stroke of half-time, looking for another one for Victoria. He's missed to the left. It's a 22-point margin at the major change. Victoria 11-8-74, WA 8-4-52.
So they ended up winning the quarter, the Vics. When you keep in mind, WA did get it back to single digits. They got within 9 points, the midway stage of that term, but Victoria, who led by 20 at quarter time, lead by 22 at the half. The goal kickers, Ben King's got 3, then singles for Toby Green, Marcus Bontempelli, Hugh McCluggage, Zach Merritt, Nick Dacos, Zach Butters and Tristan Sherry. It's a good spread, only one multiple goal kicker, which is King, who's got the 3. And other than that, they've got, so is that 8 different goal kickers? Yeah, 8 goal kickers in the game for Victoria. Meanwhile, for Western Australia, when we look at their lineup, 2 for Hogan, 2 for Charlie Cameron, and then singles for Jackson Warner, Bradley Hill and Jake Waterman make up the 8 goals that have been kicked by the West Australians. All right. The thoughts of Sharad Wellingham and Shane Woden coming up, just repeating a 22-point margin at half-time. I did mention about the jumper numbers, which people might be interested to learn how that all came about, given the fact that there are certain numbers that are very popular in footy teams, and when you put a combined side together like this, often there's a bit of competition on to see who gets what number. If multiple players request the same number, the deciding factor is AFL games played. So in the case of Caleb Sarong and Bailey Smith, Sarong 127 games played, Smith 126. So 1 game in the end got Caleb Sarong the nod. Bailey Smith did put an optimistic backup request in for number 0, which was denied, and so he's wearing the 2 3s. There's a bunch of guys that are in slightly altered numbers for various reasons. We mentioned Bradley Hill, who's wearing number 10, the number that he had success in at Hawthorn. Liam Baker and Jake Waterman both wearing numbers that they started with in their career before moving down the other end of the locker room. So Baker in 48, Waterman in 45. And Liam Baker, by the way, actually won a premiership in 48 back in 2019 before he moved to number 7 at the Tigers. So there's a few little changes around the competition. And as I mentioned a couple of times in the call, interestingly, Marcus Bontempelli, despite playing fewer games than Toby Green, is in number 4. Maybe the captain pulls rank. It's also interesting given the fact the captain for Victoria for a long period of time wore number 1 and the vice-captain number 2, and yet that's not the case here. So Green's in 1 and the Bont is in number 4.
I know that Nick Dacos is wearing 9 because he couldn't get... 8 because he couldn't get 35. And it was 3 plus 5.
And then Jack Sinclair, if you like the same sort of algorithm, these are 35 as well, and 5 take 3 is 2, so he's in number 2, Jack Sinclair. But Paddy Dangerfield, of course, for those of you wondering, wearing the number 35. All right, the thoughts of Wowie and Shaz. It's half-time here, Victoria by 22 points.
Certainly an entertaining game.
It is. I mean, it's just so high skilled, and it's hard to defend from both sides' point of view. I think Victoria are probably able to defend a little bit better at the moment because WA's skill isn't quite at the same level as what we've seen from Victoria. But I like I said, I anticipate that the game will probably slow down a bit in the second half and potentially lean towards, the more traditional positions that WA have got able to be filled. We said throughout that quarter that Holmes playing on full back, it's going to get exposed at some stage. If they're able to transition a couple of times and get all the way down there, it's going to be really hard for Holmes lining up on, a big key forward.
Yeah. What do you make of that? I mean, that's I find it fascinating given the fact Chris Scott's the coach. So it's his player. Like, is he using the game to think, I might find something out that I didn't know he could do in this fixture?
Well, who else do they go to?
Oh, well, Collins was off the ground at that stage too, so they've still got the three talls there, and I think Collins, Stewart plays tall, and there's one, Battle. So,
yep.
I think it was a smaller one playing forward at that, or deep forward at that stage too, but he's certainly gone down back to play a role for him anyway when that injury went down and stuff. So,
but it is just the absolute domination at the moment by the Victorian mids, who, you know, they're now 50 odd disposals ahead, and it's all coming from Dacos, Sarong, Butters, Bontempelli, Merritt. Raoul's been reasonably quiet, but he's still sticking his head in there in the contest and digging it out as he always does. But they're so slick.
Yeah, they're rotating through there. Well, I think they're just transitioning the ball a little bit more freer than what WA do. And,
a little bit more laboured for WA, isn't it?
Yeah, a little more dump in. Hopefully you get ground level and kick there, where it just seems, how many marks inside 50 now for Victoria? 10 already marks inside 50. So, yeah, just unopposed. And they're generally uncontested, those ones that I've seen anyway.
The reason I think that it felt as though WA were, you know, able to claw back a little bit of momentum throughout that quarter was they won the turnover goals. So they were able to put on enough pressure at stages that actually resulted in them going the whole way down the other end of the field. Whereas for the first half, I think they had just the one. Just the one up until this quarter. So a lot of Victoria's, if we look, 6-5 from turnover. So it's a real big difference. Is that pressure around the ball and turnover through I don't want to say poor disposal, but just not quite at the same level as we've seen from Victoria.
Like Victoria, 13 chains from defensive 50, 6 inside 50s for 3 goals, 2.
Yeah.
So, you know, the defence hasn't been great. And you don't expect it to this time of year too, and it's like there's still a little bit of labouring out there. But yeah, they are scoring quite easily from the back half.
Quick early impressions. I mean, this is pretty cool, isn't it? As you got a full house, there's 55,000 here. You got 50 of, let's say, the best 80 players in the game that are running around. Might even be better than that, given some of the names that are on the sheet. Surely this is a better way to launch the season than, hey, it's now time for the practice games and it's GWS versus Sydney or whatever.
It's awesome, isn't it? I mean, it is absolutely awesome.
Well supported.
And the turnout has been amazing. I know there was some turnstile issues at the start.
Actually,
seem to have filled in.
Speaking of that, Optus Stadium has said officially that they do apologise to fans impacted by delays at the gates. What had happened, a combination of a late arriving crowd, which is typical of him here in WA, we always turn up very late, and the change to the enhanced ticketing system, which means you can no longer just get a screenshot, which people did here for 10 years, and get that scanned. You actually have to have the ticket transferred into your name.
So how can a QR reader, or whatever it is, a barcode reader, tell the difference between the app image or a photograph of...
That's a great question, Jared, and you're looking at exactly the two wrong blokes to ask that to.
It is very commonplace.
There's your task for the week. Find out.
It is very
Why would they change it?
It is very commonplace the rest of the world that you can't use screenshots. So even I was lucky enough to go to the US recently and go to sporting events over there. It explicitly says on your ticket you cannot screenshot this. This must be added into your wallet on your phone or whatever it turns out.
Well, they have to make... maybe it is easy now, but I remember a couple of years ago it was so hard to spit out your tickets to the other people. So say one person organises 4 tickets.
I can say genuinely, having come to any number of Scorchers games as a punter on my holidays and buying tickets for the whole family, and I mean the extended family, and I would buy them all and then send 4 to one of my brother-in-laws and send another 2 to one of my other brother-in-laws. They have fixed the system, but it is different. And the days of being able to just screenshot them, they're gone. And I understand that this has only just come in. People have been caught by it, but the system works, but it did mean that fans needed a long time to get this stuff sorted, and so that was the reason for the inconvenience. But I understand why fans are furious. I absolutely get it. I also understand why Perth Stadium have just gone, look, this has been in place now, and it was certainly in place for the BBL. Absolutely in place for that as well.
Can I have a go at answering your question? Let's see how this goes. I'm pretty certain with the barcodes, they actually update every 60 seconds. So I think you get a new barcode which stops you screenshotting it. So basically your QR code constantly changes. So then if you send it to someone else, they've got 59 seconds to get it sorted or whatever it turns out to be, and then you get a new one. So it's constantly a unique barcode, I think, is the answer.
It was one of the right guys.
I stand to be
Do you believe him?
I stand to be corrected.
I couldn't even. I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. How to contest
I
it.
think it's really important to admit what you don't know. I don't know. I'll believe Corbin.
I think that's my experience with this previously.
Makes sense.
Victoria by 22 points. That the injury side of it, which is inescapable talking point when it comes to Origin. We'll talk more about that, I'm sure, as we work our way through. And hopefully we get a bit better information around Jacob Wiedering. We know he's been hospitalised. They were being very cautious with the neck. He landed on the playing surface at the same time that Mitch Georgiades landed on top of him in a marking contest, and as he was side on at the time and basically crunched him into the turf, which, as you can imagine, doesn't have a whole lot of give in it. And as a result, Jacob Wiedering, his day was done midway through the opening quarter. Will Power's been nursing a sore right shoulder. Mitch Georgiades had his hamstring looked at but did come back onto the ground. So that's the injury front out of both teams. Keen to hear more from you off the SMS 0467 920 222. And what about the new rules and the tweaks that the AFL's made in the off-season? How have they played out in the first half? We'll ask Wowie and Sharad coming up next. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. The Liberal Party's new leader, Angus Taylor, says that housing affordability will be a key priority under his leadership. Political reporter Samantha Dick has more from Parliament House.
On his first official day as opposition leader after ousting Susan Lee, Angus Taylor and his deputy, Victorian Senator Jane Hume, spent the morning in the regional town of Goulburn talking to builders and young families about the cost of living and boosting housing supply.
It's getting harder to pay the bills. It's getting harder to buy a home. It's getting harder to run a business.
While it's unclear what policies Mr Taylor will offer to tackle Australia's housing crisis, he said he planned to accelerate developments by cutting red tape and winding back regulations. He also said he'd target immigration, saying the numbers are too high.
The New South Wales Multiculturalism Minister says he's been fielding concerns from all communities in the wake of Monday's protest in Sydney. Footage from the town hall rally shows some police officers appearing to punch demonstrators who'd gathered to protest the Israeli president's visit. There's calls for the Premier to apologise to the Muslim community over a vision of officers dragging away men during prayer. The police watchdog has announced an independent review into the conduct of officers on the night. Minister Steve Camper says it's a messy situation.
We had some enormous challenges to keep people safe that evening. There's a law enforcement conduct commission that will be investigating all these matters, and we'll await the outcomes there. But I'm not going to pass comment on a few clips of footage. It's really important that we stay calm through this period.
A judge in the US state of California has declared a mistrial in a case of 5 Stanford University students related to pro-Palestinian protests in 2024. In which demonstrators barricaded themselves inside the school president's office. 12 protesters were initially charged with felony vandalism, according to prosecutors, who said at least one suspect entered the building by breaking a window. Police arrested 13 people in relation to the incident, and the university said the building suffered extensive damage. However, the jury was deadlocked, with jurors failing to reach a verdict after deliberations. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the world has entered a new era and Europe needs to adjust to it. He was speaking ahead of his address to the Munich Security Conference, as the BBC's Katja Adelduff reports.
The Munich Security Conference is seen as a sort of annual litmus test of transatlantic relations. Over the past year, the Trump administration has slapped tariffs on Europeans and threatened the sovereignty of NATO ally Denmark over Greenland. So, the conference speech in Munich by the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who represents the White House here, is awaited with bated breath. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte told me he was confident the US was more committed than ever to the continent now Europeans were upping their defence spending. But the US has also been clear Europe is no longer a top priority.
Back home, an 85-year-old man abducted from his home in northwest Sydney is now feared to have been taken in error. Chris Bagsarian was allegedly taken from his bedroom in North Ryde after offenders forced entry into his home just after 5 a.m. yesterday before bundling him into a vehicle and driving to an unknown location. Investigators believe he may not have been the intended target and warn that his need for daily medication heightens concerns for his welfare. New South Wales State Crime Detective Superintendent Andrew Marks is appealing for information to secure Mr Bagsarian's safe return.
Please consider that Mr Bagsarian was not the intended target. What we are here today is to appeal for his safe return. Those that have him have not got the right person. Detectives can confirm that we remain in contact with the family of Mr Bagsarian.
Police say a woman and her 5-year-old son were both left with head injuries following an alleged domestic violence assault in Alice Springs last night. Jacqueline Breen reports.
Police in Alice Springs are searching for the 32-year-old man who they say was responsible for the attack. They say he fled the scene after officers arrived at an Alice Springs town camp in the early hours of this morning, where they found a 31-year-old woman and the couple's 5-year-old child, both with cuts to the head, allegedly caused by a metal push scooter with which they'd been repeatedly struck.
This is ABC News.
Listen.
I never knew.
Classic books.
My name's Mark Goldsmith.
Brought back to life.
I am reading The Wind in the Willows.
Through the voices of a new generation. Search for ABC Timeless Audiobooks. Only on ABC Listen.
Australia.
Annabelle Sutherland on 97, clears the front leg, hits it long over cow corner for 6. A star continuing to rise.
Versus India.
Tucked away off the pads, very fine. Mandana gets one, comes back for the second, and that'll be 3 figures for the Indian champ.
Australia versus India.
3 T20s, 3 one-dayers, and a test match to see who can claim supremacy. Every ball live on ABC Listen. Just look for the pink cricket button. The 2026 AFL State of Origin, Western Australia versus Victoria, live from Perth Stadium.
Dacos wasn't able to escape and deliver. Georgiades with the free kick to English. Doesn't mark but can play on by hand. He got the advantage from being spoiled anyway. Came to Hill inside forward 50. Waterman from 51 out at left half forward. The stadium will tell you what he's done. Warner, just wrong foot, Bontempelli. Darts out of the middle for WA. Long kick to full forward. Georgiades and Waterman fly. Ball hits the deck. Bolton threw his arms back. Wanted a free. He's going to get it. WA taking advantage. Bacon at Cameron. Goal. And this game is right back on. Merritt, hand pass to Dacos. Handball to Dangerfield. Back to Dacos. The walls close in. He almost turns it over. Dangerfield helps out. Hands it off towards Ben King for his third. He's got it. And Victoria settle it down. Warner kicks high up into the air. It'll go towards full forward. Pickett set himself. He flew. Spills down at the back. Hill. Brad Hill runs it along the ground and between the big sticks for a major for WA. They go back-to-back with goals.
2026 AFL Origin.
On radio, on digital, and on ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second quarter. It's an interesting one. Victoria got it all the way out to 27 points at one stage. WA got back within 9, and then the Vics just steadying up. They kicked 4 of the last 6 goals in the quarter and lead by 22. They've won both terms so far. So a 20-point advantage at quarter time became a 22-point advantage at the half. Now, this is ABC Sport. Great to have you with us, whether you're with us on ABC Radio or through ABC Sport on your digital radio, perhaps on ABC Listen, which is a great app that you can download and you can stay across everything that's going on. You can make your decision in real time as to what you want to listen to, given the fact that there's so much sport being played concurrently, including the T20 World Cup. Now, there are 3 games every day for the first 13 days. And the place to find it is on the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that white cricket ball and you can follow along, ball-by-ball coverage of the whole tournament, just to bring you up to date with what's happening there. So England winning the toss and deciding to field against Scotland. So Scotland are currently 3 for 104. This game's interesting because England lost to the West Indies, so they have no margin for error. They must be beating their European neighbours in Scotland and Italy to progress through to the last 8. And they've never beaten a European nation in T20 World Cup history. So 3 for 105, Scotland at the moment, batting first against England. So that's after 12 overs. There was a game earlier which saw Ireland defeat Oman by 96 runs. And there's a game later tonight which will see New Zealand take on South Africa. So that's just after midnight Australian Eastern Daylight Time. You can find it all through ABC Listen. Off the SMS, your thoughts, 0467920222. Danny says the goal kicking is much more precise when 4 points aren't on the line. Corbin, Middlemass, Clint Wilden calling the footy. Mitch Turner's on the boundary. Sharad Wellingham and Shamwo Woden, your analysts. Wowie, and shows the new rule tweaks that we've seen. So the lasso out of bounds and the crossing the centre line too early in the ruck contest. What has it caught your eyes? The game looked dramatically different. What's been your first impressions?
My first impressions of the crossing the line are great because it's forcing both rucks to just launch at the ball. Yep. And so we're not seeing just the little dinky drops. So I think the mids are able to actually get a little bit more dynamic at the stoppage, which is why we've seen the number of centre bounce to score.
Yes, there's 5 or 6 goals from centre bounce already. Yeah, I love that rule. Allow the rucks to jump again. It'll be interesting too. I think this rule was brought in when there was the PCL injuries and stuff, so it'll be interesting to see if, and fingers crossed that doesn't happen, what they do after that. But
can't jump with your knee. You're just going to have to jump like a basketball jump, I don't know.
No, but the others haven't affected to date that I've seen or anything, so last touch.
There's been a couple of the lasso rule, but nothing contentious. It's been pretty clean and clear.
Bill off the SMS, last touch out of bounds. Has it not been paid tonight? Thank God if that's the case. The game doesn't need it from Bill. Just repeating, of course, it is last disposal, not last touch, and it is being played. Second half underway, Clint Wilden.
And Gorn won it down. It went to Rao, wrapped up by Warner immediately. There'll be another ball up just on the outer edge of the centre circles. Second half underway. Victoria leading by 22 points. The other side can get a clearance here. Umpire will circle and eventually will ball it up again. McDacos with 17 disposals leads all comers. Clark and Hill for WA, the most with 12. And the restart, Bontempelli gets a kick through traffic. Inside forward 50 for Victoria. Lob though, read it well, gave it to Taylor. Hand pass over the top, back to Lob. Tackled by King straight away. Take him down the ground. It'll be a ball up right half forward for Victoria. Mitch Turner is downstairs. Mitch.
Will Powell came back out with the WA side, so he might be good to go. No sign of Mitch Georgiades yet, so might still have an issue with that hamstring.
Darcy Cameron got rid of King in the ruck contest, but his kick was pretty much up and down in the elevator shaft. Hits the deck again. Pickett tries to knock it forward. McCluggage punches it back, but straight to Darcy Cameron for WA. Kicks towards the commentary wing. Gone out after it. Couldn't mark. Off his hands, though. Down to Butters. Inside forward 50. Taylor spoils over the shoulder of Green. Spill down to Hill, and he'll measure the pass out towards right half back. Romira marks.
Jaeger O'Meara. Boy from Dongra. And the short kick finds Archie. On your way up to the Gascoyne, by the way, for people unaware of where that is, and up north of Perth. And the kick goes all the way back to Taylor, and he switches play. One back flank to the other, to Barris. Untidy kick, but Baker reads it well, takes the mark. And short kick makes Darcy Cameron work for it and sprawls to take it on the turf. Handball back to Baker. Sells his way around McCluggage. Runs, carries, and kicks inside 50. Not a good kick. And the intercept mark for Lockie Ash. Picks it from Aaron Norton, who was standing all alone at centre half forward. The skill error lets down the West Coast co-captain. The Vic's back the other way. Bontempelli back to Ash. Hand pass away to Butters. Gives it to Rao. Kicks to centre half forward. And here's Green. Rides the contact from Barris. Marks.
Kicks him in the head.
Turns. Looks inside the forward pocket. And a mark taken relatively straightforward again by Ben King. Mitch Turner on the boundary.
Yeah, just confirmation. Mitch Georgiades just emerged with the shorts and the training shirts on and the joggers, so he is out of the game with hamstring awareness.
Thanks, Mitch. So Wiedering hospitalised after a collision earlier in the game in the first quarter, and now Georgiades done after a half. One from each team, down to 24. And here's Ben King, the last man to get a start in Origin. He misses out to the right and behind. It was the late inclusion for Jeremy Cameron. He's kicked 3, the only multiple goal kicker in the Vic's team.
Chance here for Clark to go forward. Stabs it short with the kicking duties to Cornelio. Option on in the right back pocket. Instead, he'll go short again to Clark. Has to go down onto one knee to take the mark. Still inside his defensive 50. Cornelio runs by, receives the hand pass, moves it short by foot to Baker, who marks. Immediately on to Rivers. He takes a bounce on the northern wing. Here's Hill. Dangerous hand pass. Went awry, straight to Rao, but he was at least tackled, as far as WA was concerned, by Cornelio, which is where I'm sure the hand pass was meant to go. So no damage done on that occasion. From the restart, it's thrown up. Gone against Cameron, neither with the telling tap. Spill down here to Cornelio. Hand pass to Cameron. Got a kick away. Darcy Cameron inside forward 50. Spoil came from Ash. Out in the direction, though, of Stewart. Still with him, though, as Bolton. Stewart's done really well to keep it away from Bolton. Continues to try to tap it on the ground. Knocked by Sinclair. Only as far as Hardwick. Ball came out the side. It's taken high then, Pickett. Chasing the football. Got one across the chops. And he'll get the free kick. We're putting boots a ball just better than a 45-degree angle to the left from around about 49 metres out. It was up against McCluggage, and McCluggage, while he was trying to get the football, made contact with the head of Cozzy Pickett. He was busy early, the 25 All-Australian. Yet the trouble the scorers won a premiership on this ground with Melbourne. Here he comes. Pickett from 49 metres out. The kick is on its way. It won't have the carry, and the big frame of Max Gawn takes the defensive grab on the behind line for Victoria.
Some of the polish might have come off a little at half-time. Hand pass to Battle. And he gives it over to Stewart. Long kick down the wing. Got to Green eventually, and he takes the mark. One-on-one contest. Just checks the kick back over the man on the mark. Finds his teammate against the boundary line. In Richards. Richards keeps it moving. Dacos kicks inside the forward 50. There's more intervention from the umpire. Another whistle on the play and another free kick going the Vic's way. Noah Anderson, who'll get it against the boundary line. There's been enough feeling in it. Bit of push and shove. And that continues here early in the third. Victoria by 23. Anderson comes inboard and Sinclair drops in the hole. Takes the mark left half forward. Turned 31 on Thursday. Jack Sinclair actually shares the same birthday, same year as Jesse Hogan, who also turned 31 on Thursday. There's two things I'm sure you didn't know, and I'm sure the boys don't know or care either, but that's the case. It's Jack Sinclair as he kicks from 48 metres out. The drop punt from the Saint doesn't get there. It's a rinse and repeat. Same at the other end. The ruckman takes an intercept mark on the behind line. It's Darcy Cameron deep in defence for WA. The Vic's by 23.
Goes across the face of goal. The kick needed to be precise, and it was just. And he was able to find Hill. He then switches play again from the right back pocket to the left back pocket. It comes to Rivers. Runs around Darcy. Hands it off to Hill. Sweeps a hand pass to Barras. Bounces just in front of him. Hands were good from Barras. And then he gathered and Pickett juggles the mark but takes it. Needed to do as well. Battle was right there for any mistake. Pickett turned it over. That's a disappointing kick. Chopping it off there. Butters kicks inside forward 50. Backing back. Barras flew. Had his arms chopped. Darcy thought the ball had fallen his way with an open goal beckoning, but the free kick will be here for the Eagles premiership player and now Hawthorn defender. Goes back to Rivers, who's been busy at full back. Kick to the outer side. Richards climbs up into the back of Warner. Used him as the step ladder. Takes a good mark for Victoria. Kick comes again to Holmes. He's 55 out from goal. He looks to go all the way and touched by Lobb, who would not let it go. Over the line for a rush behind. 11-10 now Victoria. They're 76. WA 8-4-52. 8 gone in the third. Origin footy on ABC Radio and Sport Digital.
In those 8 minutes, 2 behinds for Victoria. No score for WA. Slow start to the second half. Barras to Clark. Clark a hack kick out of defence and turns it straight over. Rao takes the intercept mark. The Vics keep it in their front half. Gives it to Battle. Spears a kick inside 50 and Dacos picks it out of the pocket of his own teammate McCluggage. And a little chant from Collingwood coming up for his 19th disposal.
Losing Georgiades, not great structurally, particularly coming in the back half. WA don't have any tools in there. Tools are playing real deep. Sam Taylor come off the ground then too after that initial contest in D50 and just walked straight off the ground.
Can you get your thoughts, Sharrod and Wowie, about the two medals? Who would be the front runners at this stage? Nick Dacos, well in the conversation. He's kicked there out to the left. In the end, it doesn't score. Kept alive in the goal square. WA under pressure. Clark, hand pass away to Baker. He's tackled. Smith's got him holding the ball. And there's that new interpretation again. The umpire said he tried to shrug the tackle. And so Bailey Smith will get a gift 12 metres out right in front. Gee, that's hot. You touched on this in the pre-game, Shaz, about the difficulty being able to differentiate between shrugging a tackle and just trying to evade sort of your natural instinct as soon as you get the ball. Almost better off would have been just surrendering in the tackle. Smith squeezes it through. And Baker pays the ultimate price. Victoria by 30 points to new game high. 9 minutes into the third term. The Vics with the opening goal of the second half. 12-10 to 8-4. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
I haven't seen a replay yet, but my immediate interpretation was that he was trying to back out of the contest. Change direction. Oh, okay, so he's dropped the ball, Baker, and then the second tackle of Smith's come in. Not really much prior disposal when it's knocked out in a previous contest, is it?
Oh, yeah. Is it a shrug? We tried to evade it.
Yeah. And that's what we're asking the umpires to do now. Yep. Saying, look, hey, if you shrug, that's your prior.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, his alternative is to just grab it and handball it blindly.
The restart. Cripps gets a hand pass away for WA. Hands it off to O'Meara. On in turn to Powell. Back on the ground. Long kick to a 2-on-2 inside forward 50. And Waterman goes up into the air and takes the mark for WA. Deep in the left forward pocket. No more than 20 from goal. He'll start close enough to the boundary line. Had to deal with Stewart, which is no mean feat. Broke free, took the mark. Jake Waterman kicked an important goal for WA earlier in this game, and he's been able to do that yet again. Curling it through for his second. A vital one, just to keep the locals in touch. Victoria's lead back to 24 points. They're 12-10-82. WA 9-4-54. 11 gone in the third.
Good to see WA rolling the Magnus. Will Powell playing as an inside mid too. He would have done that hell of a lot at the Gold Coast. He extracted that last clearance for WA. In that scoring chain, so good exposure for him. Better get Dacos out the line of the ball.
You got some contenders for me? The Graham Moss and the EJ Whitten medal. Who do we think will be up there among the contenders?
Oh, for WA, I think O'Meara started the game really well, helping with their transition.
The ruck went early in Sherry, picked up by English, shovels a kick forward for Western Australia, and then follows up. Traps the footy, got it to Cripps, hands it out to Shea Bolton, who's off and running. Shea kicks all the way to the behind line, punched away from Waterman. Nice work, Collins. Norton had it, lost it, spills out towards Hardwick, and a surge kick out of defence. Still not clear for Victoria. Baker's there and has it wrestled from him by Smith. Wins the one-on-one on the ground. Got it out to Anderson, to Dacos, hand pass to Butters, short kick to Sherry. The Vics with plenty of numbers and plenty of run. Holmes gives it to McCluggage. Handball out to Sarong. Back to Holmes. Another looping hand pass away to Anderson. His look away handball, a turnover. Rivers had it. He lost it. McCluggage hands it out. Back to Rivers. WA with it again.
Rivers by hand. Moves it on to Charlie Cameron. Then to Norton. Move to Rivers again by hand. Who kicks in the direction of Waterman. Marks it left half forward. Charlie Cameron continues his run. Desperate to receive the footy. Waterman's kick goes that way. 65 out from goal. Hard up against the boundary left half forward. The kick into the left forward pocket. Waiting underneath it. Archie at the back. Taken then by Bolton, who runs into the goal square and kicks another one for WA. Back-to-back majors for the locals. And they move back to within 3 goals. Victoria 12-10-82. WA 10-4-64. 13 gone in the third.
There's a crowd to life a little bit.
Yeah.
They dropped away there for 5 or 6 minutes.
Some really good inside handballs. I think Rivers was involved in the chain, and so was Cameron at that turnover at a kind of half-back, traditional half-back position. Cameron, work rate, gets involved in the chain to get it inside 50 again. So there's still some belief there. There's still some, hope from WA's point of view that they can keep fighting, and so they keep drawing them back, not letting them get away. I was worried he was going to get tackled then, Bolton. He took that extra couple of steps.
18-point lead for the Vics, couple in a row for WA. Again, they hang about in the game. Butters waxes with his boyhood idol, Bontempelli. The Bont out of the middle, kicks inside the forward 50 for Victoria. Running out after it, Barris leads King in the chase for the footy and takes the intercept mark. So WA with a bit of momentum. Hand pass away to Hill. Long kick for the Sandgrapers. Bolton does well to shake Sinclair and wins the one-on-one. Turns, kicks down to half forward. Waterman marks 60 from home. Crowd lifting. Kicks inside 50. Norton just out of reach. Traps it. Handball to Jackson. Goal. It's a 12-point game. And the Sandgropers are right back in town. After falling behind by a game-high 30 points, they've strung 3 in a row together. Jackson with his second. 12-point margin. Victoria 12-10 lead. WA 11-4. 15 gone in the third.
You mentioned Georgiades going down at the moment. Waterman's playing that role really well. That link outside, just outside 50. Tried to bite off a pretty tough kick there, trying to hit up Norton, but it was still out in front. Norton was able to, scoop it up nicely. But it is those positional players that they're relying on at the moment. Tom Barras doing a great job in the defensive 50 with the turnover mark as well.
He does come at the footy well, Waterman, doesn't he? He's got a real good hit up. Bolt's come into his own a little bit too in this quarter. I think to answer your question too, Corb, Bontempelli, Butters probably leading it from a Victorian point of view.
English wins the tap for WA, but it came out to Sarong. Got a hand pass forward for Bailey Smith to run on to, but Clark coming the other way, got there first. Hand pass to Warner. Just got the kick away, but turns it over. It was under pressure, and Sinclair marks defensively. Top of his 50 arc. Kick goes to the other side. Butters under pressure, and Baker couldn't take the mark. It spills away from him, and the footy tumbles across. There's going to be a free kick here, is there?
Yeah, come off his boot.
Oh, well, we've seen that once or twice. Unfortunately, today it has come off. Hunter's boot on the replay, which means Baker will get the free kick. Tony Green was very clever earlier, actually kicking it into opponent's shins. Basketball style. Get that ball over. Kicks inside forward 50, and a big fly comes from Hogan. Great mark. Thought about playing on with players streaming by him. Hogan is at right half forward, 55 from goal. Wants Jackson. Bontempelli got up. Archie dragged it in. Hand pass for Waterman. Threw it on hand over the shoulder. Pickett tries to soccer it out of midair. That was inventive. Didn't work. Holmes goes defensively beyond defensive 50. It goes again towards Humphrey. Short hand pass and taken high here. It'll come back to Clark. Forward of halfway in the centre square.
WA running hot. Clark kicks inside 50. Turnover. Butters drops in the hole. Takes the defensive mark. Centre half back for Victoria. Oh, pulls the trigger dangerously into the middle. Wanted Sarong. No mark. Darcy helps out. Gives it to Bontempelli. Kicks inside a vacant forward 50. Running downhill. Gunston's onto it. Joe the Goose over the top to Ben King, who slams it through for his fourth.
Kick by Clark.
And again, Victoria just makes sure they keep WA at arm's length. 3-goal advantage for the Vics. 13-10-88, WA 11-4-70. 17 and a half gone third term. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
Probably the decision by Clark there probably wasn't on.
Yeah.
Got to hit up inside 50. Had to be perfect.
And it's a it's a trampoline spot right there, isn't it?
See you later.
Turn it over there. It's a slingshot out the other end.
And they're pressing high too, WA.
Taylor on the bench.
He's been off for a while.
If you've just joined us, by the way, Jacob Wiedering for Victoria and Carlton taken to hospital with an injury after being crunched onto the ground by Georgiades, who, by the way, is also out after, we believe, a hamstring injury. A restart, taking the ground. Bontempelli not wrapped up. Clark will get the free kick and he'll decide to dispose of it by hand. Came to Hill for WA. Now to Cripps, the captain. Hands it forward to Powell. He runs to right half forward, stabs it inside forward 50, and Waterman's on the end of it for WA. Looking to make it a 2-goal game again. On both occasions, when the spotlight has been on him, Jake Waterman, he's delivered.
Small sample size, but just the freedom around centre bouncing and easier clearance in just a 2.5 quarters compared to what we've seen last year.
Winning goal kicker for WA in 2024. He was an All-Australian that year as well, the 27-year-old. Boots cross the 50. This time he misses. A minor score. 17 points the lead of Victoria. 13-10 plays 11-5. 19 gone in the third. This is Origin footy on ABC Sport.
Round 11, the last time we saw him last year, Jake Waterman. Missed the end of the year with that shoulder injury. The exiting kick is picked off. Darcy Cameron takes the intercept mark. Hand pass away to Hill. Puts it inside the forward 50. Keziah Pickett. He marks in front of his mate Max Gawn and just rubs shoulders with him too as he goes back to take his kick at left half forward. His premiership teammate and skipper Max Gawn, of course they won that flag on this very patch. Cozzy Pickett moves in, drop punt, he's out to the right to behind. Victoria by 16, WA threatening, 20 minutes gone in the third. Origin footy on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner on the boundary.
A bit of a loss for WA here as they try and claw their way back. Sam Taylor is out of the game with hamstring awareness, Corbin, so that's a big loss.
That's an enormous loss for them defensively. WA, meantime, will scoop it up at right half back through Clark. Hand pass to Humphreys. Stabs a short foot pass taken by Darcy Cameron, just shy of the centre circles. Moves it by foot out to the northern wing. Cornelio gathers. Humphreys continued his run. Gets the hand pass back. Kicks long in the direction of Hogan. Had 2 goes at it. Knocked away by Stewart. Norton tries to gather under pressure coming from Battle. Ball across the boundary line deep in the left forward pocket. That margin remains 16 points in favour of Victoria. We've just headed into time on in this third term. WA have missed 2 good goal-scoring opportunities. They're back inside their forward 50. Can they convert now? Throwing in again. Cameron front position. Darcy won it down. Trying to pick it up, Sinclair. Cameron might have been taken high. He was. Charlie attacked the footy. He got taken around the neck. And he'll have a free kick. Hard up against the boundary, deep in the left forward pocket. Two goals today for Charlie Cameron. Twice an All-Australian, twice a premiership player. The past 2 seasons with the Brisbane Lions. Charlie Cameron looks to curl it around. He's missed the lot, put it across the face. Just didn't make contact, and the mark has been taken defensively by Gawn. He'll have it at left full back. Still, that score remains 16 points to the lead of Victoria. 22 gone in the third.
Gee, you'd ordinarily like him from there, Charlie Cameron. Left forward pocket, snapping across the body. In the end, just didn't hit it at all. Here's Dangerfield, who hits up marks at half-back for Victoria. 16-point lead for the Vics. Long kick down the wing, and Barris floats through, takes the intercept mark. And the dangerous Hawk and Premiership Eagle comes corridor. Cornelio looking for a runner alongside him. He's got it in Baker. Short kick for the West Australians, finds Waterman. He's going to go back and across to Cornelio. And now Giants veteran out of Upper Swan originally. Kicks inside the forward 50. Punched away by Hardwick for the Vics. Down to Anderson. Handball to Merritt across the half-back line. He gives it to the Brownlow medalist. Matt Rao tumbles a kick down the wing. Oh, Humphreys just nutmegged himself. Between his legs it goes. Picked up by King on his knees. Hand pass to the Bond. Handball away to Gunston. Feeds it to Dacos. Hand pass into an unguarded goal square. Getting back there first. Green. He's He's just got to pick it up. Shakes Baker, snaps, goals. And they've had every answer. It's been the story of the night. Victoria again, just fighting off the WA push. 22-point lead for the Vics as it was at half-time. Toby's got his second. 14-10-94 Victoria. WA 11-6-72. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
That's both the last two goals from Victoria have been a transition turnover from the top of the 50, where a lot of players are instructed not to really kick it unless the player's completely open. And that was a lead-up mark, and once again just goes from one end to the other.
Thought Archie could have gone at it. They got a crack at it to mark the ball too. He chose not to, and yeah, a couple of fundamental errors there from WA2 there on ground ball, which cost you in the end.
Restart again. WA need to find something once more. Bolton tries to race away from Dacos, who gets him, completes the tackle, ran him down. He's on by hand to Bailey Smith. Sweeping hand pass to Butters on the northern wing for Victoria. Kicks the right half forward. Rao gets a free kick. It's against Baker. He wants to play on immediately. He'll do so. Moving it on towards Green. And he marks hard up against the boundary, right with a 50-metre arc. Intersects it. The kick is into the right forward pocket. No mark taken. Bontempelli there for Victoria. Hands it off to Rao. Gives it to Darcy. Back to Smith. Now to Butters. 51 out from goal. Pops it in the direction of McCluggage. Great spoil, Barris. Rose and punches it towards the boundary line, and then chest bumps every WA player in the vicinity. Throw in right forward pocket for Victoria. They're up by 22 points. 25 gone in the third.
Just bumps his mate, Cameron.
Loved it.
22-point game, boundary throw in. Dacos keeps his feet, squeezes the kick out. It's smothered though. Likewise Warner. Back into the rubble, picked up by Baker. Look away handball straight to Smith. Half forward for the Vics. Kicks to the top of the goal square and Broad takes the intercept mark. And WA gets something going on the open side. Kicks out wide to Cornelio. And the number 3 cuts inboard, finds Lawson Humphreys. Most inexperienced player in the WA team. Hand pass back to Cornelio. Runs, takes a bounce, butchers it, turns it over. And Ash takes the intercept mark for the Vics. 22-point game, Victoria lead. Short kick to Bontempelli. And the class lefty inside the forward 50. Green makes contact with his former teammate Lobb. Can't take the mark. Wayne Harms-esque whacks it back inboard to King. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Through traffic. Kicks to the goal square. Turnover. And Humphreys mops it up away to Rivers. And he dishes off a handball to Cornelio.
And Cornelio turns it over. He had 3 options and found the one wearing a Victorian jumper. In the middle of them, it's Bontempelli, the captain, who marks for Victoria. Attacking edge of the centre square. And he turns it over again. Looking for King. Floating across in front. Jackson. He marks. He's on a short run. Kicks towards right half back. Hogan is there. Couldn't mark against Hardwick, but can regather the football. Moved it short on the bounce, taken by English for WA. To Cornelio. Back to Hogan, just forward of right half forward. Kicking into the centre square. Underneath it, Bontempelli. Free kick goes against Hill. And high over the shoulder. Bontempelli will take it for Victoria, their captain, and they still lead by 22 points. 27 gone in the third.
He's now the leading possession getter on the ground, Marcus Bontempelli. He's across the ground to Stewart. Short kick to Hardwick. He moves it further afield. The handball goes into the path of Nick Dacos. Kicks into the forward 50, and the ball slides through off the boot for a behind. So we can put it down next to the Victorian number 8, Nick Dacos. And that makes the lead 23 Victoria's way. Time on in the third.
WA move it from beyond their defensive 50. Here's Humphreys at left half back now. Gives it to Waterman. Back to Humphreys. Receives the hand pass on the run. The kick was very precise. Just over the top of Richards. Drops into Bolton, who marks. WA have had chances in this quarter, but Waterman missed one he'd normally kick. So too did Pickett. So too did Cameron. Kick deep inside forward 50 for WA. And a fine grab in a pack to Stewart. He got one around the back of the head for his troubles as well. Geelong Cat. Outstanding effort. Here it comes to Ash. Takes a bounce to Victoria. He's able to hit Green on the chest. Just forward of left half back. He's got runners streaming forward. Holds onto the footy for a moment to assess his options.
Spears the kick, finds Sinclair. Genuflects to take the mark and then moves it on a little further. Dangerfield, 60 metres out, half forward, turns, kicks to an unguarded goal square. Dangerfield with a long bomb. He knocks that through from downtown. And Victoria's lead out to 29 again. And Patrick Dangerfield with an eye for the sticks. And Victoria with a nice cushion again in this game. 15-11-101, WA 11-6-72. Approaching the half-hour mark in the third. Origin footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner on the boundary. Shane Woden, the Brownlow medalist. And the Premiership pie, Sharad Wellingham.
Do you reckon he was going for goal? I think
He's going for Bailey.
He was going for Bailey, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But it's just trickled through perfectly.
He'll take it, though.
The skill definitely hasn't dropped off under fatigue, which is what I was anticipating was going to give WA their greatest chance of fighting back, but Cream is continuing to rise to the top.
Let's head downstairs. Mitch Turner on the boundary. Mitch.
Just one to watch for this last part of the game. Matt Rowe's headed down the race with the doctors, so couldn't see what the obvious problem was, but down the race.
WA win the clearance. Warner got it away to Jackson. Kicks inside forward 50. Bolton juggles the mark in front of Holmes. He marks it 48 out from goal. Slightly worse than being in line with the left hand behind posts. WA the last three times they've had opportunities. Waterman with a behind, Pickett with a behind, and then Cameron, who you would normally put your house on, missed everything to have it marked by Gawn after he pushed it across the face of goal. Victoria lead by 29 points. Bolton has won so far. Dual premiership player with the Tigers, now with the Dockers. And he's now home deck, and that kick is poor. It's out to the right, still a chance to stay in play. Off hands, big pack up, spills down. Getting it away, Stewart moved it to Smith, and he's going to send it across the boundary line, and that will be last disposal out of bounds.
Push, I think.
Surely. Oh, no, it's come back. You're right, the push. So he'll get the free kick instead then, Bailey Smith, just inside his defensive 50. Not a lot of it, but yeah, Pickett had hands, two hands into the back. Free kicks there, and WA fans give their traditional welcome for such a decision. It came towards right half back. Here's Collins, and he looked to move it on again to Holmes.
Holmes on the wing in a more familiar position. He was fullback in the second quarter on occasions. Heads down the line to King. Short to Gunston. All-Australian for a second time last year, 7 years after his first. And Premiership Hawk kicks to the goal square. Barris, the intercept mark, and that's his trademark. Part of that sensational West Coast Eagles defence of 2018. And keeps it moving. Bradley Hill off the back flank, kicks down the line, finds Keziah Pickett, southern boundary line, moves it on. Tough one for the big man English to collect. Got it on the hop, under pressure, kicks inside 50, kicks too wide. One bounce out of play. That's not a bad result in the end for WA. They'll get a forward 50 stoppage and a boundary throw in. Mitch Turner on the boundary.
It's a finger for Matt Rowell that has him down in the room. It's a finger issue.
Thanks, Mitch. Concerns around Jacob Wiedering's neck. He was hospitalised after a collision in the opening quarter, and Mitch Georgiades and Sam Taylor both done with hamstring awareness from the boundary throw-in. That will see us out through three quarters, and Victoria have won each of them so far. Despite Western Australia's best efforts, we've seen the WA boys close the gap on a number of occasions. They got within 9 points after falling 27 behind in the second quarter, and in that term they fell 30 behind before getting it back within 12. And yet at three-quarter time, it is Victoria who lead by 29 points. The Vics by 20 at quarter time, 22 at the half, and now 29 points through three. 15-11-101, they lead WA 11-6-72. Now the goal kickers, Victoria have had 10 of those. 3 multiple goal kickers. Ben King's got 4, 2 each for Toby Green and Hugh McCluggage. And then singles down the page for Bontempelli, Merritt, Dacos, Butters, Smith, Dangerfield and Sherry. Meanwhile, for Western Australia, they've had 7 goal kickers. They've had 4 multiple goal kickers, the most in the game. 2 each for Jackson, Hogan, Charlie Cameron and Waterman. And then singles for Bolton, Hill and Chad Warner kicked the first of the game. Clint Corby and colleagues, it doesn't get any better. The return of footy welcomes summer rain with the beautiful cloud show, transplanting Natives with no headlamp, yet necessary. Life is good. Woohoo. Go WA against the odds from Rick in Margaret River. Rick, it's always nice to hear from you, and so it is again for a new season. Keep them coming on the SMS 0467 920 222. Is there another twist in this Origin fixture yet? Final term coming up. The thoughts of Shane Woden and Sharad Wellingham in just a moment. The Vicks by 29, Origin footy on ABC Sport.
Bold drama, clever drama.
What's in it for you?
Entertaining drama on ABC iView. Goolagong. The Family Next Door. Patience. And Close.
What did you do, my lovely?
Tense. Bold. Clever. ABC iView brings the drama.
The 2026 AFL State of Origin. Western Australia versus Victoria. Live from Perth Stadium.
Kept alive in the goal square. WA under pressure. Clark hand pass away to Baker. He's tackled. Smith's got him holding the ball. And there's that new interpretation again. The umpire said he tried to shrug the tackle. And so Bailey Smith will get a gift 12 metres out right in front. Smith squeezes it through. And Baker pays the ultimate price.
Waterman's kick goes that way. 65 out from goal. Hard up against the boundary left half forward. The kick into the left forward pocket. Waiting underneath it. Archie at the back. Taken then by Bolton, who runs into the goal square. And kicks another one for WA.
Bolton does well to shape Sinclair and wins the one-on-one. Turns, kicks down to half forward. Waterman marks 60 from home. Crowd lifting. Kicks inside 50. Norton just out of reach. Traps it. Handball to Jackson. Goal. It's a 12-point game. Sinclair. Genuflects to take the mark and then moves it on a little further. Dangerfield, 60 metres out, half forward, turns, kicks to an unguarded goal square. Dangerfield with a long bomb. He knocks that through from downtown.
2026 AFL Origin.
On radio, on digital, and on ABC Listen.
Partisan home crowd here in Perth. The home team down by 29. They've got a bit to do. 15-11-101 Victoria. They lead WA 11-6-72. Corbin Middlemass and Clint Wilden calling the footy. Mitch Turner's on the boundary. And the thoughts of the Brownlow medalist Shane Woden and the Premiership Pie Sharad Wellingham.
First half of that quarter, I thought WA blew some opportunities to really gain some ascendancy and probably even get in front of the scoreboard. Missed some opportunities inside 50, and then Victoria were able to capitalise and go down the other end and probably stretch this game a little bit too far, and certainly a turnover game as we've seen throughout. And I thought that quarter, the big three mids for Victoria, and certainly Bontempelli had a real influence on, and a big say on the contest, and Butters and Dacos too. So, and you made it off the top, Sharad. Just the amount of players they can roll through that engine room and the class they have. In particular between the arcs, just able to get on top in WA, particularly in transitions, and get the footy going forward.
I do feel that both teams can score very quickly. Like, it was a 9-point margin at one stage, wasn't it?
They got close.
Got to 9 points, and so we saw obviously Victoria just put the foot down and blow it back out to 29 points now. So both sides can score quickly. Is 29 points insurmountable? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Not this type of game.
Yeah, but is it likely? It's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard. They've got to lift their skill level and just try and slow down Victoria when they've got their hands on the footy. Play, really smart football through the corridor in terms of clogging it up, because their transition has been able to go from one end to the other through the corridor. I'd also, maybe as the forwards coach, say stop kicking it to the top of the 50 to 50-50 contests, and get it deep and let Hogan create a contest and get some crummers down around his feet. But it's going to be a tough task for WA.
Leaders in the medals. Graham Moss medal, best player on the field for WA. EJ Witten medal, best Victorian out there. Who are we looking at?
It's only Bont for Victoria.
Yep.
WA would probably see. I think Bolton's had the influence, I think. Bradley Hill's been effective in some ways. It's hard with WA.
It's hard.
Can I throw a vote for the defenders?
Yeah.
Barras has been
a lot of marks, big marks down there, hasn't he? And big spoils.
Yes.
They'd never get any votes to defenders.
No.
He's been great.
I think Shea Bolton's he probably has the most distinctive gait in the way that he moves. He's probably the smoothest mover. I know there's a lot of competition out there, but just the way that he moves and the way he's sort of unmissable in the way that he gets around the field, Shea Bolton, and certainly always a spark when it goes near him. The World Cup's on. You can find it through the ABC Listen app. That's the Cricket World Cup in the T20 format. Scotland and England. Scotland 9 for 152. So 152. That's in the 20th over, their final over of their innings. They're playing England. So you can find that through ABC Listen. Just look out for the white World Cup button. As more cricket action continues tomorrow. Of course, we are in the middle of February. This was once well and truly cricket season. It's much more disputed territory these days. But the women's series starts tomorrow, the multi-format series between Australia and India. So we'll see Sophie Molyneux lead Australia for the first time in that T20 at the SCG tomorrow night.
And just over the Swan in a week or so's time. Really looking forward to the women's test against India. That'll be happening at the WACA ground.
And you can find it on the ABC Listen app. So that's the place to pick off all of that action. 29 points, the Vicks lead. Just a quick wrap on the injury front. Jacob Wiedering. In fact, Mitch Turner's on the boundary. Mitch, bring us up to date, the guys that are out of this game.
I mean, the Jacob Wiedering is obviously the most serious one, taking to hospital scans. We're not 100% sure on the issue. Could be rib-related, neck-related, the way they took him off. We're not going to know too much more until the end of the game. So Jacob Wiedering's out. Mitch Georgiades with hamstring awareness. So too Sam Taylor on the WA front. Now, Matt Rowe's had his finger assessed down in the rooms. He's back out on the bench. So wait and see if he takes any further part in this game. But, yeah, the biggest one's obviously Jacob Wiedering. And hopefully we'll have an update from the Victorian side from their post-game press conferences and interviews after the match.
Thanks, Mitch. That's the siren to signal the start of the final term. Victoria by 29. Origin footy on ABC Sport. And a successful return so far of the format. Cripps can't get it away. Dacos runs, carries, gives it to Butters. Clever kick. Pulls it back to half forward. Merritt all on his own. Collects. 48 metres out, kicks to the top of the goal square. Clean pick up on the half volley. Humphreys. WA back the other way. Gives it to Rivers. Back to Humphreys. To Baker. Humphreys with his third touch in the chain. Kicks it off the back flank. Superb. Finds Archie in front of the benches.
That was well done. Archie takes two bounces, then a third, and take another. And he does it right half forward. Archie kicks towards full forward. No mark taken. Richards dropped it. Norton tried to shovel a hand pass forward. Sinclair was back there for Victoria. Gave it to Stewart under pressure, right against his goal line. Goes short by a hand to Collins. Pops a hand pass for Hardwick, who's run straight at Archie. Just got the kick away. But it's going to go down the throat of Baker, and he marks it at right half forward for WA. He's about 60 from goal, and he spots the player free in Charlie Cameron in the right forward pocket, right up against the boundary. Charlie Cameron will go towards left full forward. Hogan drags in the mark. Just inside where the left hand behind post is. It's going to be a tight angle for him, but he'll kick from no more than 15 out. 2 straight goals today, Jesse Hogan.
Got good jukes, doesn't he?
Always thrilled to see the way that he's been able to re-establish his career. All-Australian and Coleman medalist in 2024, and the best and fairest for the Giants too. For WA to have any hope, Hogan has to kick this. He improves the angle, puts it onto his right boot, and snaps a much-needed goal for WA. He's got his third, and it's their first since the 15-minute mark of the third term. The margin is back down to 23 points. Victoria 15-11, 101. WA 12-6, 78. This is Origin Footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Sharrod Willingham and Shane Woden.
Nice, exciting run down the wing from Archie and
Humphreys
in out. Yeah, Humphreys superb down in that last line of defence, wasn't he?
Yep.
That's the kind of footy that they're going to have to employ, isn't it? The ability to transition from one end to the other.
Certainly. Clean at ground level, just composed. Very skillful, isn't he? On both sides of his body, Humphrey.
58,141 the attendance. So 58,141 for the return of Origin as Gawn gets the centre clearance for the Vicks, but WA have it coming back. Clark spoils to Baker. The Docker and the Eagle kicks to the wing, and there's Archie who takes the mark. He's a new Crow, so kicks to a former Crow in Cameron at half forward. That's Charlie. WA still work it out after Charlie Cameron left it behind. Cripps to Cameron. Handball back inboard. Baker tried to get it away off the deck. Not to be. Dacos slides in. Taken high.
Clark should have jumped over and gone for the below the ankles.
Ward chips it further afield. Finds Richards on the wing. Best and fairest of the Dogs last year had Richards. Kicks down the wing, finds Merritt. What an eventful off-season he had. Runs, carries, handball away to McCluggage, kicks inside 50, and Darcy takes the mark. The third-generation Bulldog. He's a second-generation state player, but unlike his old man, he's not playing for SA. He's out there with the big V on his chest. Talk about blue-chip prospects in the game. Imagine buying stocks in this young man at 22. He kicked 48 goals last year in only 17 games. He's less than 50 games into his career. Sam Darcy from right in front. Misses. Out to the right, and the door remains ajar for the home team. It's Victoria by 4 goals neat. 4 minutes gone, final term. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
Rivers to Hill in the left back pocket for WA. Back to Rivers. Kick goes in the direction of Humphreys. Good mark right up against the boundary. He was in front of Holmes. Stabs it in the direction of Powell. Can't mark but can follow up. He's still at left half back. Goes looking for Broad, who marks just shy of the defensive edge of the centre square. So between left half back and centre half back. He wanted someone to come towards him. Nothing immediately presents. Kicks into the centre square, and here's a mark to Cornelio. Sweeps a hand past the lob. He's on centre wing. It's a chip short that unfortunately WA can't manufacture a mark out of, and Powell gathered it on the bounce, and then he was gathered by Richards and taken to ground at right half forward. Stoppage presents. English against Gawn. Gawn won it down to Merritt. Couldn't take it cleanly. Pressure came from Cripps, who then gives away a free kick. He took Gawn high. Victoria will have it at left half back. The Vicks lead by 24 points. 5 gone in the final term.
Max Gawn with number 11 on his back, and the 2-1s very close together, almost a rectangle. And he goes back to Stewart. And Stewart across the half back line to Collins. And chips it further afield to Hardwick. Dabs it to Smith. It's amazing that that's something that's not uniform in the game, the number 11. You used to play with Shane O'Brien, and you could drive a truck through the 2 number 1s. He had almost part of his stripes, they were that wide on the back of his jumper. Short to Nick Dacos. A current pie kicks inside the middle of the ground. Off the hands of Ash. Spills to Charlie Cameron. WA are out. Bolton in plenty of space. Looks inside the forward 50. He decides to kick long to the goal square. Hogan! And Jesse Hogan is trying to single-handedly drag WA back into this game.
It's a great mark, but it was the wrong option going inside forward 50. He had a couple of short options, lower the eyes.
That's Cozzy, didn't he?
But a great mark by Hogan.
Vice-like.
The boys from Claremont, who of course started his career at the Demons, came home to play for the Dockers, and now playing the best footy of his career as a Giant. Had injury problems to end last year with his foot, but if you're wondering whether he's fit or not, he has looked at his best in this Origin game. He's got 4 and keeps WA in the fight. Victoria's lead trimmed to 18 points. The Vicks 15-12-102. They lead the Sandgropers 13-6-84. Hogan's kicked 2 in the last. He's got 4 for the contest. 7 minutes travelled, final term. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
Just mark inside 50 for Jesse, so
there you go. There's your farmer medalist. If especially managed to get him over the line.
Late charge.
Very late charge.
And getting smaller, the Bigs. Has that an influence?
Mitch Turner is down on the boundary for us, Mitch.
Matt Rowell's moved to the back of the bench, so I doubt we'll see him again with that finger injury. So just another one out of the midfield rotation for the Vicks.
All back in the middle. It's thrown aloft. Sherry looked to palm it down, going through Cripps, got in the way, got it to Bolton. WA burst away through Darcy Cameron. Bolton kicks inside forward 50. Hogan couldn't mark it this time. Jackson put himself over the top of the football, was able to win it, gave it to Pickett. Out now to Charlie Cameron. He snaps and goals. They're back to within 2 goals, and Charlie Cameron's got his third. And the crowd rises as one for WA. 12 points that margin. Victoria 15-12, 102. WA 14-6, 98 gone in the last. But this has been the point where WA has not been able to get any closer than this 2-goal margin.
WA have an impact when Bolton's at centre bounce. Yep. He's able to get through the front on numerous occasions tonight. And again on that occasion, he couldn't quite hit Jesse up. Yeah, up and about the WA boys.
3 in a row for WA. Something that they have done on 3 occasions tonight. But as Clint mentioned, this is the next goal they haven't been able to get. After falling 27 behind, they got back within 9 and within 12, but no closer. Back in the middle, Bontempelli turns it over. Powell, hand pass to Bolton, who's been electric, gives it to Baker. Low trajectory kick, couldn't link up with Pickett. Victoria back the other way. Ash to Smith to Sinclair. Now to Dacos. Centering kick for Victoria. Over the back comes Humphreys. Spoils away for WA. Darcy Cameron collects around his ankles. Gives it to Warner. Handball away to O'Meara. Back to Warner. Back to Humphreys. He just runs straight past Nick Dacos. Humphreys with a couple of bounces to Hogan.
He's a leap by foot.
This is overwhelming. And 58,000 strong are right in the comeback. Mitch Turner on the boundary.
Yeah, that's right, Corbin. 58,141. That is the crowd figure officially coming through from the AFL. 58,141.
There's the leg from Humphrey.
And Jesse Hogan, whose football career has based him in 3 different states, representing his hometown. Hogan makes it a 1-score game. And makes it 1 for the thumb. Jesse Hogan's got 5 in Origin. And Western Australia have kicked 4 in a row for the first time in the contest. 15-12 to 15-6. Oh, we got a game. 11 gone in the final term. Origin footy on ABC Sport. Sharrod Wellingham and Shane Woewodin.
There's the
last quarter to have the legs. Yeah, he's the medalist. Last quarter for Humphreys to have the legs, have the composure to deliver inside forward 50. You called it. His skill is elite, both sides of the body. Huge centre clearance coming up here. Gawn's made his way to the bench, so Sherry up against Cameron.
There's an enormous roar around the stadium as Darcy Cameron tries to soccer it forward, but only as far as Anderson, who takes it for Victoria, quickly kicks inside forward 50. Toby Green takes the chest mark. 48 out from goal. 45-degree angle to the left-hand side. 2 goals to his name today.
Couldn't get his toe to the ball, Darcy, at the centre bounce, just to get it out of the area, clear congestion. Just show his strength there from Toby Green.
These are the moments that Toby Green lives for. He adores the role of being the villain. 2 goals to his name from 50 outs. He's missed a minor score. Could it be the old handy point? It's a 7-point game in favour of Victoria. 12 gone in the last.
Just after that last Hogan goal, WA within 6 points, closest they've been since the 19-minute mark of the opening term. A short kick out finds Barris in the back pocket. Pat collapses with Sherry involved, spills through to English. He's tackled, dragged to the boundary line, and dragged out of play. We'll have a throw-in 7-point game now on the back of that green behind. 15-13 to 15-6. WA have not led since the 15-minute mark of the opening term. Pickett against the boundary line, keeps it alive to Warner, who runs, kicks inside 50. Charlie Cameron in the pack. Ash spoils down into the path of Bolton, who breaks it up. Ash wins it back. Hand pass to Dacos, gives it to Stewart, kicks wide for the Vicks, and here's Toby. Victoria by 7 points, 13 minutes gone, final term.
It's a lovely kick from Toby Green to find Caleb Sarong. Across centre half back, Sarong's kick in the direction of McCluggage, one down by O'Meara. He's Docker's teammate. Ball still to be won. O'Meara tries to dive in a second time. Jackson looks to put himself over the football. Butters tries to emerge with it for Victoria. He's tackled by Pickett. Ball came out the side. Still, there's a genuine contest on. Over the top of it, Baker looked to slap it back. It's over the boundary line on centre wing. Southern side of Perth Stadium. Will be ball back in. If you had any doubts they weren't fair dinkum, you can just put them away. In fact, Andrew Dillon should get on the phone to Roger Cook right now and lock in a few more of these. Spun back in, Victoria through McCluggage, able to gather, kicked around the body, and up there is a very talented young man in Humphreys to take the mark. Dangerous kick across half-back. Toby Green won it down up against Clark. It spills to Anderson. He's tackled, got the hands free. Darcy spun in the tackle, still got it out to McCluggage. Shared it with Anderson again, moved it on to Merritt. Back to Anderson, misses. Had the chance from 40 outs. Misses left, minor score. It is an 8-point game. 14 gone in the last.
This has been everything we hoped it would be, as Humphreys kicks along to the wing and Darcy Cameron's getting a free. Took the mark anyway. Hand pass to Charlie Cameron. Runs away from Sinclair. Kicks inside 50. Pickett's down there, competes, no mark. Spills through to Nick Dacos. Handball away hurriedly, and the Vicks work it out. Ash got it from Richards. Back to Ash, to Sherry. Back to Ash. Third disposal in the chain. Look at his pace. Lockie Dash off the back flank. Chips it in the middle of the ground for Butters. He marks, moves it forward to Dangerfield. And the dare and the pace of Lockie Ash off the back flank sets up a goal-scoring opportunity for the visitors. Dangerfield doesn't take it. Gives it to Dacos. Back to Dangerfield. On the run. Paddy Dangerfield with a big blow in the game. Knocks it through. And the Geelong veteran with a big-time goal for the Vicks. Makes it 14 points for the visitors. 16-14, 110. Western Australia, 15-6, 96. First goal of the final term for Victoria comes at the 16-minute mark of the last. Mitch Turner on the boundary. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
More hamstring awareness updates. Calamarchi now out of the game with hamstring awareness. And you might have noticed a lack of a target up there for WA. Jesse Hogan was coming off for a 2-minute breather, a bit of a rub. Now he's running back out there for WA.
Leave him out there, Coxie. Let him get to work, Hogan. What dash from Lockie Ash. That was pretty incredible at this stage of the game to take on Jackson as well, who's no slouch in the pace department, is he?
No. It's a good finish.
Gone with the telling tap and a bounce back to him. Gave it off to Dacos. Hand passes Victoria. Only as far as Cripps. Gathers for WA under pressure. Lost it, picked it up a second time. Popped the hand pass in the direction of Warner. Met by Dacos, who ripped the ball from him. Tackled then by Powell. He's given away the free kick. They'll take the advantage. Dacos taken high. Meantime, it moves to Butters. Sends it inside forward 50. Somehow Toby Green was all on his own. And he takes the mark for Victoria. A chance to go back and kick what would be his third and back-to-back majors for the Vicks. He elects to pop it short, though. And he goes into the left forward pocket and waiting there, McCluggage, who marks. He's a lot closer, but it's a tougher angle. Tighter than a 45 degree to the left, but he's only 25 outs. Hugh McCluggage with 2 goals so far today. Works it around, but misses. Tried to snap it and curl it through. Went narrow left-hand side. There's still life in this game. Victoria's lead, 15 points. 17 gone in the last.
WA did get within a goal in this final term. The Vicks have kicked the last and a boatload of behinds. Turnover in the back half. Not a good one from Geordie Clark. Vic's with it. High half forward. Bont gives it to Merritt. Fumbles. Regathers. Back to the Bont against the boundary line. Hand pass inside to Sarong. Kicks into the pocket. Green again. Takes the mark. Rides the contact from Barris. And Toby Green looks ever so threatening up front with a big V on his chest.
Chad Warner was by himself there for an eternity coming out of the back half.
Oh, and there's a bit of push and shove. Again, it's Butters at the centre of it. Hanging onto the jumper of Barris, and the umpire comes in to try and separate them. And Butters always with plenty to say. Green across the body. Misses. And Victoria's kicking in this final term is keeping WA in the game. They've kicked 5 behinds and just the one major. So Victoria 16-16, WA 15-6, 18 gone. Still over 11 minutes or 10 minutes left on the game clock. Victoria by 16, WA close enough, if good enough.
Hill. Kick-in duties to the right back pocket to Rivers. Had some space to work with. And then goes long towards centre wing. Hogan has done well up against Collins. Flicks the play quickly by hand to Cripps for WA. Then to Bolton inside forward 50. English got hands to it. Front position though. Bontempelli. Ball spills towards the boundary line. Trying to keep it in. Norton. Hand pass only as far as Ash. He's got it deep in the left back pocket for Victoria. Very short by hand. Collins. Ash again. There's plenty of advice to just send it long. He'll do so beyond defensive 50. Gone up. Couldn't mark it against Hogan. Spill down to Bontempelli to Smith. Bailey Smith hand pass over the shoulder. Gathered beautifully by McCluggage. Wheels around onto his right. And that is pinpoint to find Dacos, who marks and plays on immediately through the centre square. Kicks to the southern wing. What a kick it was. Battle mark. Didn't have to break stride. Gathered. Worked it on towards Green, who kicks into the man on the mark in Rivers. WA through Broad, another chance to go forward. Rivers surrounded by Victorians. Sarong tackles him, came out to battle. Got a hand pass away. Merritt with it again from right half forward. Kicks in the direction of Dangerfield, attacks the footy. Dangerfield hands it off again. It comes now to Sarong, and Sarong might has kicked the sealer. Caleb Sarong on his home deck for Fremantle might have just given Victoria the Origin game of 2026. Their lead is 22 points. 17-16, 118. WA 15-6, 96. Dangerfield was strong. Darcy spotted Sarong, and Sarong did not miss.
A really tough contest by Dangerfield. Just attacked the ball. Lobb was probably in the right spot at the right time. Didn't go at the ball, and it's tough for Barras, who's kind of in that position of, do you check Dangerfield's run and risk the free kick being awarded? That could be a nail in the coffin. Still plenty of time left.
Can get close, don't they? Multiple occasions tonight.
Just repeating that crowd figure, 58,141. What an event it has been. Out to 22 points the Vic's way. Smith first disposal at the middle. Gives it to Gawn. Kicks inside 50. Baker threw his body at it. Skimmed off his knuckles. Knocked it away from Merritt. Baker goes and gives a hand to Bradley Hill, who did well. Baker gives it to Hill. Back to Baker. Back to Hill. In close quarters. Short kick to Cripps. The WA skipper. Hand pass to Clark. Looks for Hogan. Marks. He's still 70 metres out. Goes back inboard. And Jackson bangs bodies with the Bont. And Jackson will get the free for the front-on contact. Luke Jackson. And the number 2, ordinarily the number 9, heads across the half-forward line to Lawson Humphreys. Bangs it 50-plus off a step. He's inaccurate, though. Misses out to the left. Victoria by 21. 22 minutes gone, final term. Stick around. We'll have all the wash-up, the post-game. A reaction from both teams, any injury concerns, a reaction from Wowie and Sharrod, and of course the presentation of both the best of field medals for both WA and Victoria.
Oh, big spiral from Hardwick, landed in the middle of the stadium, but it's taken there by Humphreys. Good grab, and immediately sends it out towards Clark. That was a good kick too. He's at right half forward. Clark for WA finds Charlie Cameron deep in the right forward pocket, marking 45 from goal, and he'll start with his boots almost on the boundary line at right half forward. Just had a little glance to his left. Now has eyes for the big sticks. Charlie Cameron, that's a disappointing kick by his standards. He's missed a lot. Out to the right-hand side and sending it about 6 rows back. No score and no change to that margin. Victoria leading by 21. 23 gone in the last. Origin footy on ABC Sport.
WA did get within a goal, 11-minute mark final term. Victoria have kicked the last 2 and have led since halfway through the opening term. Off the pack, spills down to Baker, gives it to Humphreys for WA, kicks to full forward. Waterman, as he tunnelled in all of that, he's getting a free, hit the deck hard in the marking contest. And Max Holmes turns and looks at the umpire and said, was that me? And the umpire says, yes, it was. And a free kick is going to go to the West Australian full forward. It was just a shove in the back. I don't like that. The contact and the player leaves the ground in the marking contest. You can call it tunnelling, you can call it in the back, whatever it was, it's a free kick for the West Coast key forward. Just to give us another twist in this game, Waterman got to bank it, misses. Out to the right, and ordinarily expecting to kick that from 25 out. 20-point game, Victoria on top, 24 gone final term, Origin footy on ABC Sport.
2-2 for Waterman tonight. In the Cluggage. Finding Collins. Collins by a hand to McCluggage, who ran behind him into the right back pocket. Go out towards right half back. Battle short to Dacos, hard up against the boundary line. Dacos trots back, looking for an option. Decides to go long and down the line. And then Sherry just had himself in the right position. He took the mark on his chest. Hand pass was a bit high for Bailey Smith to handle. Had time to regather. Hands it back to Sherry. The Kangaroo will kick Victoria towards right half forward. Humphreys up. Couldn't mark. Comes down here. And a chance for Merritt to kick another one for Victoria as he floated through. And he's got his second. Gunston was there. Handed off to Merritt, who just went strolling by. And it's the Vicks game now. Their lead is 26 points at the 25-minute mark of the last. 18-16, 124 to WA, 15-8, 98.
34 scoring shots. A lot of footy. They just seem to score a lot easier tonight on transition than what WA have.
Played almost as a half forward, hasn't he, Zach Merritt, in this highly talented team. There's talk he could play half back for Essendon in the season proper. What an interesting year for the Bombers, and for that man after the talented 6-time best and fairest winner that was a want-away Bomber, wasn't he, in the trade period, wanted to get to Hawthorn, not to be. Noticed he's had the mouthguard moulded for the new season in the red and black colours, and be pulling on the sash again come round 1. Back in the middle, Bolton trying to evade a couple. Got a hand pass going forward. Cripps collects. Hand pass away to Warner. Feeds it back to Bolton, who gets another touch in the chain. Showtime Shea misses. Out to the left. 25 points, the margin. 26 minutes gone, final term. Vicks by 25. They've led since halfway through the opening term. WA did get within a goal, but couldn't put their nose in front.
Ash to Dacos. Back to Ash. Hands it again to Hardwick. He'll flare it out to Stewart. He's got it in the left back pocket for Victoria. Nothing immediately presents, so he'll go all the way back to Hardwick again. Back to where we started, just outside his defensive goal square. Long kick now for Victoria towards right half back, and that's a strong mark to Collins. Had to deal with the flying Humphreys as well. Collins moves it on to Merritt. Most recent goal kicker. Makes a step inboard and finds Anderson, who marks outer edge of the centre square. Then all over the place here, WA. Kick is into the right forward pocket. Dangerfield had it knocked away from him by Clark. Now WA will try to rebound. It comes through O'Meara, and he looks to move it to Norton.
Norton got plenty of room to work into. Runs to high half forward. Kicks deep for Pickett. Pickett can't complete the mark. Outnumbered as it hits the deck. Stewart for Victoria on the behind line. Hands it to Ash. He kicks into oncoming traffic. Ricochets off those bodies and out of play. Forward pocket for the Sandgropers. That's the official attendance being announced. Just to repeat that, 58,141. Quite rightfully, everyone in the house gives themselves a round of applause, and what an atmosphere it's been. A partisan crowd, highly entertaining game of footy, and both teams absolutely cracked in. From the boundary throw-in, Norton got it away to Canelio, who snapped over his shoulder but missed. And behind, and that takes Western Australia to three figures, so 124 plays 100. And we'll chop it all up in the post-game, I'm sure, but I'm sure the organisers would be pretty happy. Organisers would be pretty happy with what they've seen here with 3 to play. Vic's by 4 goals.
Just measuring their foot passes around inside defensive 50, Victoria. It's come to McCluggage. She can go on a little run back into the corridor and sweep it out to the right back pocket to Stewart. He'll kick beyond defensive 50 to Gawn. He marks just inside the boundary line. The locals out there weren't as convinced. Gawn then decides to just take any worry out of the equation for the spectators and kick out of bounds himself on centre wing. Chance here for Jordan Clark. A run inboard and then send it back from whence it came into the left forward pocket, but can't find a WA target, and Stewart, as he does so often, up to take the defensive mark, this time for Victoria rather than Geelong. Move it short to Ash, and options behind him. Comes out again towards Sinclair. Sinclair into the left back pocket. Here's Collins, and then Collins able to find Bontempelli, who marks at left half back. Victoria by 24 points, 29 gone in the last.
The Bond inside to Smith, hands it to Sinclair, to Butters, all by hand, back to Smith. Under pressure, hurried kick into the pocket. Man down there, clever. Gunston keeps it alive. Snaps. Misses. Got it a little skinny. And the behind-kicking spree continues in this final term. So 3 goals, 6 for Victoria in the last. They've done enough, you'd think, to close the game. Final 2 minutes, Victoria by 25.
It's been everything you'd hope for. As a contest, as a neutral, Victorian supporters will be delighted as WA head down the outer side, and Hill wanted Bolton to come towards him, as he did. Kick went his way, but he couldn't find the target. It's off hands and over the boundary line for a throw-in. So the 20th time in Origin footy these sides have gone head-to-head. Victoria are about to record their 13th win. Back in again. Gawn punches it forward, then socket on by Dacos, only as far as Clark though on the wing. As he went to ground, got a hand pass back to Lobb, and now it's with Bolton once more for WA. Kicks inboard and he finds Cameron. Stands just inside the centre square. Kicks towards full forward. Slipping over Stewart. Ball continues to bounce. Pickett got onto it for WA. Hands it to Hogan in the right forward pocket. Tries to go back to Jackson. And Jackson gives his opponent a little shove, and then he's been paid the mark. So Jackson to come back and try and kick what would be his third, just to try to improve the margin a little bit for WA. It's currently 25 points in favour of Victoria. Luke Jackson, premiership player on this ground with Melbourne, now with the Dockers. 2 goals to his name this afternoon. Trots in and hits the left hand behind a left-hand goal post. Yet another behind in this final term. It's a 24-point margin as we close in on full time.
And barring a fast goal here, WA are going to edge the final term. It was a fast start. WA kicked 2 goals before the Vics had touched the footy, and once they settled, Victoria played from in front throughout. They led by 20 at quarter time, 22 at the half, 29 at three-quarter time, and 24 in the finish. In front of a monstrous partisan crowd of 58,000. And Victoria are going to get one last 50-metre penalty, which will drive them further afield. And the footy in the hands of Max Holmes. Hands it off to Bailey Smith. And the big V is for victory. Victoria win the Origin revival in the best version of what it might have been. Long live Origin footy. Victoria by 24 points. 18-17-125, WA 15-11-101, and the Big V get it done away from home A 24-point final margin. The Holy Grail is what beats out on the final siren. So we haven't got the bespoke anthems ready to go just yet. Victoria, we're told, will pump out their traditional theme song, which is to the North Melbourne tune, with, of course, the Victorian wording replacing the North Melbourne lyrics. With the Vics in front of 58,141, win it by 24 points. How about that, Shane Woden, Sharrod Wellingham? What an event. In the middle of February, Victoria by 4 goals.
Yeah, great spectacle. Well done to all on putting the show on, and for particularly the players who committed for an entirety, invested in it, and we got a great game. Although very high scoring, I think we wouldn't get a lot of it in the AFL season, but yeah, great game, great spectacle. And it was close there for a while.
Yeah, it was close. It was a really nice, back and forth. Victoria kept a great start from WA, obviously, getting the first couple of goals out of the gates, but Victoria's skill and ability to transition was really what stood out and enabled them to be the dominant side for the majority of the night. I think in terms of the spectacle, yeah, it was absolutely awesome. I think 58,000, great turnout. Like you said, it's hot February day today. To get those numbers here was pretty awesome.
Absolutely. And they'll remember it for a while too.
Yeah. It felt like a tremendous event. I mean, to have the home team come from behind, they fell 30 behind. They get within a goal in the last quarter. And then Victoria sort of had to draw on all their champions to be able to steady up and get the win. I think Victoria were about a 3 or 4 goal favourite, and ultimately the game ends as a Victoria win by 4 goals. 18-17, 125, WA 17-11, 101. I guess the only negative sign is obviously the injury front, which is obviously unavoidable in contact football, and it's exactly what this is. Jacob Wiedering in the first quarter stretched it off the ground, concerns around his neck. He's been hospitalised. Marking contest, fell to the ground, and as he landed, Georgiades fell on top of him, crunching him on the side as he was sort of one shoulder hit the deck, the other shoulder rode the contact from Mitch Georgiades. Matt Rowell ended the game with a finger complaint on the bench, and then hamstring awareness for Sam Taylor and for Mitch Georgiades. The spread of and Will Power, by the way, had a shoulder complaint,
and Archie hamstring awareness as well.
And hamstring awareness for Archie. Apologies. So that gives us 4 players for Victoria, for Western Australia with a watch coming out of it, and 2 for the Vics.
I think that they would have been ultra conservative with the awareness type of injuries. I think that if they were tight, they would have said, "No, you're done." And I think that that's smart in terms of they've got the whole season ahead of them. They've still got to finish off their pre-seasons, so taking the cautious approach is the right thing to do.
The most minutes, so for Western Australia, Tom Barras, Rory Lobb, 2 key defenders as you'd expect, then Keziah Pickett, Jordan Clark, Jesse Hogan, so they're the 5 players for WA that spent the most amount of time on the ground. The fewest minutes, Georgiades, who was done at half-time, Sam Taylor, who played 71 of a possible almost 130 minutes. Tim English also with only 80 minutes coming back from an injury concern, and Kel Archie, as we mentioned, ended the game on the bench with 83 minutes. While for Victoria, Blake Hardwick played every minute of the contest. Jack Sinclair, the next most, followed by Hugh McCluggage, Tom Stewart and Nick Dacos. And the fewest minutes went the way of Matt Rowell, who ended on the bench with injury. Tristan Sherry played only 25 minutes. He was fit, but obviously he played only 75 minutes. 75 minutes for Tristan Sherry. And then Jacob Wiedering, obviously only the 25 minutes. He was injured in the opening term. The goal kickers, so for Victoria, 4 for Ben King and then 2 each for Green, McCluggage, Merritt and Dangerfield. Kicked a big one in the last quarter to settle the game down when WA got within single digits. Singles for Sarong, Bontempelli, Nick Dacos, Butters, Smith and Sherry. While for Western Australia, 5 for Hogan, 3 for Charlie Cameron, 2 for Waterman, 2 for Jackson. Singles for Bolton, for Hill, and Chad Warner kicked the first of the game. Corbin Middlemaz, Clint Weldon, Shane Woden, Sharrod Wellingham pulling it all apart. The players are slowly making their way towards the broadcast wing. Ryan Daniels is our MC. We will have the presentation of the Polypharma Cup, the Graham Polypharma Trophy, to be presented by his daughter Kim. And the Graham Moss Medal will be presented by the man himself, the man who represented Australia 23 times at state level, 76 Brownlow medalist, the first West Australian to win that gong. It was last presented in 1998 when Peter Bell was awarded the medal in the state game you played in, Wowie. And then the E.J. Whitten medal will go to the best Victorian on the ground. And I can see Ted Whitten Jr. down there, E.J.'s son, is going to present it. It'll be voted on by the chairman of selectors, so Glenn Jakovich and Gary Lyon, along with the senior coach and the captain. So those hands-on that are involved will be picking, along with the assistant coaches, the player or judge best of field. Here's Ryan Daniels, our MC.
Courage tonight. Please joining me in acknowledging their efforts. Would you now please welcome the captain of WA, Patrick Cripps.
First of all, I just want to kick off to say thanks to the WA government for hosting this. I think everyone would agree it was a great contest. We'd love to run it back next year against the Vics, so we'll keep that going. To McDonald's and Amy that sponsored this event, big appreciation. Just want to say to Victoria, what a contest. It was bloody good fun. Obviously, we have a high level of respect for every single one of you. The game was played the right way, and I hope everyone out there enjoyed it. To the WA boys, I know how much it means to come home and play in front of a home crowd, but pull on the black and gold. It's bloody special, means a lot. And lastly, to everyone in the stadium and everyone watching at home, especially from WA, I think Origin's here to stay, so thanks for the support.
Thank you, Patrick. Continuing with the tradition of past Origin matches, a judging panel has selected a best player from each team for tonight's match. The Graham Moss Medal, named in honour of West Australian Football Hall of Fame legend and awarded to WA's best on-ground player, will be presented by the man himself. Please welcome Graham Moss.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to announce that the winner of the Graham Moss Medal is Jesse Hogan.
So he'll be a pretty popular winner. He kicked 3 of his 5 goals in the final term as WA made their charge. And Jesse Hogan, 13 disposals. He also took 9 marks and kicked 5 straight. He's the Graham Moss medalist. Here he is.
I'll keep it brief. I just want to echo what Paddy said. Thanks for the AFL for putting this on. None of the boys took it for light that we can chuck this jersey back on, and I think I speak for the Vics as well. And thanks for Travel Tourism WA for putting it on, and thanks for the crowd for coming, and hopefully we're here again next year. So thank you.
And now to present the E.J. Whitten Medal to the player judge best on ground for Victoria, please welcome son of the great E.J., Ted Whitten Jr.
It's my very great pleasure to announce the winner of the E.J. Whitten Medal, and it goes to Lockie Ash.
That's a really nice winner. Lockie Ash from the Giants, 25 disposals. And he also had one incredible run in that last quarter, which set up what turned to be the clinching goal to Patrick Dangerfield.
Firstly, I just want to thank the AFL for putting on such a terrific week here. Everyone's loved it. I'm sure I can speak on behalf of the WA boys and our boys. It's been a great week. Amy and Macca's, the major sponsors, put on a terrific week as well. Couldn't do it without them. To the WA boys, it was a great contest. Sure everyone here go home happy, got their money's worth, so well done. To our boys, it's been an absolute pleasure. I was actually a bit nervous coming over, so you boys got around me. We gelled together pretty well, and I've loved my time here, so thank you, and see you next year.
A 24-year-old from Shepparton, almost 500 metres gained, the E.J. Whitten medalist.
Thank you, Lockie. And now finally, to present the Graham Polly Farmer Cup to Captain Marcus Bontempelli of Victoria, please welcome Polly's daughter, Kim Farmer.
Okay, it was such a special day to represent both Dad and the 2 states that Dad played for, Western Australia, my home, my heart, and Victoria, who won. And obviously the Polly Farmer Cup goes to Victoria.
Of course, back in the days before State of Origin and the concept became what it was in 1977, it was League v League, so that's why we got Polly representing Victoria before that in the old VFL. and coached the team for WA in 1977 in the inaugural State of Origin game between these two teams, between any two teams.
I'll keep it brief because I think the boys have already said exactly what I would have said. I think, first of all, to the state of WA, all the fans, all the community, everyone who turned up today, thank you so much. The game would not have been the same without it, so we really appreciate you having us here, hosting us here. We can't wait to run this back. WA boys, unbelievable, what a game. I think we all appreciate how much it means to represent our states. And I think we did it in pretty good fashion, boys. So well done, much respect, and let's do that again. To our boys, what a couple of days. Couldn't be prouder of how we played the game, represented all your clubs, all our state very well, and we stuck it right up them. There you go.
How good is it? There's the line. There's the line right at the end. The famous EJ.
Thank you, Marcus. That concludes our formalities for Amy AFL Origin.
Thanks to Ryan
Good
Daniels,
luck to all
Victoria
players,
by
teams and fans for the
points,
season
so
ahead.
58,141 the final attendance. The Vics 18-17, 125. They beat WA 15-11, 101. The fireworks, the pyrotechnics go off in the background, and that'll be the backdrop to the Victorian team photo as they huddle around the Polly Farmer Cup, a 24-point win for the Vics. Origin footy on ABC Sport, 0467 920 222 if you want to have your say. The two teams disperse. And well done to the Vics. Well done to Western Australia and everyone involved. I mean, I mentioned it on the siren. It felt like the best version of what it could have been if you said, hey, at the start of the game, we're going to get 125 beats 101. There's going to be a goal in it halfway through the final quarter. And there's going to be a huge crowd, which was sold out weeks before the game. I mean, it felt like it had everything that we'd sort of hoped.
Yeah, it certainly did. 59,000. That's terrific from the Western Australian public to be able to get here and support it and wrap their arms around State of Origin footy. And you can absolutely see in the players' voices too that they want it to stay and they want it next year. And so fingers crossed that it happens again.
So all the usual questions is this the time of the year for it? Is this as good as we're going to get middle of February? And I mean, what a great product as the first game of footy that we've seen in the men's comp, obviously, since last September.
Can I answer that one? This is the time that it has to be because just the way that the fixture is. I understand the arguments that it would be like in rugby league, if it was in the middle of the season, players would be battle hardened. It probably would be a better contest. But what's your favourite line? The Barack Obama, don't let the pursuit of excellence spoil the good. It's not going to happen in the middle of the season, and what we saw today was terrific. That's as entertaining a contest as you could hope for. Yeah. If you want to kickstart the season off, how much better is something like what we just saw compared to the Community Cup games, which are just effectively a chance for players to build into the year? That was terrific. The guns came. They committed. The fans came, they committed. We got a terrific contest. We got to see some unbelievable skills this early in the proceedings. We got to see superstars play on the same team for both of these sides. Injuries are going to be a discussion point, and if there are some serious injuries, and we keep our fingers crossed again for Jacob Wiedering, and we know there's a bit of hamstring awareness out there, that's going to be discussed. But we've seen time and time again, and Corbin, we've both spoken about this, when there are the Community Cup games in the first 2 or 3 rounds of the season, there are always those sorts of issues and those sorts of injuries. So injuries are going to happen. I think this is a great way to kickstart the year. This is where, right now, it has to be.
Impossible with a fixture with a bye that runs over 4 weeks.
Can't be anywhere else. And the other argument I can't agree with post-grand final. Whether you're a broadcaster, a player, a fan, once we hit the end of the grand final,
it's all over.
Everyone takes a massive sigh of relief and says, that's done. I can't see anywhere else that you could possibly place it. It has to be here. And the other argument, let's maybe have it in a grand final bye or in that. No, that's nonsense, because if that's the case, some of your best players aren't playing. If you're Collingwood last year or Brisbane, they're not, or Geelong and Brisbane last year, they're not playing. And so therefore we've been denied this game. The likes of Dangerfield, the likes of Cameron, the likes of Stewart, the likes of Holmes, none of those guys play. There's no perfect solution. This is the best that there is.
It'll be interesting what happens next year. So obviously the WA government had to put forward the money to make it happen. I think even if you were to buy a Victorian jumper, it's got Western Australia or Tourism Western Australia written on the back of it on the VIX jumpers. So obviously the money's there from the state. It's well supported. It'll be interesting to see how it plays in other parts of the country. So when I left Victoria, for example, to come here for the game, there was probably people were a little slow to warm to it, and maybe that has ramped up as the weeks progressed. The other
in terms of wanting it to go ahead,
just thinking, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is it all worthwhile playing this game in February? It's not really Origin footy. The other thing I heard a lot was, how come we're not playing South Australia? Which people in Victoria seem like that was something that they were probably more interested in than a WA battle. As a native sandgroper, I found it very touching that we got to relive the first state of origin, obviously, when these two teams played against each other. So there's all the historical tie-ins that are part of it. As to whether WA should get it again next year, whether they get it, whether there is an appetite for another state to say, you know what, we thought that was excellent. We want to put some money forward, whether that's South Australia or
that'll be just like gather around Corbin. The AFL, they know how to take a state government and turn them upside down and shake them a lot and see how much money falls out of their pocket.
It'll be, and I mean the other one's the Indigenous All-Stars game, which obviously was played here last year
and was great.
And I mean, the only problem with the Indigenous All-Stars game is maybe finding an opponent. Like you look at last year, the Indigenous All-Star guys were awesome. And yet they played against a team that you felt like they kind of put the cue in the rack when they realised the game was a bit more dinkum than they'd signed up for. And so you had one really good team against perhaps an opponent that wasn't locked in the same way. So I don't know if there's a way around that as to what they can do to maybe find a different opponent other than an AFL team that's getting ready for a season. But I mean, all these things will be worked through. I think it's by any metric. How do you not look at today and say this was an overwhelming success?
Yeah, 100% you do. I don't think you're ever going to be able to please everybody. You're not going to be able to please all states. You're not going to be able to please all clubs. And so, in terms of the Indigenous All Stars, if it's going to be hosted here, it has to be against West Coast or Freo, because no one's going to want to travel over here to play. So they take turns in playing. The All Stars. But when it comes to state of origin, bidding from the government point of view. The decision from the AFL, I think, has to be... I don't think you can keep having eastern states and including SA host stuff, i.e. opening round, gather round,
lift golf,
grand final. Currently going. No Aussies are really going that great, which is a bummer. But I don't think you're going to please everybody.
Yeah. It'll be... I mean, the other thing is... Victoria obviously brings with it all the eyeballs and everything of the 6 million people and everything that lives in Melbourne. But I'd love to see a South Australia WA game.
Oh, absolutely.
If South Australia get the chance to pull on the jumper at some stage. But
one thing that might change, Corbin, I've spoken, as I'm sure you have, but I've spoken to some senior footy people in Melbourne who, again, really were like, who cares? And I don't agree with them, but I accept that argument. But because, and I look up and down the broadcast boxes, and many of the heavy hitters have made their way over here, and they will have seen this and experienced it.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder to poo-poo it when you've been here and you've actually seen what it means and you've seen the reaction.
Yeah.
So if you're sitting, no disrespect to our friends in Victoria, but if you're sitting in the lounge room watching it, it's much easier to go, no.
Yeah.
We know WA's a bit different. But if you've actually come along here,
100%.
which they have, all the big dogs are here, including yourself, then we know, like, they will go back home and they will tell everybody, look, that was actually really good.
Yeah, you can't help but feel walking to the ground today that that there was a big game feel about it, which to think considering
February, big game feel.
The middle of February, we haven't seen a game since the end of last year. The local paper had a lift out today. There was multiple pages of coverage, and it felt like a big time event, as it was. And as it deserved to be, and I felt like that did the whole Origin concept as justice as what we'd hoped for at this stage of the year.
The temperature did the right thing. 31 degrees at the bounce, 24 degrees by the time we hit 6:30.
Yep.
But 31 degrees, we play games in March at 30 degrees.
Yeah.
So I'm glad it wasn't 35 degrees at the bounce, but that's what West Coast and Freo and whoever's unfortunate enough to drag them for the first 5 weeks of the season, that's what they have to deal with. So it's not beyond the realms of what footballers have to do.
The start of the season's only around the corner, so really fast forward 2 weeks and the premiership season will be underway with opening round, and of course you'll be able to hear it all here on ABC Sport. The Vicks by 24 points. Lockie Ash wins the E.J. Whitten medal and Jesse Hogan wins the Graham Moss medal. Thank you to you, Clint Weldon. Thank you, Sharad Wellingham. Thank you, Shane Woden. All these SWs in the box sort of catching me up. To Mitch Turner downstairs, to Rachel on socials, to Akash for putting together all our pre-game and his hard work as our producer tonight, to Adrian, of course, on the buttons, and to Tristan for his help throughout the night, and, of course, to Craig Davis back in the studio. We're one game in. The footy's back. Origin's back in 2026. Victoria by 24. Good night.
13 off the first 2 legitimate balls of the over. England need 86 from 70.
Oh, I think he's a bit hard done by there with the wide. What do you reckon?
Left arm Scottish spinner there, Kirsty Gordon, responds to wide given against left arm Scottish spinner Mark Roth.
Absolutely no bias whatsoever in the commentary box.
None whatsoever. 54 from 39 this partnership is worth. Watt moves it again. Dropped in short. Banton's gone into the leg side for 6 more. 6 wide 6. What an over. What pressure on Watt.
I'll see what you did there, Henry. Very good.
Unintentionally, actually, but feel like he got all of it. Felt like he came quite high on the bat, but he's got enough to go over mid-wicket for 6.
Shows the power he exposes off the back foot there. It's excellent pickup of length. It's not a great ball from Watt, but it's well punished by Banton, and he's really into his groove now.
19 off the over so far. Just 3 legitimate balls have been bowled in it. Watt to Banton, and that will not be a 6. Instead, it'll probably just be 1, maybe 2. It'll be 2. Good tumbling save below us. And 21 from the over so far with 2 balls left of it. So Banton is on 32 from 18, and how quickly an innings can change. Tom Banton v Mark Watt, who keep an eye out for where he bowls from, because he sometimes bowls from almost sort of next to the umpire. It's one of his party tricks. Oh, massive swing from Banton. And a stumping attempt. The bails light up. They might just have a look at this, because it's one of those where the foot might have lifted just a touch. So they'll have a little sneaky glance at it.
It's amazing how quickly the whole sort of momentum and the balance of the game can just shift. The required run rate was a little bit above 8s not long ago, and now it's below 7s. Just changes with this over.
Roger on the email, by the way, we're having a look at that. There is foot behind the line, so he's okay. What do you think of having home internationals in cricket like we had in football back in the day? Maybe to start the season off? Well, there's been quite a lot of talk about this from certain quarters. Banton whips the ball in the air. He's not got all of that, and he gets a little fortune. Actually drops short of the fielder at wide long on. End of the over. A punishing one for Watt. 22 from it, and England need 77 from 66 balls. We're at 9 overs. The partnership's now worth 63 off 43. I mean, I'm absolutely with you, Roger. I think the fact that England against Scotland is a fixture that has happened just twice in the last 11 years is so peculiar to me, given the proximity geographically and actually the proximity in terms of quality between the two sides when given the opportunity. The last ODI they played was won by Scotland, and they were on course for a really big total in Barbados the last time these sides met.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know it's easy to say, you know, with the Scotland hat on, the benefits that it would have for Scottish cricket to host England or vice versa and play these fixtures. With an England perspective, you think, where would they find time in the schedule for more cricket? It's a difficult prospect.
So here comes Ollie Davidson. Left arm spin to Banton, who, it's a quick ball first up, whips towards the leg side, and Bethel is eager for the second run. He'll get home to the danger end as well. England require 75 from 65. Banton and Bethel with Davidson, who's got a hairstyle I won't be myself going for, sort of short around the sides, longer at the back. It's a sort of, it's mullet adjacent, I would say. Next ball to Banton, walloped into the leg side, out towards the deep. Fielded by Munsey out there at wide long on. The rather distracting disco lights at the top of the stand, I don't think can be doing an awful lot for the batters, actually, which are flashing right around the top tier of the stand at the far end, the Biz Wanath Dutt stand. And I think if I was Jacob Bethel, I might say, do you know, I'd quite like some of this to be just turned down a touch. But anyway, he doesn't seem too bothered. It's worth remembering, by the way, Scotland at this point, 79 for 3, England is 79 for 2. Davidson over the wicket, and Bethel helps it on its way, but only straight to the fielder at short fine leg. Bethel goes for 32, and he looks so disappointed. He can't believe he's picked out that fielder. The trap was set, and he walked straight on into it. England 79 for 3.
Big wicket for Scotland. A big partnership there from Bethel and Banton was just developing nicely enough to take the game too far out of Scotland's reach. That wicket comes in a timely manner. Davidson would have thought, after watching Mark Watts, the senior left arm spinner of the pairs, over going for 22, wondering what he might expect himself, but he's found some success, a little bit flatter, quicker into the pitch, and it's been tucked round the corner. And off he goes, the big Alan Shearer celebration, one of my personal favourites from Ollie Davidson.
Loved that, yeah. One arm up. And Bethel marches off, and as Ben Duckett walks past him wearing a England high-vis vest, I think it's normally the way that players don't tend to exchange looks and thoughts on an innings until all is said and done, but he looks very disappointed, does Bethel. 79 for 3 then, England, who needs 74 from 63. Kirsty on the email says, I'm Kirsty Gorman, pottering around in my pyjamas in frosty Lancaster, eating toast and drinking tea, and every time you say you're handing over to Kirsty Gordon, you're making me jump. Understandably, Kirsty. It is a bit confusing.
Almost got a namesake there.
I know. So Harry Brook comes to the middle, England 79 for 3. Zach on the email, stuck in Southampton Hospital for the last week with my little son, but at least we've got TMS for company, which has been a godsend. I can't help but think if Scotland beat England today, we'll be a little more disappointed that Jersey just missed out on the tournament. Come on, England. Zach and Avi, thank you for getting in touch. Hope you're all doing okay. Davidson bowling to Harry Brook will get a run into the onside immediately, just tapping out towards wide long on. England 80 for 3. Lovely to hear what you're all up to. Anthony's in the Costa Blanca in Spain, 90 km/h winds, currently on a long 25 km training run, running a London Marathon in April, raising money for the Ruth Strauss Foundation and hoping for a double England victory today. 25 kilometres, quite a long way, isn't it? Here comes Davidson. 2 balls left of the 10th over. Flogged into the onside, probably for a couple. Fielders running round, they will get back for 2. As Banton moves his personal tally on to 38, England 82 for 3. 1 ball left until the halfway point in the innings. Here is Davison at the far end of the ground. Moving in to bowl to Tom Banton, who's rocking back and smacking the ball towards cover point. Bruce will field, and the over comes to an end. 6 from it. And England 82 for 3. So they're over halfway there in terms of runs. 71 from 60 required, but there is still going to be plenty that Scotland will feel they can do in this game. With 10 overs gone, they've got 3 wickets. Brook and Banton together. Stephen Finn joins us once more, but I'm going to throw to you, Kirsty Gordon, for some mid-innings thoughts. Midway through the innings thoughts at least, and then hand over to Prakash.
Well, I'm quite enjoying watching Ollie Davidson here on the screen, just reading some notes that somebody's handed him. I wonder if that was before or after the wicket of Jacob Bethel. If it was before, they've certainly had something genius on that. But yes, I think England definitely in the driving seat here. This is a key partnership. The captain, Harry Brook, at the crease. He's such a dangerous player that you just worry the game could drift if he gets himself in and gets going. But for now, Scotland will feel they've still got an outside chance.
Well, they've got
they've got to believe, don't they? Got to keep the faith, as they say. And fresh over. Right arm off spin, worked away square on the onside for a single. They're racing through the first. They'll go back for the second. Yes, they will. And get it too comfortably. So Brook picks up 2 more runs. He's up to 3. England 84 for 3. Finney, things looking distinctly better.
Yeah, you felt as though Scotland was squeezing, and then just England managed to break that stranglehold. The wicket of Bethel could provide Scotland an opportunity to squeeze again here.
Lee's right arm over the wicket. Around the wicket, I beg your pardon. Worked away square on the onside in the air, but no fielder close by. May have just rushed onto him a little bit. Result was that he couldn't keep it down, but he'll pick up the single he was looking for. It's 85 for 3 with Brook on 4. Banton, as we'd said, not quite coming to the party in the first 2 games. Certainly playing an important innings tonight when it mattered. 38 not out of 24, including those 3 big sixes in a couple of overs ago. Fired in at the toes, worked away square on the onside. They'll take 1 and be content with it. Will the England batters? 86 now for 3.
Yeah, you certainly look at it and think Banton, his strike rate against spin in T20 cricket is the best in the world, 195 I think it is. Over the last couple of years, so clearly a real strong point and the reason why he's batting at 4 in this team.
He's bowled and this one's been put in the air. It's gone! Yet another England batter, and this time is the England skipper. Falls to that little ramp shot, not dissimilar to the way that Jacob Bethel got out. And Scotland have struck just again at the moment when it was beginning to look a little bit more comfortable for England. 86 for 4.
Well, the squeeze from Scotland post the Bethel wicket works. And Harry Brook desperate to hit a boundary, wanting to use the pace of Leask, who's bowling into the pitch from round the wicket. He gets himself in a tangle and it is very high up on the bat and it top edges towards Brad Wheel, who running around from short fine leg takes a simple catch over his right shoulder, and Scotland have gone bang bang and the complexion of the game changes again. England under pressure
yet again. Yes, and Sam Curran, who played a lone hand in that innings when England didn't get over the line, but he certainly would be feeling good from the personal point of view, having got some runs under his belt in the previous game. Now comes in with England in a little bit of a spot here. 86 for 4 in the 11th, 67 of 56. So the ball and run equation isn't the problem. If England just play normal cricket, you'd think they should be able to get over this. But 2 quick wickets, those of Jacob Bethel and Harry Brook, certainly giving the Scots some renewed hope. 86 for 4 in the 11th. Curran settles, crouching stance, waits for Leask, who bowls, and he drives. And Leask isn't able to cleanly stop the ball. As a result, the single off the ricochet, and off the mark is Curran. 87 for 4.
Yeah, and big responsibility now on Banton's shoulders. He has his start, 39 from 25, but he has to grab this innings by the scruff of the neck now. He has to marshal it with the new batters that have come in, build this partnership with Curran. If Banton goes here, really does give Scotland an in from both ends. They can heap the pressure on England.
Here's Leask again in bowls, and this one's cracked away with the back foot. Good looking shot. This will run away for 4. Making room, leaning back, using the depth of the crease there is Tom Banton, and finds 4 runs at extra cover. Completely in control, 91 for 4. And Banton's up to 43 with 11 overs completed now. 62 from 54.
Yeah, I love a nice piece of timing from Tom Banton, using the depth of his crease well, waiting for the ball, realising the fielder out on the boundary was at backward point and not in front of square, and allowing the middle of the bat this good pitch and the quick outfield to do all the work for him. He moves on to 43. He's playing an important innings for England here.
You'd say that again, probably one of the most important ones that he's certainly got a start for. And as you said, Finney, when you get in, you want to try and be there and see it through. Davidson continue. He's into his second over now. His first over went for 6 to the left-handed Curran. He's got a really crouchy stance as he bends over the bat, waits and cracks it, times it nicely, but straight to the fielder. That's Berrington there, Richard Berrington, who feels there will be no run when really struck it well, but couldn't pierce the field. In comes Davidson again, left arm over bowls, full toss, cracked away, and will beat the fielder or will not. Now, great work again in the deep on the boundary there. I think it's Curry running around to his right and puts his body right on the line to make sure that he saves 2 runs for his team. 93 for 4, Curran up to 3. The fielding's been absolutely outstanding. Good stop. Needed that kind of backup, the bowlers. This one probably just slipping out of his hand a little. It was a nice juicy full toss outside off.
It was juicy, wasn't it?
Here's Davidson, nicely played away by Curran. They'll look for the second, will they? They change their mind as the fielder gets there quickly at where wideish mid-on or a straightish mid-wicket might have been. 94 for 4 now in the 12th over. It's remarkable for me, Finney, to see, and gratifying as well, I must confess, that so many people for a neutral game present here at the Eden Gardens. For many, it'll just be an occasion to come out with the family, friends, celebrate. Over pitch driven nicely out.